What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Series E Halo Infinite. It is our second and final qualifier for Season 2 of Series E Halo Infinite, and I'm super excited to get into the fun. My name is Yeso. I will be your host tonight. As always, excited to be back once again, and there's no better way to start my week than with some awesome Halo Infinite action. Of course, we kicked off qualifiers a week ago. 2 teams will get to qualify to compete in this season, and we will decide the second team here tonight, so it's going to be a blast. Now, for those of you that are new, I want to break down really quickly just how Series E works, okay? Now, Series E is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple different titles. We've got Apex Legends, we've got Guilty Gear Strive, and of course, Halo Infinite. Now, the way that it works is teams and players come and compete in our open qualifiers just like today, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, what does that mean for those players and teams? Well, it means they sign a contract, they get a monthly salary, they get drafted and signed by one of our partnered brands, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. So if you and your friends want to get in on the action, head over to matcharena.com/ESA to sign up. And if you need any more information, head over to esportsarena.com. Now, of course, we do have plenty of games to get here to tonight. A couple of great casters you'll be getting to hear all throughout tonight's action. Shyway and Tools on the call, and we're looking forward to that. Before we jump into the fun, though, really quickly, I want to tell you about one other thing we're doing at our arenas all across the United States, and it's called PvE. Now, we love putting on events like Series E with these big, bombastic, incredible tournaments, but some players don't have 3 or 4 hours to dedicate to an entire bracket, but they still want to compete in esports. Well, PvE is the answer. No longer do you have to dedicate an entire afternoon or entire night to competing. Maybe you just want to compete in bite-sized pieces, and you can do it with PvE. The way it works is we host 4 different leaderboards, each with their own individual prize pot every single week. All you have to do is go out to your local esports arena, purchase tokens, and then use those tokens for entry in the different leaderboards. You put up your best scores, and of course, whoever finishes atop those leaderboards at the end of the week will win the prize pot. Again, 4 different leaderboards that run at all of our stores all across the nation every single week from Wednesday all the way through Sunday. So head over and get in on the fun. Now, got a good friend of mine in Studio White right now to give you an example of how things work here for PvE. We got our man Fizzy there in Studio White. One of the games you could possibly compete in is the Halo Infinite training mode. All you do is, as I said, purchase some tokens at your local esports arena, enter in the leaderboards that you want to compete in, and then put up your best scores. And now you can go in Wednesday, Thursday, maybe even Friday night and put up your best score. And the nice thing is that you can track all throughout the week how your score is performing on the different leaderboards. We run a 24/7 live stream over on our YouTube channel where you can keep track of the top scores all throughout the week. So if maybe by Saturday your score has fallen down the leaderboard a little bit, you can head right back into your local esports arena and put up another try. So make sure to use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now to find an esports arena near you to compete. Over 18,000 is the score there for Fizzy. So I would love to see if you folks could go out to an arena today and maybe beat his score and win you some awesome cash and prizes. Reminder, exclamation point locations is what you need to find an esports arena near you. Now we're ready to get into the Halo Infinite action here tonight, so let's kick off our final qualifier for Season 2 of Series E Halo Infinite.
You have so many opportunities to get angles to gather some of this kill on the snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. Here comes the collapse with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot, the double kill comes through, and now wow, when it comes to the opportunity here in Halo Infinite, but right now Signals have no concern for who their opponent is. And every bit of the opportunity to go. They only have 3 seconds to
Hello and welcome back. It's week 2 of Series E. Today we're going to find out our second team deserving of a sponsor. It's going to be quite a gauntlet to fight through to get there. Of course, a lot of very high-level teams competing in this one, so I can't wait to get into it. I'm happy to have Garrett with me to join me for the cast as well. Garrett, how you doing?
I'm doing great. We're going to have some great matchups throughout today. I was taking a look at the team list today. We got some strong contenders out there, some great pickup squads, some pro players trying to get their share of that 1,000, along with some scrappy top AM teams that are looking for that Series E sponsorship. So I think we're going to have a fun broadcast today, shall we?
Right, that's the exciting thing is there's a lot of reasons to compete, right? Some people, they're just in for the money, right? Like different pickups, teams, collections of pro players kind of coming together on squads that you would never see them on. And then you got teams who are hungry for that sponsorship, teams who are, looking for bragging rights, whatever it is, extra competition. Let's look at the format in the meantime, though, just so you can get a sense of how today is going to go. Because like we said, there's a prize pool involved. There's $1 grand on the line. But of course, the most kind of approachable option here, or what you'd ideally be hoping for, would be a sponsorship with Series E. And here's the format on screen: 4v4, top elimination. Till top 8, and then in top 8 we've got a double elim and a best of 3 the whole way through. Prizing, like we said, $1 grand on the line. That will be split between 3 placings. We got our map rotation on screen as well. Garrett and I, we're going to walk you through that as soon as we see it. But Garrett, I can't wait to get back into it. It's Razor Week as well, by the way.
Yeah, hey, shout out to Team Razor. They make some great products. I love their controller in particular.
Yeah.
They have the tactile buttons, the front facing buttons that feel like a mouse click. I think they're the only controller that does that. So if you're interested in something like that, make sure you go check out that Razor controller. That being said, we have our matchup, and it's Team Bohm versus the Pittsburgh Knights. Now, interestingly enough, PK went up against Warriors in the round before, so Ryan Noob's team, I believe, is out, if not in the losers bracket, because it is single elimination till top 8, and I believe this is the first top 8 round. But I could be completely off base. We'll have to go back and double confirm that. Maybe Warriors is just in the losers bracket. That being said, Bohm ready to take on this fight. I believe Bohm is also, the team is being filled in with Spartan as well. So, a bit of an interesting interesting roster over here. We're going to see some high-level gameplay. PK obviously went to Kansas City, had an incredible tournament there where they were just 1 game away from taking down Sentinels, your eventual winner in that tournament. But now going back home, they're ready. They're all jiving with each other. They're ready to try to take on this Bohm team and get a little bit further in our best of 3.
Well said, Garrett. I think you covered it all. We do have the series layout on screen, of course. So we got Strongholds on Recharge, Slayer, Aquarius, and then Live Fire, Oddball if we get there. Like you said, PK, they were playing hot, pretty hot at least, coming off of their first land back in Kansas City. And then you got Bohm, this pickup team. You mentioned Sparty was on this team as well. Do you have the full roster?
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look at this because I had it, and now I want to make sure I have it correct, because I believe Bohm's team did have a dropout, so they picked up Spartan to go in that place. So it's going to be Bohm, Piggy, I believe Aperture dropped down, so I believe that's Spartan now, and then Chrisley. So it's either Aperture or Chrisley that dropped out for Spartan. And this was supposed to be our revenge matchup of Spartan versus Ryan Noob. Unfortunately, Ryan Noob's team not able to get past PK. A tall task, to be sure. But Bohm's team, this is an interesting one, right? You got Piggy, who's from LG. You got Bohm from Built by Gamers. You have Spartan, who's riding the bench over at United. And then you have maybe Aperture from Torrent. So it's an interesting amalgamation of teams that are getting in with each other today.
And you mentioned Chrisley as well, who I believe briefly popped up on ESA Blue a few weeks ago, and he made some massive plays when he just kind of jumped into the team. So very excited to see kind of how he fits in this roster. And I think one of those other players that are kind of, I believe, newer to the scene, but are very quickly showcasing they can hang, right? And I think Bop was a good example back at Kansas City. Bop comes out, wins the FFA. He's a young kid. What's next for him? Where can he go? And Esports Arena, I think, is the perfect platform to find out, what's next for a lot of these newer players that got a lot of talent. Just got to find somewhere to use it, basically. So great points that you brought up. And then Ryan Noob's team, we're still kind of waiting to see whether or not they're around. Because like you had mentioned, that was a hell of a team also, right? Yeah. First off, PK, they're playing well to have beaten them to get here. But that team was, I think it was Ryan Noob, Suspector, Tony, and then we had, I think it was Jake NE to round that. That's the most random combination of players I could ever imagine. And I would have loved to see them play together. So hopefully, if they're still around, I know we talked about the fact that it's a single elim before top 8, so they might be gone. But best case scenario, Garrett, or not best case for everyone, but let's say PK are on one today and they somehow beat Spartan's team. Maybe we get like the legacy kind of matchup in the lower bracket later. Who knows?
Hey, who knows? That being said, PK, almost on the reverse side of what happened to Warriors this week, they got knocked out early in the tournament before top 8, where they ran into a bit of a blockade of some new upcoming players, which is, I think, is what's so great about the Esports Arena tournaments, is you get to see some players I had never heard of before that were able to take down the Pittsburgh Knights, which is a huge accomplishment and gives you a little bit more clout in the scene, gives you some opportunities to make some waves and maybe to find a better scrim. You know, hey, you're able to beat PK. Now PK is probably like, well, I want to scrim these guys so I never lose to them ever again. You get a little bit of better practice. You get more opportunities that way. So really, this is the stage to come and make a name for yourself.
I love it, Garrett. There's a bit of a storyline there. PK, a bit of a rough week last week, uncharacteristic, but now they look good. And let's see how that translates into game 1 here. Of course, our series now has begun. We got Recharge Strongholds to kick it off. Looks like we got a shock in the hands of a player to start this off, too. It is Sparty to kick things off. What a perfect player to have the shock to start the match.
Oh yeah, Spartan, well known for his ability with the sniper rifle. Remember back in the days of, I mean, even H2A, where he became Rookie of the Year. It was so long ago, about 5-6 years ago, where he became the Rookie of the Year, and it was because of the plays that he made with the sniper rifle in Halo 2 Anniversary, and that's really been a mainstay for Spartan ever since. Really expect him to pop off whenever he gets that shock rifle in hand, but we're seeing some tumultuous action towards B. Players going up and down.
Right. It doesn't seem to matter where Spartan lands. He always tends to be that main slayer. So we'll see if he can kind of make an impact later. But so far, like you said, there's a lot of commotion over on B Stronghold. Not sure what that meant for the shock rifle, but in the meantime, we still do have Sparty on screen. He's looking to make a bit of a flank here, too. And you got to, wow, I was going to say you got to love the BR shot, but a little uncharacteristic. He didn't quite win his fight. Instead, PK, they'll get the works there. Oh, well, it happens, though. Looks like 28 and counting, though, for our Bohm team. And we'll see if PK can break through.
Well, I like that play from PK, right? They got 3 down. They immediately pushed the pressure into Turbine, trying to get some of this A control. Unfortunately for him, it's a milk and a half at bottom elevator, and that's going to lead to a couple of stray deaths from PK. And now all of a sudden, boom, trying to take advantage of the situation. But PK answering back once again. Strong on the slays as we have Atso picking up the shock rifle.
Always got to watch out for these players on PK with the shock. They could definitely put it to work. In the meantime, Atso will just slide in, pick up B. You can see they got a BC hold, 2 dead on the feet as well. That gives Tapping a little bit of freedom to cap the A Stronghold. And you can see that Atso knows he's got some freedom to speed up here too. Already lighting up bottom mid. They got Drift down there too to help out with the kill, but Drift does not secure it. That's the camo player who lived. And it looks like Bohm's going to break away with maybe an opportunity here for Bohm for his team. Jesus.
Staying alive with camouflage is so big right here, and he needs to keep winning the fight. Oh no, Bohm goes down, but man, it's so critical to win those small one-on-one engagements where you have no help to keep those power-ups and power weapons in your team's hands. But it's just Team Bohm that's just been able to recover from this position. But if you're able to get away with camouflage and make it impactful on the map, that's how you get yourself a huge lead and start pulling away in this game.
Definitely moments like that could have a mental effect, you know, so to speak, on some of these players too, when you win those clutch 1v1s and kind of break away. Thankfully for PK, they shut it down quickly, but you can see Bohm still putting in work here. We've got Aperture on screen, Piggy with a kill as well in the feed, so that'll give him the opportunity to get to A. New spawner there, though, and Aperture, can't quite take the fight, so Tapping with a clutch kill. That's going to save A just for a couple seconds longer and does slow down Bohm a little bit in their kind of approach to map control here. We'll see if it gives PK an opening.
I'm just checking all these corners. You know, it's so confusing, guys. We have Team Bohm, and then we also have Bohm X.
I know.
So it's like sometimes we say Bohm, but it's like this is actually Bohm on your screen right here, taking the A position and watching this cross. And this was so important for this roster. Is yes, you have this trip cap in effect. Don't freak out if a team comes and pressures one hill. You can give it up. What's most important is keeping your map presence, making sure that you have quick access to all lanes, making sure that you have those cross shots and that you're able to work as a team. And that's exactly what they've done here. They have each other's help. They're watching these crosses, and PK is just suffocated in their back spawn as Aperture picks up another critical one. And all this action's going down. They might get B, but now they've lost position for the eventual camouflage that just popped up.
lost position, lost their numbers as well. And I like the fact that you mentioned camo. Actually, no, as we say, we do have PK at least covering A, right? A and C so important for that camo spawning up. It looks like camo's already in the body of Team Boom, so they picked it up. They rotated to B here as well. It looks like we do have Piggy with that camo. Can Piggy make a play here? You can see he's feeling it out. At the very least, he's got some info on these players on pipe, but can Piggy do something about it? Will open fire with BR and doesn't even get the trade, so not ideal. Drift still one shot. There's a nice little flank from Sparty McFly, and I mean, all it happens, 170 and counting. It didn't hurt him too badly.
We see, oh, look at that, a clean white. PK all seeing the respawn screen. Drift will be the first one alive, and this is opportunity for Team Boom. This is a potential trip cap coming in. They're able to get all three. The C-spawns came in for PK, which means this could be a quick answer for them if they're able to get to B in time, but it's a flank from Sparty McFly. Spartan checking behind all these angles. He doesn't want to stay in that hill, doesn't want to give too much information away. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to have much of an impact on the map yet. In this one-on-one, he needs to win, but he's in a dangerous spot right here. Oh, my. Not able to get away, but it just shows you how annoying Spartan is to try to take him down in a fight.
And definitely a good note there is Sparty knows he's going to lose that fight, but if you're in a situation like that, the best thing you can do is get directly under your opponent and make them have to commit to you, right? Make them have to jump out, go for the challenge, try to take that kill, and take their time with it. And that just gives his team some opportunities to pick up off of the distraction. And all while it happens, you can see PK have picked up quite well. They got 3 caps to their name. Still going to try to hold it down here. Tapping going to make a little rotation out to back B. We'll see if he can get the reset. Looks like he will. Spawner's up in C as well. So PK, the first semblance of control we've seen all game. And this man's got a shock in the back pocket here too.
Ooh, great reposition from Tapping Buttons. Wanted to make sure he got to that long haul lane, made sure no one could escape the fights. And that's another kill for PK. A beautiful headshot on the Spartan. And remember, it was a trip cap from Team Boom that created this separation early in the game. Now we're starting to see opportunities for the Pittsburgh Knights to start building themselves, fighting their way back into this game, as now it's only an 80-point separation. Although that's a massive hill to climb, there's plenty of time left, and they can keep playing this style of Halo. I think they can get the job done.
Oh, he hits. Oh, of course he will get that kill on Sparty. He's starting to heat up when it counts. He had a bit of a slow start, but now 12 and 6, and this man is going crazy. He'll fly in the B, pick up a nice little double melee, and somehow he is still alive, hiding behind these batteries. Can they get to him? They'll finally kill him. Looks like B does get reset. Challenge still coming in for PK, and it looks like Drift could not quite get his kill despite the help. Atso will pick it up. Still quite a lot of chaos going down in the center of the map. You can see Atso's on the other side there too to help out, so maybe PK can still stabilize this.
There's still plenty of time to work in this game. I mean, they're not even at 200 points yet, right? That's the thing I love about Strongholds is you have a really good idea how long it takes for people to actually get back into games. Every time you have a 2 cap, every second is 1 point. If you have a trip cap, it's 2 points per second. These teams have a great idea of how much of a leash they have to work with when they need to start playing out of position, maybe get things a little bit faster. But Piggy X able to get the cross, and that's going to give AB control back over to Team Boom. And now Piggy in a critical juncture, and he still finds one. The second eventually going to be able to take him down, but Sparty's there on cleanup duty. He's not going to be able to get that kill. Going to opt for the reposition. But I love this team from Team Boom and Sparty in particular as he takes down Drift with him.
Not a good situation for PK. Piggy had no business coming out on top with that kill. It slows down PK, their ability to regain the map. And it looks like they do still have some captures despite it, but they're bleeding time. 210 on the board here. And a slight mistake out of PK and things could fall apart. Big kill out of Piggy bottom mid. He's got his teammates to push back to B. And you can see they're fighting back for the map control here too. Piggy, is he still going? Teammate will take it. That's Aperture with a shock. So even the weapons in the hands of Boom here and not too much time to counter.
Oh, man, that player from PK just sitting in the back of B. Finally, the help comes in. Boom X going to get in position for that kill. And ooh, that's a huge kill right there. You see Team Boom goes 3 down momentarily, and PK trying to do their best to take advantage as Drift makes the quick rotation, giving up B, but getting the map position at C because he knew his teammates were going to spawn at that back long haul, expands himself on the map, gives map control to his team, and allowing them to continue putting points on the board.
Some great awareness there for sure. Can they hold on to their lives, though? Sparty getting aggressive in pipes, but look, he runs into two, and they're kind of just weaving in and out beside each other. Nice little bait and switch opportunity. And PK, if they can use their numbers still, they can keep the pressure up. Atso's going to try to clean up the kill on A. All while it happens, though, Bohm still putting in damage here. He'll drop, though. That's Aperture now down. They'll get back to A, and as long as PK can hold this A-B, they might have some safety here. Collecting time and angles across the map. Tapping is still up in Attic. Cross will still go down through Whirlpool, and they're still picking up kills off C here too, so you can tell Bohm definitely feeling the pressure at this point. PK, they'll push into C.
Getting into that back, tapping buttons goes down. Who else but Bomex hiding in the corner of backseat. Bomex, a perennial top AM player back in the days of Halo 5, found his roster spot and built by gamers early in Halo Infinite. Has been trying to make a name for himself and become one of those established home name pro players that we know of. And so far, he's been making great strides to that goal, but he needs to be able to come up in the clutch and close these vital games out, because PK is clawing their way back in, and Team Bohm has to put it up in the final moments here. It's essentially a tied game in everyone's minds. It's about who wins these last couple fights.
Unfortunate, Aperture could not quite, Bohm couldn't quite find that kill. He still does have the sword, though. He has presence on A here, too, so great line of sight. Sparty does die center map. Piggy over in Attic, he's going to do what he can. You can see him in that fight. It looks like he does come out on, or not on top, below it. Instead, they'll push to B in the meantime, though. And like you said, a tie game at this point, essentially. Can he earn back control of B? He's got to dive in to do it, sword in hand. They see him with it, though, and he's going to keep his distance. Bohm, he's got to close the gap, and he will. Piggy's still up top for A. They might be able to lock it down here, but you can see PK, they're moving quick.
They're trying to get back into B, but this might be too desperate from them. The player in B dies. The rotation through mid is not covered from Team Bohm anymore because Sparty died in that bottom tower. You can see PK putting a ton of resources getting to B, but that means they've left C exposed. Oh my, who else but Drift to make the critical plays? 2 for him. Atso cleans it all up, and C gonna go right back into the hands of PK. Wow. Massive plays from Drift to make the rotation. Yes, he could have gone to A and got the safe, secure, and kept the 2 cap. Instead, he risked it all through the dice, and it's a trip cap for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Did that play just win them the game is the question now. Can Bohm break out of this situation? You can see they're spawning up in Attic. They got sightlines all across B. They have to desperate themselves into center map, and they're dying in the process, and it's just not enough. PK, as a team, they'll come through and earn not only the comeback, but the game to start off our series. Garrett, what a way to spin the dial there. And I think, you know, of course, there were many moments of brilliance out of PK to get there, but that play at Adrift at the end to get the double and open up the map for his team, you could tell that they were battered after that one.
Yeah, Drift made a critical rotation at the end of that game. He risked it all, right? There was the safety net of, hey, they're getting C where we have B control. We can just go to A. Like, we have these spawns. Instead, he said, I'm going to stay forward. I'm going to be the tip of the spear. I'm going to try to plunge myself into the flesh of that body. And he penetrated and made the play. I mean, 2 critical kills. And then who else but Atso on the other side of the map to clean up the third to get the wipe. Atso going 28 and 15 in that last game, coming up huge for his team. 13 positive in the kill feed for him, and honestly, he is quickly becoming a superstar in Latin America, and we could see him making some huge waves and becoming, you know, that legacy that tapping buttons has for the Latin Americans. I could definitely see Atso getting up to that same mantle.
I definitely think their clutch factor and late game efficiency is just testament to their experience together as a team. These boys, they got chemistry. They've been playing together for years at this point. We've been watching them, commentating them over this roster in Halo 5 as they would, you know, kind of trade blows with the top teams in Esports Arena. And that time in, it counts. That chemistry, it counts when it comes down to it, and it's down to the wire. A team like Bohm just being formed, you know, for this tournament. Can they survive when you're going up against a well-oiled machine like PK? We'll have to see, Garrett. Here it is, game 2.
You got to remember the early game in game 1 was not close at all. Team Bohm had a commanding lead, but PK solved it all at the back end of the game, and that makes you think if PK can come out here strong, establish an early lead, then you have to feel a bit nervous for Team Bohm, and that's exactly what's happening early on. You can see PK feeling themselves, pushing effortlessly into these back bases and finding kill after kill as it's a triple for Drift. Oh, Overkill's ahead of you. He's going for the ego chow. No one there to give him the satisfaction, but PK running on all cylinders.
I mean, despite that slow start on Recharge Strongholds, it didn't take him too long to get the ball rolling after. And Drift, he is just bulldozing through the enemy team at this point. They finally kill him. I think he took about 6 kills along with him. He has 6-1 to start the game, clearly feeling the confidence off that momentum he gained to close game 1.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that he's still running that high from the clutch play from before, and he looks absolutely unstoppable. Team Boom has to prioritize taking Drift down, shutting him out, even if you have to call him out by name and commit
chase
for those kills. But Adso's not letting Spartan get away, chasing him down. As I mean, Team Boom is just, they are seeing the ER come. You know, the ambulance lights are on. It's coming to their house, and it's just looking devastating as it's another 3 down. PK is just absolutely cutting through the defenses of Boom.
With Drift leading the charge. He almost picked up another triple. By the way, that was a double, and then a teammate cleaned up that third. Drift still going here. 9 kills to his name, make it 10. That's a camo up on top mid for PK and another double. He's still going, looking for the third here. Puts the damage in, will back him down. Do you even bother to challenge Drift at this point? He's hitting everything. My God.
The awareness of Drift in that situation. He essentially traversed the entire map, looking 3 different spots, got 3 different kills. His awareness is at its peak. His shot is better than everyone else's in the game. You can tell when a player reaches their flow state, and that's what Drift is. He's in his flow state. He can do no wrong. Plus 10, and he's about to make it 11 as this player egos back in. You can't give Drift those easy ones as he's looking for more. This camouflage about to run out, but not before he finds another couple to add to his collection.
It's just one of those games, baby, when everything clicks, right? Every play that you make just happens to be a god play, and it just confirms your push, your next move, and it all just kind of, you know, snowballs into each other. He's just on a groove right now. Like you said, flow state. Everything going well for Drift. 15-2 in this game, not missing bullets. He's got tapping, calling it out as he just flies in, full confidence, because why not at this point? Fly like you can't lose.
Honestly, at this point, I don't think they can lose. A 15-kill separation has grown, and finally 2 players from Team Boom have to team up to eventually take down Drift. But is it enough? As we're seeing at this point, what you have to... I think you have to go 2 for 1. No, maybe 2.5 for 1 for the rest of the game to even have a chance towards the end of this game. It's truly a mountain for these boys to climb, and we're not in a best of 5. It's best of 3s all day, baby. So this is your winners bracket life on the line right here.
Team Boom got to switch it on. They got to switch it on now, and they're running out of time to do so. That's for sure. Sparty will get a cleanup there, I believe, 35-24 at this point. Like you said, a best of 3. Not too much time to shift the tides here. I think that was Aperture on screen holding on top car. Drift in the meantime. Still on the hunt, by the way. 17-4. No fear from this guy. Pella would pick up the kill. Drift still looking for more blood here. Camo now up top mid. PK once again, they're in position. I mean, it's just snowballing. Big pickups out of Sparty, though, to slow it down. Drift going to slide in. Can he at least pick this up? He will, of course. I mean, out of everyone on the team to walk away with advantages, it just seems like everything is working for Drift.
Drift can do no wrong, but now suddenly the score, it starts to tighten. We're just at 10, and this is more than capable for a team like Team Boom to get back. This is done.
It's over.
It's over. The comeback's complete, right? Team Boom's gonna do it. You get the ninja right there. You got all the momentum on your side. That being said, it's an 11-point separation. PK, it's gonna be a tough one to throw, but there's still the possibility. You have to finish strong, and that's what we need to see from this PK roster as Aperture picks up another 2, and suddenly this looks closer and closer the more that we go on.
I mean, 9-kill separation at 42 is still a very challenging comeback, so we'll have to wait and see. But like we noticed, Aperture definitely got a bit of a confidence boost there. He was the one in kind of last place on the team. He has 7 kills to his name, but that changed. He was looking a lot worse just seconds before. So what a way to pick things back up. But they can't afford mistakes at this point, and mistakes might be made here. Pelu already picked up 2, 46, make it 4 left to close this one out. I just don't see a comeback in session here, Garrett.
No. You can see individual plays that close the doors of the comeback. Pelu making a smart play, hiding in the back of the closet, waiting for those players to overextend, and finds himself an easy double kill and puts the proverbial nail in the coffin for this team as they get to 49. The shots ring true. It's only looking for one more. And PK, they had a rocky start to the series, but they have looked unstoppable since that late comeback in game 1.
You know, PK are popping off when Tapping is just going around getting assists. He's like, I'll just let my teammates do their thing. They're all going crazy right now. Tapping coming out with 6 and 11 for assists right there. So just putting in damage and making sure they lock things down. And now that we've seen that series, Garrett, I think we got a pretty good understanding of why Rynoob's team didn't beat PK either. Yeah. PK, they're playing pretty nice today, and I think we talked about it kind of coming out of game 1 in a battle of chemistry versus, you know, your pickup roster. As individually talented as we know those players are on Team Bohm, they don't play together too often. So when things start to crumble and there's no designated roles on the team, how does it all work? Who does what, right? Things can falter, whereas PK, when they're shut down, Strongholds recharge, they're at a deficit, they'll still slowly kind of claw their way back, figure out ways to regain and make it work. So far, so good for PK.
Yeah, and they were able to push their advantages at every moment. I think that's the big difference that we saw between the two rosters is PK, when they found their opportunity to go for a clean wipe or they found their opportunity to go for a trip cap, we saw them make those plays. We saw them make those decisions in real time. It all comes back to Drift pushing into bottom VR and challenging 3 players and coming out on top instead of taking the safe route back to A and play the middle game. And I think that's why PK looks well positioned to make a run for the championship today. And I don't think they've played against hard teams throughout the entire bracket. They haven't had an easy matchup yet, and that will continue on, but they've been able to show that they can dig deep, pull out the victories from the grasp of defeat, and that's what I love about this Pittsburgh Knights roster.
It's just good Halo, Garrett, and I can't wait to see some more good Halo. I'm taking a peek at the bracket while you were speaking there, and just a couple updates. So, of course, we know PK, they won that series. They push on through winner's side. Their competitor might be CC Please. That's the team with Triton at the head here is all I can see at the moment. We still have to wait, unless they've completed what we were casting, but there was Sintanegra going up against Default. This is Joanne's team up against Strikey's. And then Warriors with Tony, and I believe that was the Rynoob team, right? Tony, Rynoob, Suspector, Jake. They, according to this bracket, are still alive in the lower bracket right now up against Titan, which is with NYC at the helm of that one. Then you got IDK with Kilimanjaro, so talented player from Canada, actually, from where I'm at in Toronto. Love to see what they could put together, but they might have to go up against Bohm's team if they win their series. So some heated matchups in both the lower and the upper bracket, Garrett. I think it would be a privilege to watch either.
Yeah, I think there's plenty going on. I believe we got word, so it's going to be Sintanegra versus Default back in round 2. So we're going back around, but we're in game 3 going into it. I think we're loading in at the moment. So Oddball Streets, we're going in Sintanegra versus Default. Now let me go pull up these rosters real fast because I was taking a look, and this is 2 Latin American teams that we're going to be watching. Default, Strikey's team, so Strikey, Heimroll, Rorsch, and them going up against Sintanegra, which is obviously a nasty bullet, and the crew, and we're already seeing
we're
action.
Deep into this.
This is round 3 of Oddball, and you can see that this has been a close one, but take a look at Strikey, 39 kills in the start of round 3. This man has been lighting up the scene.
I gotta say, you know the game's been a bloodbath when literally every single player is double digits in every category except, like, Strikey, like you mentioned, men's 41, but 7 with the assists and then 30 kills. But my God, look at the stats, right? This has been going, and it's been going for some time. Looks like it's the start of round 3 here. All on the side of Default right now over on C. Players still dropping left and right. All while it happens, though, we got Heimgel. We talked about this, Garrett, the pronunciation here. I'm sure we'll get it, but he's holding ball.
Hey, you know, Heimgel, I'm going to say it, man.
Say however you want to say it.
He needs to go and think long and hard about his gamer tag, and if he wants to keep that one. Sometimes a rebrand can be helpful. We'll have to see if he takes our advice eventually. But Sintanegra has a hill to climb early on in this game, and it's really been Strikey that's been leading the charge. Strikey, this up-and-coming player from the Mexico region who's just been absolutely able to take over games. Realistically, when you look at these stat lines, Shyway, you'd be looking at Strikey as the only reason that they're in this game. The load is equally spread between Centronegra. Default is relying on that slaying prowess of Strikey to really maintain their efforts in this game.
I think it's safe to say that the large number of assists, though, on his team is definitely helping Strikey secure some of these kills. But like you said, when it comes down to it, the man cleaning up shop here looks like it is Strikey. And since we've witnessed him, he's picked up another 5 to add to the board here. Looks like we do have Centronegra starting to pop off, though. They've gotten a couple crucial kills back base. While it happens, though, Rockets spawning up. And Default actually in a great position to secure Rockets and maybe push through the doors. You can see Strikey is dead, though. Gonna lose another teammate here. Not a good look for Rorsch. He's now in trouble. Magico tries to get the reach out, but that ego not gonna work out. Rockets, I think they drop center map here, and Rhymegill is getting on top of it. We'll see if they break away. Shoddy in their hands as well, so Default, they got the artillery.
Oh, man, that was a huge break from the side of Default, but the job's not done. The play ball essentially came through. And you can see Sepstars was quick on that rotation, and this is what you want to see. Sepstars milk that ball away and let opportunity for your Rocket player to find the picks and set yourselves up. But he's in trouble.
Where did that Rocket go? I think he went through 3 different players right there and somehow got 0 kills, so that is unfortunate. If anything, I thought he might have been aiming for the platform, right? Like the spike nade platform. Probably would have done it, at least for one player. But either way, just a very unfortunate situation. And Centonegra, they'll take full advantage of it. Although, as I say it, they will die. Sorry, Strikey's the one popping off. He's got 50 now, by the way. Last we checked in with this man, he had 44. So somehow he secured 6 kills in that short time period. Once again, like you had mentioned, a big part of the reason why Default have found this ball.
Hey, all I'm going to say is, Strikey, you drop the ball. Let someone else take the responsibility. You need to keep slaying. When you got the hot hand, keep it in your hand. Strikey has that shotgun in the back pocket, the red gun for Rorsch, and this is what you see. Weapon dominance, so key to the victory on streets. If you're able to get the red gun, get the rockets, get the shotgun, and control those weapons, it makes the job so much easier, and it allows you to have more opportunities.
And is there any opportunity left for Centonegra in this game, though, Garrett? You can see they're holding the ball with the final 8 seconds here. We need to see some aggression at a Guardian. Where does he go? Sepstars with a kill. Can they make it to the ball? 2 seconds left to do it. He'll get the melee. It'll drop out front. But is that enough to keep this in play here? They'll collect it. It does not seem to matter. That winning team is still going to go to Default to close this one out.
Yeah, Guardian got a little bit stun locked at the end right there. Took the detour towards ATMs, getting caught up on the one shot that he made instead of looking at the timer and saying, hey, I have to make sure that this ball doesn't get in a play position. He needed to look towards ball player, a one shot who was essentially able to milk 3 more seconds. But what's more important is he was able to get that ball out of Subway and throw it down the purple stairs, where it was easy enough for Default and the rest of the team to come in, pick that ball up, get the last couple seconds of ball time. Centonegra, a very strong team who have to be kicking themselves early on in this tournament, because I think in their mind they see themselves as the better team in this situation. Obviously, I think these guys scrim a lot, each other a lot, and it oftentimes is a very even split. But Centonegra, you would imagine that these guys would feel very comfortable in this matchup. Instead, they felt the blow of Strikey and him dropping 51 kills for the dub.
That's an insane stat line, 51. Only ever happens in Oddball, right? Oddball just goes to 3 rounds. These games are long. It's a gauntlet the whole way through. So, not surprising that one was... Oh, too bad we didn't get to see it all, though, right? Because I would have loved to see the first, 40 kills at a Strikey that we missed. Must have been popping off. I think a clear hint as to, what his game plan was the shotgun we saw in the feed. I think the shotgun's got to be maybe the most devastating weapon on streets. And if you're the man controlling it, then it's no surprise that you're the guy getting the majority of the kills there. So Strikey definitely had a handle of the important weapons, and it seemed like Default overall towards the end of that game definitely had that locked down, and it gave them the advantage. I wonder how long it'll last, though, right? A big point that you brought up is the level of comfort between these two rosters. They play all the time. They're both LATAM teams, so they're very comfortable playing against each other. That is going to change. They're about to face some NA teams after this one.
Yeah,
or at least Default will.
We're going to be jumping into Default versus CC Please in our next matchup. We're going to go back to Yeso in the meantime. He can break down what Series E means for everyone at home. We'll have some more Halo action soon enough.
First couple of matches in the books there. And of course, we kicked it off with Bohm's squad there up against PK. And PK taking care of business, especially there in game number 2. Really came out swinging in that Slayer matchup. Dominated really start to finish to close out a nice clean 2-0. And PK moves on to winners finals on that side of the bracket. It's a really good showing there from PK, taking out a squad that has got, you know, a lot of talent. You look at Bohm, Spartan, Piggy, that whole roster. Pretty good there. Of course, maybe not that typical combination of 4 players, so that, you know, can certainly be some chemistry to be desired there, but still a lot of talent on that team. PK looking really solid there, cleaning them up in winners semifinals. Then we jumped to the other side of the bracket to a very interesting matchup. Sintanegra versus Default. And interesting enough, Default comes out with the 2-1 win to move on to the winners semifinals. And that's important because if you throw it back to last Monday, these teams met last Monday, interestingly enough, the first time in winners round 2, just like that. And Sintanegra took the win 2-0. They moved on. They ended up going all the way to winners finals and falling to CC Please there. Default, meanwhile, had to make the losers bracket run. And who did they meet in losers finals but Sintanegra, and then fell again? So Default went 0-2 against Sintanegra a week ago and come into today, meet them in the same spot in the bracket they did to start off last week, and they get their revenge. Now, they may meet up once again. We'll have to see how things shake out in the bracket. Default will play against CC Please in their next matchup, and that is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but there is a possibility to see Default and Sintanegra run into each other in that losers bracket once again, and we'll have to see if maybe Default can get the best of them once again and try and avenge that 0-2 from that matchup from last week. So huge win there for Default. They move on. Of course, as I just mentioned, they will play against CC Please for that final spot in winners finals for a shot at PK and a guaranteed top 3 finish. So we'll have to see what they can do. But Tools and Shyway are ready to get us into the next set, so I'm going to hand it right back over to them.
Thank you, Yeso, for the update and a little peek at the bracket as well. Like he said, we've got CC Please in that next matchup going up against Default, and then that next competitor waiting for them is PK. So a lot of very talented LATAM teams in this tournament, and PK at the top of the heap at the moment, unless Default want to push a little farther here, Garrett. We're going to have to find out. Our series on screen, our layout as well, same one that we witnessed last time: Strongholds, Recharge, Aqua, Slayer, and then Oddball, Live Fire.
Yeah, this the CC Please roster going to be a very tough one to upset right here from Default. I mean, it was already an upset to take down Sintanegra, but now you really have everything down for you. The CC Please roster, most of them were here last week and they took the crown. Obviously, there's been some changes made, but this is the team that's led by Common and Triton, as those 2 players have just been proven to be a huge thorn in the side for any of the teams that have tried to compete against them in the last couple weeks. And that looks to be to continue, in my opinion. I think these guys are going to be the team to beat this week.
Quick peek at the rest of the roster, by the way. They're joined by Carmea and Shock, Alex Shock. So these are 2, you said thorns in the side. These are some big thorns as well to round out the team here. Alex Shock, we've been seeing a lot more of him, comes from Gears. Typically playing with, you know, some of the Gears pros, COD pros, but maybe, you know, branching out a little bit. Very talented player, so can't wait to see what he brings to the team. And then you've got Carmea, recently branded with Luminosity, right? He joined Luminosity very recently. Awesome pickup, and a very young player as well. Somebody who I think always dazzles us, Garrett, when it comes to big plays. He typically likes to steal the thunder. He picks up the shock, picks up the sniper. He's always moving quick. So, you know, can't wait to see what he puts together. And I wonder, you know, who picks up what in this situation? You got a lot of heavy hitters, all kind of just, they came together as a little bit, like we said, a bit of a pickup team. I wonder who gets the snipe in this situation.
Yeah, there's so many. You know, I met Carmea back in Kansas City, one of my favorite pros to talk to at the event. The man was just ready, excited. You could just tell that he was having the time of his life. Obviously, he's coming in. So last week it was Common, Triton, Gilkey, and Rami as the other 2. This time we have Alex Shock and Carmea taking those spots. Some big shoes to fill. but we know that they're capable. And Alex Shock, I mean, hey, he's been an absolute shock to the Halo scene, I think, for a lot of people as well. Obviously, he made his name in Gears, but he was on that Red Wolves roster in Kansas City that came and just was upset city. You know, everyone really had their eyes over on the Dynastic team, the other Gears of War team that had all the that had Mental and all these well-known established winners in Gears of War in the Gears of War scene. Instead, it was Red Wolves who came out and were taking names. Looked like a promising roster for the rest of the year.
This is making me so who did they upset? Like you said, Red Wolves was a team that kind of popped off and had a couple big upsets. Do you remember?
I'm gonna go pull up the roster so I can actually go
for it.
Yeah.
I've got the guy's Twitter feed up because I'm kind of curious to see, because I remember he was tweeting about some of the big wins that he had picked up. And
yeah, they were actually like huge upsets if I recall correctly.
Some pretty good ones, yeah.
I want to go give them that love, because I think, you know, we don't really talk about those like top 16 teams too often.
Sure.
You know, it's all about the top 8, but Red Wolves were absolutely coming out and making some they were the ones that beat Na'Vi. They beat Na'Vi in a game 5 to start off the day. Yeah.
Yep. Na'Vi was the biggest one, I think, but there was another team leading up to Na'Vi that I think was another like pretty big, like heavy hitter, like one of those contenders to get to pools that they kind of knocked out, right?
Right.
But Na'Vi was a big one. Na'Vi had a very rough tournament, and that's a whole other discussion.
Well, yeah, they ran into Red Wolves right away. I mean, hey, talk about a tough one.
So a little surprising, right?
Yeah, I don't think they expected themselves. The other team that we're talking about, Shopify Rebellion,
that's a big
other Gears of War team that came through. That just absolutely, I mean, Red Wolves stole the spotlight from them. And I honestly, man, this Red Wolves team is, or you know, those players on that Red Wolves team are really ones to look out for. So I'm really excited to see what happens. So Red Wolves were one game away from qualifying into pools. They lost to G1. But before that, they were absolutely going through. Like, they beat the native roster to start their winter bracket run, and then over in losers, they beat Oxygen to qualify for the for the big match.
Yeah.
So I mean, talk about, you know, coming up clutch and winning when it mattered most.
Right, and in a LAN environment too, when you got a different pressure, and that's like, you know, the truest form of competition. So nice to see that translate. Let's bring it back online, though, and see how things play today. Can't wait to finally experience this series once it's ready. Of course, as soon as this lobby is ready to go, we're going to jump in, so bear with us as we get that set up. But Strongholds recharge, I mean, we got to witness it once already, Garrett. We saw it with PK. They were down and battered for a majority of the game, but they found their footing, and the moment they did, they locked it in. They kind of, you know, locked down the rest of the game. We couldn't quite see a comeback out of Bohm. So what do you think are kind of those keys to success that allowed PK to push through, and maybe is there something the default can channel to find that same success against a team like CC?
Well, there was 2 critical moments in the last time that we saw Strongholds recharge, at the beginning of the game and at the end. At the beginning, it was Team Bohm who were able to get that trip cap and hold it for an extended period of time, building their lead up to 190 seconds. Now, on the flip side, remember at the end of the game, it was the devastating blow, the trip cap at the end that was led by Drift's play at bottom BR. And that's what I expect to see both teams going out for, looking for opportunities, weaknesses that they can exploit and try to turn into trip cap advantages. If you can find yourself in a trip cap and having the spawn rotation knowledge, then you can find yourself getting huge amounts of time in short periods of time. So we're talking about 60 points in 30 seconds if you're able to get the trip cap in and then find a clean set of kills off spawn rotation.
But like you had kind of hinted at, that trip cap doesn't typically come unless somebody pops off and makes a massive play, though, right? And Drift was that key player in that situation. I think it was, you know, 2 BR fights back to back. He outguns and comes out with a double. Something like that opens up an opportunity for the team to take space on the map and then force spawns exactly where they want them, or split them on spawns, get them on a cycle, right? So first we need to see somebody pop off and make a play. Strikey, I'm looking at you in this situation, right? Strikey popped off in that last series. He's going to have to do it again, along with his team, against even better players this time.
Hey, Strike, he dropped 51 in the oddball. He can drop some huge numbers. And take a look at, is that 1, 2, 3, 4 down to start the game? Default clearly feeling hot after winning a critical game 3.
Let's see if they can keep it going. Strongholds recharge. It can go by quick, or this one could take a while. We'll find out. Big plays coming out of Strikey, though, to start it off. He'll start with 2 kills. Does get cleaned up. Looks like Triton will live to get back to C. And a little bit of coverage, hopefully, for CC here. Default, they will lock down things early, but Triton's got an answer with a nice little double.
Remember, trip caps are what we're looking for, and well, Default have already found themselves in an opportunity to maybe potentially get some trip caps early on. They weren't able to execute on them, and that's the final phase that counts more. Being able to find those opening picks are important, but executing them to the advantage that you want is what's most vital. 42 seconds to start off this game is great, but I think it could have been better. Default can still clean some things up, but CC Please looking for their first opportunities of the game.
See that situation with Rorsch, though, right? He's got the grapple in the back pocket. Great resource to have, but if you use it at a bad time, you just get lit up and melted immediately, right? You got to kind of wait for that moment to activate off the cross of your teammates so that when you do zip across the map, you got a little bit more freedom to do so. But here's a little zip to get out of a fight. In the meantime, though, Triton back on our screen with the grapple in hand. Looks like Default will take advantage of A, but very quickly that scoreline has now tied up, and that might change the tide to this game, especially with the shock in the hands of Triton there.
Yeah, I mean, even if you get the trip cap for a short period of time, you can already see the devastating effects it can have on the game, allowing them to tie it up quickly and now take a commanding lead of their own. The way that they've been able to manipulate the map into their favor has been incredible to see from CC Please. The only thing that's really lacking is keeping up the consistent slaying numbers. They've been doing it in spurts, in my opinion. If they can just consistently keep Default on that respawn screen, that's where we'll see CC Please flourish. But now a huge play over at C, and Triton gonna let that player get away, and now he's last alive, desperately trying to get C for his team. Well-placed grenade. He'll be able to get the kill and get away with his life. And look at this, even going back, a huge play from Triton. Last alive, the last line of defense, and he does everything necessary to keep C at home.
Triton definitely looking like the playmaker to start this game. Common with 7 to his name as well, so they're definitely putting down some damage. And that's an A and C hold in the meantime, too. 42 points for Default was the score that they had off their opening setup, right? They have not moved an inch since CC have bounced back in this one. Alec with the kill on the feed as well. Triton just going to hold down mid-map. Sneaky flank there out of a blue player. We'll see if he lasts, though. The grapple will get him out of the situation. And no kill going to come out of Triton as well. So Default, they do lock down that Whirlpool. Looks like they'll lock down A in the meantime, too. So the first point, or like, I guess, scoring on their point total since it will happen now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, talk about a drought, right? You gave up 107 seconds of uncontested time, finally getting yourself back on that board, and now it's about holding this possession. But Name, oh my, he just came in and just flew them all on the ground. And it looks like we had a little bit of a roster swap. This is the first time that I noticed it. So Name making his appearance in this instead of, who was that player that he's replacing? Instead of Carmea. So it's Name instead of Carmea.
Definitely a big change there, but we'll see how it pans out. So far, so good, that's for sure. CC looking great on this one. Alec coming out with a double to just add insult to injury here. 137 and counting, and the kills keep coming. That's Common with 1. Primegale will pick up the trade, but look at the melees. They're brawling here. Nobody's connected. There's Name finally with the kill. That'll keep this slight advantage in numbers here for CC Please as they get to 150 and beyond. Default, they need to find an answer.
Strikey was sliding his way across that map, but it just did not matter at the end of the day because the defense CC Please has been so strong. Whenever players have needed to come up clutch in their home bases, they've done it time and time again. And I love this rotation from Shock. He's going to get back into the action right at the perfect time, gets the kill at the last moment, is even pushing his advantage even more. These are the plays that you love to see. Alex Shock new to the Halo seed, but he's not new to being icy at all. This man has made a career for himself in Gears, and it looks like he's going to elongate his pro career in Halo because he's making plays.
This is just a party crasher game plan here, though, right? From the start that the moment we switched on his POV, he comes into a fight that's midway through, cleans up the kill, still has full shield, so he ego chows the guy over at nades. He keeps going, right? He knows he's got the advantage. He knows he's got the timing for it. And you got to love the use of the slides, too, to close the gaps on the distance, to stay aggressive and make sure he gets those melees before, any more damage is done. Any kind of trade opportunity is possible. They're zooming around the map at this point, Garrett. Very scrappy fights left and right, but it's all just working out for CC.
Yeah, very fast, aggressive gameplay. These guys want to keep the aggression up, and it's Shock going in for A once again, keeping that 2-cap pressure as he's looking for more. Oh, man, he's going to be able to find another. The nade eventually takes him down with him. But I mean, default, they started off so strong, 42 seconds of uncontested time, and now it's been 224 to 11 points of outscoring from CC, please.
I mean, at this point, default look like they've completely fallen apart, Garrett. They need to find their footing. They don't really have any time to do so. Make it about 10 seconds to close this one. We do see default bounce into the captures here, but only to lose their lives. Getting melted out center map. Gonna clean that one up thanks to Alex Shock. They'll get back to B, make it 3 more seconds to close this out. And CC, please, they don't just win game 1. They obliterate default in game 1. What a statement to start the series.
And they had a hot start, but a hot start can only
back in it. We're right back into the gameplay as well. Had a little bit of an unexpected hiccup, but good to be back and good to have no lag time in between. Garrett, this is underway.
Oh, yeah. We're right into the match, and looks like Default is keeping up. In the meantime, we've seen how CCPs can just provide separation at any moment in time. And honestly, I'm looking at Alex Shaw. He's this up-and-coming player. Obviously been a Gear of War pro for a long time now, but he's come to Halo, and I think he can quickly find himself on some of the top teams. And I think this is a perfect platform for himself to prove his worth. So expect to watch him make some high-flying action. He's quick on the map. He likes to take his advantages. We're starting to see some action go down. Sep stars. Find one, but oh my, Triton shut him down. Triton has been an absolute monster. Really the unspoken player on Complexity on Shyway. We always talk about, the Vetra, the monster on that roster. But Triton, I really think can make a name for being the best player on Complexity.
It's a good point in that he is still a bit of a question mark, I think, as far as like his recognition in the competitive scene. Definitely a talented player and on the roster when he was on in the first place, but not as well known as some of the other competitors. And a good opportunity once again for him to kind of get that spotlight and really showcase his prowess here. Everyone really having that opportunity on the side of CC because things are still looking good for them. This game is still close, though. Default still finding the chance to keep this one even. 20 on the board here on Boba Strikey. And if anyone is going to shut down one of these players in that spotlight, you'd expect Strikey to do it after some of the plays we saw this man make in the last series.
Yeah, Strikey dropping 51 kills on an Oddball. Obviously, none of Default having their IMPSP game one. They've been able to overflow in game two. Slayers often find themselves closer, depending on either team. Ooh, that's a tough
Everything was
one.
shooting.
Yeah, he's. I think he was in between. Absolute definition of a blender. Just the
I think
blades
even his
from all
teammate
sides.
was in there too. Like I saw some blue coming up too. Like he was getting team shot at enemy shot. It was rough. And the result of it though is a bit of an advantage starting to form for CC. Name with a big pickup and a double two.
Shots coming through. Strikey looking to take some damage across the map, not able to get those kills, and I think that's just been what's been happening to Default, right, Alex? Is they get into these positions, they get the shots down range, but they haven't been able to finish the end goal, get those kills, and stay alive. Executing on the final phase, I think, is where they've fallen short thus far versus CC, please.
Right, when it matters most and they need that map control to set the ball rolling, they don't quite get the opportunity. There's always, a trade that comes out of CC to kind of keep them at that numbers deficit. And the result is like a slow climb and the distance in the gap between these two teams here. CC with 34, now just a 4-kill deficit thanks to Strikey, who's sneaking his way through. You gotta love how he had the trigger discipline, the patience to not shoot there, camo back up, allow his teammate to come in with the kill, and the first little momentum string I think we've seen out of Default as they have a lock on spawns and 2 dead as well. Final 2 in the base. This is exactly where they want them.
Oh yeah, and this is CC Please is desperately looking for an answer. And there goes the split spawns coming. That's going to push Strikey down, but he's still trying to find these picks. And oh man, that just shows how important timing is in this game, right? They had the position, they had the spawns, but they had a set amount of time in which they could execute on that play. And it elapsed through. You saw the split spawns come in. A couple shots in the back was all it took for all that presence on the map that Default had to crumble away.
And that's the thing is, in moments like that, when Default has that clear advantage, they got the numbers, they got the perimeter around the base, you really got to look to a player like Its Name to still come out with 2 kills and still keep the scoreline even despite a situation where, he should have died outright. Now we're just looking at 41-39, but Default do have an advantage. And things are getting down to the wire here as well. We got some time till camo. You can see both teams on opposite sides of the map here. So about to be a brawl over on pink. And that's already going down. 2 dead in the feed here. Just looking for a target through car side. Triton opening things up, though. And you can see them starting to quicken the pace here. They know they got numbers to do it. That's a massive kill at Its Name. But all well it happened. Still 2 more on the side of Default.
Yeah, the pace that we're playing, expect to see a 50-49 finish. These guys are playing about as even as possible. Finally, though, Default making some waves. They've been able to get a few down. And now finding a point separation of 3. Camouflage gonna go into their hands, but Sepstars quickly shredded off top mid. But I believe that camo never got burned. And I believe a player from default has gotten away with that camouflage.
Well, it looked like they sent multiple to kind of dive in to go pick it up, though, and I wonder if it hurts them. 48 to 46 at this point, but a double out of Alex Shock when it matters most. He'll bring it to just a 1-kill deficit. And can they claw back in these final moments? You can see all 4 members at default over on blue side here. CC looking for a point of attack, but they don't have a lot of time to do it. Primegel just barreled straight down through the center here. Rorsch will die, make it 49 to 48 here, Garrett. Make it 49 all.
Last moment, who's going to make the player? Who's going to stand up to the task? Alex Shock on your screen. He made the critical double to get them back into the game, and now he's trying to find the finishing blow. Looking around, you can see all default stand up together, and they fall together. Sepstar's the last player falling out, and it's just such an even game through and through. And at the last moments, it was critical plays from the side of CC Please that all culminate together to come into a 50-49 victory. Huge plays from them at the end of the game.
But sad story in the end of that, though, too, right? In the end, they lose by 1. They had the default had the advantage, and by losing that game, they lose the series. It's a best-of-3 series. So that was their moment right there. Not to say that they blew it, right? But like there was a storyline starting to form to bounce back off of that Strongholds deficit, which, man, that looked brutal. And then to almost take that game, too. Unfortunate, but in the end, CC, they push on, and now it's up to CC to see if they can defeat what I want to say are kind of the kings of the LATAM region currently. It doesn't get any easier, right? PK's waiting for them in the bracket.
Yeah, PK has been dominating the Mexico scene in the HCS. These players have been around in the Latin American scene for as long as possible. I mean, we've just known them for so long now, and you're going to specifically look at tapping buttons, what many would say the superstar of Mexico. He's found himself on North American rosters when Evil Geniuses back in Halo 5. He has really great relationships with with a lot of those rookie Halo 5 players that have come up and have taken over the Halo scene, such as Fallicated, Boo Boo Doo and that crew. He's been in that circle. Tapping buttons is truly the superstar of Mexico, and if they're gonna get this done today, it's gonna be because tapping buttons leads them to a victory.
He's seasoned, he's cultured, right? He's been there, done that, got a lot of EXP from a lot of different areas, and I'm sure it will translate into this series. We got the layout on screen, though. Garrett, looks like we're almost ready to get into this. This is winners finals, by the way. The winner of this series, they punched their ticket into Grands. They're waiting for their competitor. And like we had kind of talked about at the start of the show, Garrett, there's a lot of reasons to be here, right? Some people, they just want that $1 grand. You know, PK and actually both of these teams, I think, are a good example. It's a combination of let's get some bragging rights. Let's get $1,000 on a Monday. You know, why not? And then you've got a couple other teams that are currently in the lower bracket who have a shot at that sponsorship, who are still fighting for it. But this one, this is just mano a mano. Who's going to get the money here?
Yeah, it's I mean, hey, you're guaranteed money. That's the great thing about being in this winners final, right? Top three is guaranteed $600 to first place. You can guarantee yourself into top 2 right here. And man, I want to say that, like, CC Please, you know, they won last week. They had such a strong week, but PK is obviously feeling some sort of way this time. Like, they looked really dominant when we watched them. I mean, this to me is going to be a true coin flip. But if I was gonna have to give my edge, I think I'm going to give it to PK this time around, Shyway. I just think that these guys are really upset that they weren't able to perform last week, and they're coming out to be true winners this time around.
They're definitely looking like different beasts. Considering the rosters that they've already taken down to get here, I can't, doubt your prediction. I'm not going to challenge you on it, Garrett. They beat Spartan's team and Ryan. Of course, pickup teams, but Ryan Noob and Spartan, no slouch regardless of where you put them, and they had some very talented teammates join them. Now, I'm sure CC will give them a run, and it's going to be a hell of a battle, but CC, we witnessed in the Slayer just previously that despite the fact that they might have dominated in that objective, there are still some weaknesses, maybe some cracks in the game plan there that came out in that 49-49 game for game 2. PK, they don't have the same kind of weaknesses. They don't have the same kind of, cracks. When things get rough, they tend to clutch up.
Yeah, and that's I think that's what we need to see from CC, please. Is just a dominant victory in one of these first 2 games against PK. The Slayer is always going to be close. You know, it's not very often that you see 2 high-level teams just have an absolute blowout in the Slayer. It's usually the great equalizer between the top teams. The objectives, I think, is what's going to come down to today. If you can win this first objective, I think you have a great shot to win this series altogether. I think the Slayer is always a coin flip. If you can come out, show strong objective efficiency, then you're really setting the pace for the rest of the game. So in my opinion, if you win game 1, you're going to win this series.
That's a good point. So objectives, of course, we know winning game 1, that'll set the precedent, but that would be the or I guess the objective would be to win the objective for either team. But this is where I think CC can kind of make their dent, because just based off of what we've seen, at least we haven't seen too much today, but we saw PK dominate Slayer. Like, it wasn't even close when they played their Aqua Slayer game. Like, Drift went ham, they all went crazy, and it was a blowout. But the Strongholds game was a different story. That one was close down to the wire till PK had to, kind of pull things back. Maybe CC can find that end game. They can find that clutch factor. They're going to have to do it Stronghold Streets. Didn't go through the layout here, Garrett, but of course we see it. We got Slayer, Live Fire, Oddball Recharge as well. Stronghold Streets, this is a kind of a crazy one to start with, though, right? Very close quarters map, very chaotic.
Yeah, a lot of swings that you'll see on this map. It's very easy to maintain your control on it. So expect to see 100 to 150 seconds of runtime for these teams of just absolutely running away with games on streets. And then obviously power weapon control is always top priority. Obviously you have the rockets, which is nice. It's 2 free kills, but in my opinion, the game really runs through that shotgun, the bulldog that spawns over across the map, as you see some of the highlights on screen. But if you can control the bulldog, I think you can control the game, especially on Strongholds, because you're basically a one-man army in some of those defensive positions.
Definitely. Bulldog control going to be key, and movement going to need to be on point here too. You got to love the plays at a tapping, and I think this was the moment where PK started to find their footing and their confidence, and you can just see the sizable deficit that they had to come back from right on the board there, 210 to 121. Bohm and team are looking to close out the game, but little did they know PK would, very slowly find their footing and find their way back and start to really even the odds by the end of it. And that was only the beginning of the dominance. This is the play that broke the game right here, right? This was the out BR at a drift on this Sparty of all players, by the way. A third person drops, and that opened up everything on the map and just set the snowball to close it.
Man, PK has just been so good, and it was just a Slayer that really put it over the edge for us, right? It was seeing them just come out and be so dominant versus a very talented team in Team Bohm. When you have Spartan on a team, you expect them to go far each and every time. It's usually just not a question. I mean, when you look at this man's pedigree and what he's been able to do in his career, and the fact he's been able to do it on roster after roster, once again, what a nasty ninja from Amateur. It just wasn't enough. They were starting to get themselves back into the game off that momentum of that ninja, but I'm really interested to see what that roster does in the losers bracket. I have a feeling that they're going to be playing for top 3 once again.
Right.
So we'll be able to see those guys in the losers bracket again.
Speaking of that lower bracket, I don't quite see the update just yet, but even Warriors looks to still be alive up against Titan. Sintenegra, I see IDK. It looks like Sintenegra IDK are going to be playing if they haven't already started. And then the winners will have to go up against the Bohm squad and the Strikey team that's still waiting in that lower bracket as well. So some heavy hitters here. Kind of curious to see who would potentially qualify for that sponsorship, though, Garrett, right? Because a lot of these players, they're accounted for on some big sponsored teams already, like our CC Please roster and PK, they're accounted for. Strikey, the LATAM region, unfortunately, would not be, an option here either. So maybe Team Titan or IDK? Team
Titan.
IDK.
I think IDK is probably the team. I think Titan has some players who are committed to some rosters. I could be wrong. Obviously, we're in roster mania, right? So there's a lot of switches that are happening right now. So we could be seeing the formation of some newer teams at the moment. But I think that IDK team is the team that's really gunning for that Series E sponsorship this week.
Speaking of new things, Garrett, I mean, with, like you said, the roster mania that comes from just the fallout of Kansas City, but also Season 2 that kind of came in the wake of it all as well. And Catalyst a brand new map. I'm curious as to why we don't have any Catalyst in here, Carrie.
I think it's coming after this one. You know, it's like we're playing for some big prizes. No one really has to practice yet on Catalyst. So I think
want to cast Catalyst.
I do too. I need to learn the callouts on Catalyst.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, I don't know any of the callouts yet.
Grapple,
so.
or what do you say, skewer side, or I say just grapple side?
I usually say skewer, grapple. I think there's lights to them.
Skewer,
like
grapple.
I think you might be able to be like light, dark, or like colors as well. But
yeah, and then you got 2 bases, but the bases don't really have. There's maybe a red base.
There's red and blue base for sure.
Red and blue base. So there's definitely a red. Yeah, but the blue base is a little bit more ambiguous. It's got like green everywhere. It's got moss.
I will say the one thing I love is that it's a symmetrical map, so we only need to learn half the map, and then after that, it's like okay, we just apply it to the other side. We're all good.
Same with skill jumps for the most part.
Yeah. Hey,
you learn the jumps on one side.
You just gotta learn
half.
half.
Be the same.
Yeah. You just gotta learn half. That being said, we have no symmetrical maps on our best of 3 rotation today, so. I think that's one thing that Halo Infinite has put a lot of priority in. It's like we don't have a ton of symmetrical maps in rotation. I believe the only 2 are like Aquarius and Bizarre, right?
Yep.
So Catalyst gets into that 3. I will say I've been enjoying some more of the
CTF.
predominant asymmetrical maps.
Okay.
I really do like asymmetrical maps and the objective flows on them. And but I will be glad to have Catalyst back in because another flag map is much needed, and I think Catalyst plays really well for flag. Slayer's a different discussion. You know, guys, I promise I'll get into that to the ears of ESA. I'll see if I can get them not to put Catalyst Slayer in rotation because it is a tough game type to learn. But Catalyst flag is going to be really fun to watch. And then King of the Hill also, we haven't seen any King of the Hill yet as well. So that'll be interesting to witness as well.
I haven't played it either. I'm not even sure if it's in the ranked. Is it in the ranked?
It's in ranked. It's 100% ranked. It's really fun.
Okay.
I've had a really good time playing it. I think it plays really well on live fire in particular. I think live fire is really good. I think on streets it's interesting. The only thing I don't like about King of the Hill is they have 2. Every map has a hill where the hill is literally in the middle of the map, and it's just like one like skinny recharge. Lane. Yeah, it's just
recharge
like,
bottom mid camo hill is chaos. Absolutely.
Well,
chaos.
You think that's chaos? Like think about on
the repulsor hill too.
On
like
streets, they have a hill right on rockets.
Right,
and it's
right,
like okay,
right.
it's like you know on recharge at least you have like a wall that protects you from half the map. At bottom mid on streets, there's like nothing to protect you.
If you're in the balcony on when that hill is up, it's just chaos, right? You just cross them up and take them out. So yes, I played King of the Hill. Sorry to answer that. I haven't played Catalyst King, and I don't know
Catalyst King isn't in rotation.
Okay, because that sounds interesting. Like imagine an
I don't
OS
think
Hill and Catalyst King. Like how do you play that?
That'd be
insane. There's no cover and it's like a thin strip. You would just fall.
I don't think any of these symmetrical maps are getting King of the Hill treatments.
Remember, a top mid hill that would be like I don't know.
That'd be kind of insane on top bridge. Like you have to survive on top bridge. Oh,
yeah, and the doors would cut. You'd have to be like, stay away from the door because you don't want to trigger it so that you can cut
you have
the
to like
sight line.
stand in the middle and you're like watching like the left and the right. You're like, we cannot open the doors. Like you have to like grapple in. How about like a hill? Imagine if they did it, but you could be in the hill from either top bridge or overshield. Like it was like a giant box that went up.
From that's interesting.
How cool would that be, right? That'd be interesting.
That's very
like
weird.
having like a height dynamic to your King of the Hill would be really interesting. I'd like to see it in some of the maps.
Sure, I'm open for anything. In the end of the day,
that's crazy.
Well, see, we're in the privileged position of being able to cast the competitors in their experience. Right, Shane? Yeah, we'll play it in matchmaking, and we can vent our issues there. But it's it's Spartan and all these pros that got to deal with Catalyst Slayer. I guess if it's in rotation, and we can just kind of enjoy it as viewers.
Well, I guess Spartan doesn't have to deal with it, right?
Sure. Okay, that was a bad example.
Yeah.
But
shout out to Sparty. I'm sure he'll find. I'm sure he'll find his roster. I think a lot of teams are salivating, thinking about putting in some offers. I guess the big question is whether EU United will sell him to anyone. But I'd really like if you had to put out a prediction, like where do you think Spartan sort of ends up?
I don't see him going anywhere below like a top 4 team or something. Personally, like I think his stock is too high. At the same time, he probably believes in his own stock as well, so he wouldn't want to put himself on a team that he wouldn't be confident would go all the way, could win, you know, just considering the track record. Either way, it's been a great podcast here, Garrett.
Yeah, we're having fun.
We're having fun. We're still getting ready for the series. As soon as it's ready, we will jump in. In the meantime, though, we will take a very short break. We're going to come back with this series ready to go and more Halo action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tyson boneless buffalo bites have that tasty kick of flavor, so they're perfect for any get-together. If there are any left when your guests arrive. Tyson Anytizers Chicken. More kicks of flavor, more smiling snackers, more to love. Tyson.
I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Series E Week 2. Just a reminder, this is Winners Finals, and we are already right back into the action. On screen, we got CC Please and PK, Stronghold Streets. And Garrett, you just said, because look at the trip cap to start the game.
Bad. That was a tough spot. You had to win that hill at A. It's just a quick reset, and you can see the shotgun's already trying to make its way into backseat. Sneaky plays. You need to get this kill. He's able to put the 2 shots in, make it a third. Oh yeah, there's the double kill. Keeping that pressure. Name was able to stay alive. Drift will get the reset, although they get C, right? You're still playing off your back foot. A strong, aggressive gameplay from PK to start, and this is the PK that I wanted to see. A dominant performance from them early on.
What a show of momentum at a PK to kick it off. Garrett, you said it. You can see, I hate when I say you can see CC in all-in-one combo. But anyway, they're struggling right now. They're in A. They're going to try to rotate to B together, hold their numbers to get some semblance of action on their side of the map here. And nice little line of sight at a Drift to make it difficult for them. Pelu with a kill, tapping with 1, make it 3. They're tumbling.
I was just going to say, they're about to get their first points on board, and then they shut down B at the last second. They're looking for a trip cap once again. And what's great is these players can push out right away into C. They're not going to lose any timing, but the red gun can make all the difference right here. Triton really going to have to be the player that steps up with the power weapon in his hand. This red gun can blow people away. He's able to find the first and opening up opportunities to B.
3 dead along with it. You can see Atso, last one up, does pick up a rocket kill in the feed, but will he live for much longer? He's getting tagged up. Got Common back in C to help out. And quick little slide to center mat. Maybe a little too quick, right? I've been a victim of that before. Curb slide is powerful, and as versatile as it is, it also sends you a little farther than you like sometimes if you're not careful, and you sort of miss the angle, miss the shot opportunity for a quick cleanup. And those slight misses, they matter when PK are playing as well as they are. What is going on with tapping? He comes out with the tray, but the man just looking unkillable.
I wish I were on his perspective, because the way that he played his life in that situation was absolutely brilliant. With 3-4-3 taking away some of the skill jumps like pizza, it allows that DMR, that commando area, to be so much more effective to staying alive. He beautifully timed out his position to leave commando, find his way back into driveway, contest over at C, and find a 2-piece to go. And that's really been the reason why these guys have just been able to absolutely dominate in this game, is that they're executing at their highest level. They're getting the kills, they're staying alive, they're prolonging their lives, they're doing everything that's necessary to win games. And now it's up to Atso to win a critical one-on-one. He gets the hill and he's going for more, and that's how you put it to rest. Oh my, Atso! He's just absolutely torching at C.
As much as I love to see PK go ham and do their thing, I will say that you hurt my soul, Garrett, by mentioning the fact that the skill jumps, this is my first tournament with skill jumps removed, right? And just the reality that caused, like, I don't know, you know, like you said, it's easier now to defend from commando because you have less of a worry of somebody jumping up to your belt, but that's the depth, right? It's like there's options at play here, and you have to respect them when the skill jump is in play. Now that it's not there, they can just kind of shut off that center of their brain a little bit, right? And kind of, you know, it's more limited, basically, what they can do to fire back. It doesn't seem to matter for PK, though, right? Take away their skill jumps, they're still going to, you know, go ham.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another thing just to keep in the back of mind. Obviously, you know, this is going to be a weird time in Halo where we know those jumps are coming back, but you still have to play these couple tournaments where they're not there, and it's like, okay, do we want to change the way that we play this game yet, or do we just want to, like, chalk it up to be, oh, yeah, we can't do anything about it for a couple weeks until the patch comes through?
I wonder if we could play Spot the BR Jam too, right? Like the situation, you can see it, right? You can see the situation where somebody should have shot the guy, but he didn't, and I can only assume it's just their BR jamming in that moment. They didn't quite get the timing they should have. We'll find out. In the meantime, bloodbath ensues in B here. That'll be another trade. Just enough to get 37 and counting here for CC, but isn't enough to do any more tapping. He will scamper out of the fight there. Got a teammate to help him, but the coverage on the angle, right? Common snapped and took that down.
Oh, man. Oh, look at that. This is beautiful from them. They're able to find those picks. They're going to lose A, but they're fine with it. They just need to have some sort of map control, and now they have the presence on the map. They're able to push and be aggressive and find these picks. It's like everything's being shifted back towards PK, and this is how you're going to see CC please get back into this game. And we're seeing the pendulum swing, right? Because this game, this map in particular, is really swingy. You'll see teams get 100 uncontested seconds time and time again. Oh my, drift. What a reposition. I'm like, hey, just keeping himself cool, because my reticle will be flipping out right there if I had to switch guns and try to figure it out. He's able to stay alive, and him being alive is allowing him to push in and potentially get a trip cap.
Definitely a little bit shaky, but he comes out with enough kills to have done his job well for the life, right? Just to kind of keep the flow going for PK, but it's a difficult one at that. CC finding some ground, some footing here. Atso going to dive into A to try to get some links on the cap, but can he do it, right? Drift now down for the count. Atso going to scramble out of this exchange, and you can see the pure confidence on Common as he just goes straight through back A, no shields. He will get cleaned up by the shotgun, so Atso does find them. That'll give him A. But slowly but surely, CC still are in this, Garrett.
That reticle reposition from Chris Common was too good, man. I just love a clean reticle reposition. Did he get the stick? That looked good, but unfortunately that stick not going to come through. And that's going to mean B rotating hands and PK scoring once again. But you can see Triton already trying to make the play. Hey, that was some off-brand chips if I've ever seen them, man. We're in 25-52 or something like that. We're having off-brand lays in our vending machines still. Come on. See the trip cap. No, go for it.
No, just all the time I've spent playing and casting this game, and I didn't know there were chips.
I've never seen it. Yeah, I didn't know there was chips in there. I looked at it. I thought it was a bag of some
chips.
Well-known brands, you know.
Some Lays in there.
Yeah. Some
Doritos.
Got some interesting ones in there.
It's over, by the way.
Yeah, it's over. Hey, they need to add some like splash into the vending machine. You know what I'm saying? Get some of the. Yeah, have a Razor vending. Could you imagine? Like, what if we had like an esports arena, like like if you could design certain aspects of the map. We had like an esports arena map. Like all the TVs are like Vizio TVs. You have like a splash in the vending machines. All the guns have like all the weapons have Nerf coatings on them. I mean, hey,
Garrett,
I would absolutely love it.
You're revealing the
Paradise.
That's the Grandmaster plan. We don't talk about that on broadcast, okay?
Upcoming.
Right, exactly.
Well,
okay, just
delete.
give it.
I just need the
Delete the
flash.
Delete. Don't clip. No, I'm kidding. That was game one, though. I know we kind of had our fun with the end of it and kind of lost our way with the chips tangent, but I think it's clear that PK came out so dominant that we didn't have to focus too much on the close of that one. PK did not look in trouble at any point in the follow of that game. We saw CC find their ground, right, and give us some signs of life, but really wasn't enough to scare the enemy team or give us the impression that things would change. So it's a best of 3 still. Despite that, this is a Slayer coming up. CC had a very close Slayer game in their previous series. PK didn't. They got a lot of work to do, basically.
Yeah, CC has been playing for a minute now. Maybe getting some of that screen glare while PK's had a little bit of rest. All you gotta say, take a second, step back, take an Excedrin, get that headache to go away, and then come back in all refreshed, get ready to go, pick up your peripherals and get at it again. You're gonna have to put that game behind you because that was an absolute slaughter. 250 to 89, nothing was close about it. We saw some moments where you could like take something away from it, but CC please have to come out as a different team because PK just absolutely slaughtered them in game 1.
And PK are not going to give them much time to regain either. Look at this scoreline, 4-1 to start off the opening strat. They'll spawn together and maybe die together too. Pelu already has 1. They're looking for Triton. He's going to rotate around with Common and Name and hopefully find some kills along the way, but the kill feed ain't looking too pretty. Pelu with the flank here. Name still milking. That's a big kill out of Name and a little bit of a shame for Pelu to not find it earlier.
Damage coming back down. I mean, look, Shock and the crew, they're stuck at back B, and it's not the worst spot to be in, but you don't have any presence on the map. They're eventually able to get themselves back to A, but this overshield's just hunting them down, and it's still plenty left for Drift to work with as well as he puts in some more damage. Name trying his best to stay alive, but you can just see that PK very confident on their collapses. Oh, okay. Don't have to start on it like that, Drift. Come on, just push in that last BR shot.
There we go.
There he goes. He finds it. But yeah, I mean, triple the score at the moment, and nothing looks different from game 1 for PK. They're just so confident.
We talked about it in the previous series. There's a lot of chemistry, a lot of experience here, and that definitely comes out, especially in Halo Infinite, when the teamwork matters. Unless you just make plays like Drift, though, right? He's already got a headshot on the name.
Just built different.
A little bit more. The man's definitely built different. He's already made huge plays today, but I'm not even surprised about it anymore. I'll be honest. I've seen him do this so much with the snipers. Just waiting for the moment here.
Double the score, 14-7. As we see the sniper come impactful once again. Drift made the hero play in the previous round in game 1. Now trying to lead the charge in game 2. Shock trying his best to stay alive at that overshield, and he did his job. That's actually a huge swing back into CC's favor. I mean, Shock staying alive and milking his way around that overshield, getting basically allowing for the rest of his team to catch up and get them 3 down. And now that means overshield for CC Please to work with as well, and it's a complete reversal of the situation that we saw before.
They just flipped the script. Like you said, off that OS pickup, they got them on a split. Spawns too. I don't know how Palu lived as long as he did, but he does get a trade to close it. There's a nice little turn and burn and a Common. They'll make it a not quite a second. That snipe going to go down. Quickly cleaned up by a member of CC. It's Triton nearby. We'll see if Triton can get back to it. He's in trouble, though. Nade's going off. Everything's tagging him. Just a 2-kill deficit for CC, though. They had make it a 1 kill. They had such a rough start, but the moment they got their footing, things have completely reversed. And PK, can they pull away yet again? Not quite in that kill, at least.
Hey, CC Please, they've gone on a big run right here, but they're still down in this game, and now we're seeing about an equal game. These next couple kills are what's going to be most important. Atso was able to get away with that heat wave. The snipers in the hands of PK as well. So although they don't have the map position, they have the power weapons to create some space We're starting to see the kills go into favor of PK, but they still have to get one more round of slays to get themselves out of a suffocating position at A. They're just trapped back here, and they have to find these kills.
I think step one would be get the snipe out of Drift's hands as well. He could do some serious work here. You can see him looking for the victim as well. Thankfully, they pushed up with 2. They cleaned him up as he only took 1. Alex Shock will take another kill and bring it to just a 1-kill deficit. Better keep jumping, though. Nate's going off here, man. He's almost dead, but he's still got a snipe. We'll see if he can make a play. OS about to pop up here, too, so pivotal moment in the game, and you can see the team around it. Can he find his angle, though? Adso definitely burning him. Going to put him back. Pressure coming in. Triton, there is a saving grace. The whole team going to work together to clean this one up, but Adso, did he bounce away with... Oh, no, he didn't. He got backsmacked. Common with a kill. And the OS. CC, a triple at a Common. What a way to close that one out and keep it close here.
That's head scratching for me. It felt like Atso had enough time to put that overshield on. I don't even think he attempted to put it on the body. He got backsmacked, and that left an overshield for Common to take away after a triple.
They're still losing.
They're still somehow losing in this game, but quickly coming back as we see the score starting to even up. There we go. Hey, man, sometimes it just takes some extra work to get the job done.
Some questionable moves, but regardless, like you said, this is a close one. PK, they only lead by 2. Nice bank nade, by the way. That's a devastating one if he was a little closer. Alec, the movement, though. Oh, Drift will 180. He'll kill him and take a double. Alec, by the way, hits a quick curb slide off that box. You see how far it sends him, but Drift unfazed by it. You got to love how quick to react these pros are.
That's why we need a thrust on this map, man. Be able to hit a curb slide like that, jump
and
out,
then thrust back,
thrust backwards, like get the it'd be
so
sick.
He could repulse or like cancel it or something, but I just don't know why. It would send his opponent away too.
Just give us thrust off spot.
Oh
my Drift, distracting from my statement over there. He's just able to hit just an absolute blainer at bottom. And I mean, once again, PK starting to run back, and it's like CC Please goes on these great runs, and it looks like, hey, it's like see so many great moments you think they'd be right in this game, but they still have a massive deficit to overcome.
Not sure how they're doing it, but PK just, well, you know what, there it is. The whole team dead right immediately. Starting to see some personality out of PK here. 44 on board, 6 to close it, and for the series make it 5 now. Triton in trouble. He's got the high ground, but it doesn't matter. The shots are just too clean out of PK. And at this point, with this advantage, I'm not sure what you can do. Drift's got an OS in the body, too. They just got to, I mean, they got to duck and hide at this point.
Pushing forward. He's got an overshield to work with. And oh man, what a clean little triple. Make it over
for the game.
For the dub. Oh my God, dude. I love overkills. That's so fun. For the dub.
Is that Drift? That was Drift.
I think it was Drift. Yeah, I think it was Drift. Look at the Spartan just flexing, looking to the sky, screaming up. Oh, I love a good overkill to end a game. That's a great one.
That's a rough way to go, though, if you're CC. Thankfully for them, that was the winner's final, so they will drop down to lower bracket. They're in the best possible position in the lower bracket final, so the most likely, you'd assume, to bounce back unless they've got some crazy competitors to go up against. I know we got a lot of very high-level teams still in this, so I can't wait to see how that goes. But like you said, you got to love an overkill to close the game and close the series. What a statement out of PK. They had a somber week last week, not quite their typical. They're back. They're in final form now.
Hey, I love to see it, man. PK looking unstoppable this time around. They clearly look like the best team. We saw some great moments from CC Please in that game too, but they never were able to take the game back into their hands. They were always down, trying to scratch their way back in. And PK, when they need to come up clutch, they came up clutch, and it just proves to be enough, executing at their highest level today.
Love to see it, Garrett. Can't wait to see some more big plays. So we know PK, they're sitting winner side grand finals. We're not going to worry about them for a little bit. We're about to jump into lower bracket. And I am currently looking at it. You know what? Who needs to? ESA, they're on top of it. We're jumping into a lower bracket series immediately. Looks like this is well underway, by the way. 240 on the board for Team Bohm as they're looking to lock it out, but Cintanegra's trying to hold on.
Bohm just 10 points away from getting this one done. Sparty, double positive at 28 kills.
Wow.
Just absolutely taking over the game for Team Bohm.
Not unexpected performance at a Sparty, but can they use that to lock down the game? Because Guardian and And Centenegro starting to find their footing a bit here, right? 200 and counting. Rocket's about to spawn with a numbers advantage. Got a blue player who's going to fly in to steal him, though. He doesn't live. That's Aperture. And with that positioning onto A, they got B covered as well. I mean, Centenegro, they can hold on to some momentum here if they don't lose their numbers. Sparty's still getting kills on that feed.
See them starting to move back towards C through bottom mid. I don't know if I was a huge fan of that. I felt like you could have committed towards B. And now Team Bohm have their opportunity. They're going to be able to get B back in their possession. C's there as well. It's a double kill for Aperture. And I think that's enough as we're going to see this game get closed on out for Team Bohm. And I think just a rotation that Centenegro wish they had back. I think they could have maybe put more effort in towards B instead of going down bottom mid and getting kind of caught out on the C push. And they're probably wishing they had that one back.
Right, definitely seemed like a bit of a sloppy collapse straight through that center map. And getting cleaned up by Bohm, too, is not what you want to see, right? For him to get that crucial double out center and then just kind of leave that one player we were on board with alone back in A. So not ideal. They quickly swept back in, got B. The moment that little mistake comes in play, unfortunately, 240 on the board. So Spartan and team will close it out. Sparty, quick peek at the board. I know there's a 1 minute deficit, or like we've got, what is it? We set it 1 minute delay for the stream,
right.
But Sparty was 30 kills, 31 kills at least to close that game. So looking good, and he's going to carry that into a Slayer for game 2. Of course, series now 1-0.
Yeah, and just looking around the bracket as well, because we're coming back in. Warriors were able to take down NYC's team 2-1.
So they're still in?
Negra. Yeah, so Warriors still in. They're playing against Default right now. Okay. So we could see Bohm versus Default or Bohm versus Warriors.
We saw Spartan versus Ryan. Yeah,
we could see a Spartan Ryan matchup coming up next.
Yep.
Warriors, though, I've been struggling throughout this bracket. I mean, they lost 0-2 versus PK, and then NYC and Reverse 2K take him to game 3. A roster of that caliber with the players that we saw, you wouldn't normally expect that. You'd expect them to be having a bit of an easier time in this bracket.
Now, just based off of those performances, though, Garrett, who gets sponsored, though?
Yeah,
right? Because that's another
question.
That's another storyline here, and some teams are ineligible. I think all the teams left might be ineligible, if I'm being honest, right?
Yeah, I think
Triton's accounted for, PK's allowed them, Default's allowed them, Warriors has sponsored players already, Bohm is accounted for, Centenegro's allowed them. Yeah, it's IDK and Titan, and they're both out of the tournament, but Titan
they might have to do a show match. You know what I'm saying? Get them blown.
I mean, I'm down.
Other. Yeah.
If you want to show match it up, by all means. The only advantage I can give to Titan is it was 2-1 in their series versus the 2-0 in the Centenegro series. But I don't know what that gives us as far as info. Regardless, this tournament will continue. We still got prize money and bragging rights on the line. And you know, Bohm, they want a piece of it all.
Well, sniper in the hands early on. Aperture looking to extend their lead. It was a 4-0 rip to start. And while he has the ability just to keep this game in their possession, but you can see the fight for Overshield. This sniper is going to be a critical shot to hit. They're going to push up. He's going to miss the first headshot. That player desperately trying to get him off that tower. The shot hits, but it's not enough to get the kill. Tough looks right there. Aperture wishing he could have that one back. Critical stance miss. That sticky looked like it hit his head. I'm not going to lie. It's just a shot.
I don't know. Oh, you know what? He's lucky it didn't tag him because he's still got an opportunity to pop off here. He'll clean up one. Second player going to dip out of that situation. Aperture in trouble once again. Can he? Oh, he doesn't need to snap onto anyone. Look at the team come in with a saving grace. They'll lose Piggy in the process, but Bowman Spartan cleaned it up. There goes Nasty Bullet. Make it 2 down on the feed, and another opportunity here for Aperture to do his thing.
Just really have to move out of this position. He has so many angles to look at, and you can see exactly why. Stop tower position is just an absolute house to deal with, as he was able to find one towards B, another body shot on the other. And you can just see Centenegro trying to find their way through. The nades finally get him away, and a little ragdoll effect getting himself blowing himself halfway across the map. But
that's a skill. Piggy,
can you imagine?
Play there.
Nades throwing you halfway across the map.
It would get patched immediately. Banned. Yeah, no, it ain't happening.
What if it was just like we had like the Fortnite nade that, like, you know how Fortnite had like the thing where you could throw it behind you, like make you go flying?
Right, you go flying.
Just a movement grenade. Just throw it behind you.
I mean, I'm down for a movement anything. in Halo, you know? And I think that's the beauty, and we could get lost in this discussion. But
yeah, we are going to get lost in this discussion.
The equipment category there's just so much room for expansion in the future, right? We got Repulsor, which is so sick, so versatile. Then you got the thrust, you got the grapple, but like what else can they add? Like you said, a movement grenade. I didn't think of that, right? So like there's some options here, and I can't wait to see what they explore. But in the meantime, I'd like to see Bohm and team explore the win in this game if they can keep it up. I mean, 23 and counting here.
Yeah, Central Negra had an opportunity there to get that overshield, and they just could not find the kill at the last second. I believe it was Spartan was the one who was able to get away with that overshield, and it just allowed them to extend this lead. And every time we think Central Negra is about to make some play to get back into it, it's just been the resilience of Team Bohm that has pushed them through, and it's just they've been able to keep this lead at that 6 to 10 kill mark this entire game.
Yep, and a big part of the reason why was that sniper control we saw at Aperture. That sniper just went back in the hands of Bohm. Of course, 2 do die on the feet, so Snipe now up top tower, I believe, but we'll see if they can get it back before it gets dropped off the map. There's a massive kill on Disparty up above. Looks like he was not the sniper player. Not quite sure where it bounced, but I'm pretty sure the entirety of Team Bohm just died there thanks to Central Negra, who all of a sudden have momentum, right? 24, just down by 2. Spawners up in A, and they're getting aggressive and very confident here.
Oof. Some great shots. Bohm is going to take one down. And you can start to see how Team Bohm is trying to find some space on the map, trapped over a back A, but able to get the spawns towards that overshield, and they're starting to push their way out, maybe take some tower positions.
It's Nasty Bullet with this snipe, so we will snap onto his POV. Looks like Guardian does take 2, and he'll snap onto the 3rd. There goes Sparty. All of a sudden, that deficit turned into a lead here, right? 30 on the board to 28. OS going to be on the body of Centenegra as well, so everything they could ever need in this situation. They just got to snap and hit shots. Of course they will. Bohm now dead. Nasty Bullet, he's going off here.
Yeah, you could say that was a nasty sniper bullet.
Nice.
I'm
well done.
Crack myself up, man. That's might be the best one we've ever had on broadcast. We're seeing them try to keep this aggression forward and get themselves. I mean, look at this. Able to get like a huge swing in momentum for Central Negra in those last couple of lives, and now Team Bohm like trying to figure out how to get back into this game as we're starting to see the kill feed still light up for Central Negra.
I mean, despite the swing, though, I'm not sure I like their positioning, though, right? They're all in the A house while it happens. Nice little flank coming out here thanks to Magico, though. He'll put some damage into even the odds. He does drop, though, make it 37-36. Back on board with Joanne. And he's got Guardian over on B side with the cross to help out. Flank coming in, though. We'll see if he's ready for it. And I do like the predates to open things up, but it's not enough to allow him to live. And right now we get back down to nail-biting territory here, right? We're getting down to the final 13 kills on each side. Heat wave in the hand of Aperture.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like an average dad's belt the day after Thanksgiving because it's getting real tight. 40-38. You can already see, Aperture's trying his best to stay alive, man. He's getting some shots put in. I think he's going to be able to survive the onslaught. And this is him staying alive is actually critical in this position because it allows them to keep their map presence, and now he can stay forward and try to make his push. And he's already working with Aperture through bottom mid. The killing spree for Team Bohm from Bohm X. And now this is where the game can quickly get out of hand.
Worrisome for Centenegra. Most critical point in the game here, and they cannot afford to bleed their numbers, but it's starting to happen. Big pickup from Nasty Bullet, though. He'll get out. Where's that sniper? OS on the body of Piggy, though. All while it happens. So that's big out of him. 44 now. 4-kill advantage. Snipe still up top mid. Centenegra going to go for it. Can they rotate away while it happens? You got to love the angle here out of Piggy. So sneaky, right? He gets early shots before they even notice him. That'll back down the player. No more OS to speak of. And Joe in the feed, by the way, has the snipe. Has already picked up one.
As he goes down, his teammates are falling, and there's Johan. He's able to get one, but not before he dies and gives the sniper to the most feared man on this server, Sparty, with the sniper. And this is just dangerous. If you push him, expect to find yourself on the kill screen. And there he takes one with him. Another two players have to commit to get in. And it's going to be a cleanup for this player. Back A, but Nasty Bullet. Oh, God, what a live.
Well, what a dangerous situation. I'm surprised he survived. He still does come out with a kill, and they got a snipe as well. 49-47. Just one kill for Boom. One slight mistake for Sintenegra. And this is a wash for the series. But can they pop off with snipe? That's the only way. Look at the whole team pushed together, by the way. They're going to use their numbers to ensure at least one trade. Here it is. The repulsor to get him away. But it doesn't matter. A melee will come in to close it. There goes Nasty Bullet, and there goes Sintenegra's hopes at getting any farther in the tournament. Boom will press on with a 2-0.
You know, it was very close, Shy, because they went around that corner. They got the beatdown, but that player had a repulse, and that repulse came out before the beatdown. We're talking about a very dicey ending right there, because that making that player one shot was the reason they won. Instead, if that repulse comes out a little bit earlier, gets Spartan away from that punch, we could see them go easily 2 down right away, and then we're seeing a 49-49 finish, and who knows who comes up with the 50th kill.
Maybe. It's hard to say, right? Because they pushed it so well. Like, the bad situation was the whole team was in A house for the end of that game, down by, 49-47, and they sent 2 mid door. They sent 1 in the big door on the right side. I think they sent 1 in the left, too. So when you're all coming in from all angles, with the 2, like, let's say they hit the guy on A door hits all of his shots, like, you still got somebody flanking you through that door, right? So, like, it's one of those situations where a trade is, like, 99% guaranteed, unfortunately, unless they go freaking ham and we didn't see it. Instead, we saw Bohm push on with a 2-0. And to be honest, I don't mind this timeline, Garrett, because what it might mean is it might mean we got the Sparty-Rhindu matchup coming up soon. I think in the meantime, though, we still got to find out what's going on with Warriors and default. That might currently be taking place. In the meantime, though, let's see what Yeso has to say about the trials and tribulations so far.
Big win for Bohm's squad there against Sintenegra to move on to the losers semifinals. They will stay alive, and we sadly won't have the opportunity to see that default Sintenegra rematch in the loser side of the bracket. But that's okay, because we've definitely been delivered plenty of action so far. Let's jump back up to the winner side of the bracket, where of course we saw default move on into winner semis to face off against CC Please. The CC Please took care of business. They get the 2-0 and move on to the winners finals to face off against PK, but then they ran into a buzzsaw of their own. They fall to PK, and PK taking care of business. That, Slayer game, a little close there at the end, but PK ended up taking care of it, and they move on to the grand finals. So now CC Please wait down in losers finals. They have guaranteed top 3 thanks to that win against default, but we'll have to see if they can get another shot at grands, because of course they won last week's tournament, and we'll have an opportunity to try and do so again if they can finish this losers bracket strong. Now, of course, we just saw Bohm take out Sintenegra there. They move on to losers semi-final, so they're a step away from facing CC Please. They will play against the winner of Default and Warriors, who are in Game 3 right now. So those two teams duking it out in the other losers quarterfinal. The winner of that plays against Bohm's team for a shot to try and get to losers final. So that's how kind of the rest of the bracket shapes up, and we will have that loser semifinal when we come back here in a little bit. We're going to go to a quick break right now, so take a moment, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do, but don't go far, because when we come back, we'll be finishing off these Series E Halo Infinite qualifiers.
For nothing, baby. Let's get in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we could not resist the opportunity to give you just a little bit more Series E Halo action, so we're jumping into yet another series midway through. Make it Game 3, second half of Game 3 as well. Garrett, we're getting right into this.
Yeah, I'd love to see that Game 3 on its way. Warriors been having a bit of a tough task throughout this entire tournament. They feel as if they probably should have been able to cakewalk through some of these teams. They haven't been able to do so, and all of a sudden they're looking like their tournament life might be on the line. You can see Default about to tie this game up, and they have possession on the map.
That's a good point, right? Just the fact that Warriors, considering the talent on that team, I mean, finally we get a chance to take a look at it. You got Jake, Suspector, Ryan Noob, and Tony to round out the roster. A team you'd expect to go the distance in this tournament. And of course, they've gotten pretty far so far, but to be taken to such a close series against Default, Ryan Noob, out of sword ammo, by the way, he still lives. Okay, you gotta love the movement right there. He's still finding ways to rotate ball. And I think this is part of the reason why Warriors survive in these situations. But to see this series this close is pretty wild.
Yeah, that's one thing I always my gripe with pro Halo players is so often I see them run out of ammo and they always look like surprised when they run out of ammo. I'm like, guys, it tells you right on your screen how much you have left.
Yeah,
it's just information overload for them. But, you can see Ryan Newman, it does not matter that he was able to stay alive, and he's been just absolutely popping off for his team at 16 and 8, making it 17. Oh my, double positive in the feed, and he's just been absolutely taking it to Default. But Default still been able to keep this game close and competitive. As we see, Sebstar's able to narrowly get away from that fight.
Just weasel his way out, that's for sure. He's got 2 teammates surrounding him. They got Seaside for camo here too, so hopefully that gives him the opening to get to it. They don't have a lot of time to put that camo to use, though. You can see ball being rotated out to pipes here. Final 10 seconds to put down on the clock. 3 members guarding it as well. Can they break through, though? Default going to try their hand, but Ryan with the 19th kill on the board. Tony with a pickup as well. Final 7 seconds, and I think they might be locking out the first round here.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's in position. Nope. We will see the last second tick away. Ryan New picks up the final 10 for the squad as he finishes that round 19 and 8. Wow. Clearly, Default needs to shut down Ryan Noob in round 2 if they want to win this round.
I mean, that was the story back at Kansas City as well. I don't know if you remember the Friday series. I got to witness the G2 E United series where Ryan Noob went like 22-4 or something insane. Like, the dude was going ham. And they couldn't stop him. Right now, 19-9, so looking great. We'll see what else he can put together in the remainder of this game. But so far, Warriors on top just by 1 round. We've got Tony right now just trying to milk. Can't quite do it.
Yeah, and Ryan Noob, I mean, a player who's well known for his cerebral play. Well, you know, everyone thinks of him as that great IGL who's a team leader, but many forget that he grew up as the FFA kid, as that one player in Halo Reach that was absolutely dominating the free-for-alls, and that's how he made a name for himself. So oftentimes you'll see in series where he just starts to take over and he starts to win every pit fight, and that's because on top of his ability to lead his teams, he has the capabilities to turn it on with the slaying as well.
Right, and I think a great awareness of his, you know, like role in every situation, you know, depending on where he's positioned and kind of like what his options are, the best ones to choose. And he'll milk those advantages if they come up. In the meantime, Ryan just looking to plow his way through pipes. Looks like he takes the ball with him there. So big pickup onto Strikey. He's got 21 now on the board. And a big advantage to work with. That gives them the first time for round 2. Default did walk away with 22 to start it, but can they get more? Need to win their fights, and Sepstars, he'll do just that.
Oof, great shots down for Sepstars. The flank coming in from Ryan, but he's last alive, and he can find this pick at the last second. Talking about getting it the last second. I was like, he got around the corner, but he shoots that grenade. Sepstars goes down, and although Ryan was last alive, he's been able to keep the opposing team off ball. But I mean, Ryan, he's just taking everyone down on the map, his enemies and his teammates.
Yeah, I will say Ryan I think was the first player I saw popularize the remote detonation in this game, though, especially on this map, though, right? Like, it's so effective on recharge. Nades just kind of spawn or sit in so many vulnerable tight corridors, and using the sword as well is a good way to make sure they die, but just a lot of little nerdy plays you can play, or you can make, I guess, which lends to Ryan Noob's play style.
I love that play from Rorsch. They're all weak. Come on. Rorsch. Rorsch!
Look at his life. Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
The sword in a nutshell right there.
Yeah. But, I mean, it all started with him grappling across the room to get past Ryan Noob. A smart play, a heads-up play, because Ryan Noob was sitting around the corner with a sword, and Rorsch's only play was to take that grapple, slingshot himself away from that sword to get the kill, and it's resulted in a great ball time for Default. He's still pushing forward. He's going to be able to find another 2. A killing frenzy for Rorsch. Look out for this man, dude. Rorsch is just so damn good.
Rorsch coming out with some late-game energy. 19 kills on the board, and his team needed it. 59 points they've gotten off the early control. They'll pick up the ball center as well, but Sepstar's going to die immediately. Can Primegale pick up off of this? He's getting pushed. He needs to just ice up with the final headshot. It's not quite coming. Nade will go into the doorway. Some of that player lives. Tell me that was Ryan, because I don't know who else would. Yeah, there he's dead on the feed now. And he got the kill assist. Shock in the hands here, too. Playmaking opportunity. Strikey's still picking it up, so some energy here at a Default as they collect the ball again.
Yeah, for some reason, I thought Sepstars was Ryan Noob or something. He's like only Ryan Noob can get behind a player with ball and just backsmack him. But nope, they're just able to keep that ball time in their possession. A 65-second lead, and it's just This looks like a tough game for Warriors to get back into, but Tony was able to grab that ball and get it away. And that's the key, is they just have to get this ball away from default. They've just been so comfortable living in this pipe room for, what, the last 2 minutes and just being able to get easy time.
Still cooking. Sepstars with a pickup. That's 2 dead. 70 on the board here. Ball back in their hands. Setup opportunity, and default could walk away with round 2 here if Warriors can't find an answer. Strikey kills another. They've got him on a bit of a cycle. There goes the numbers through long haul, though, and I like the quick pivot out of Sepstars to just get out of that situation and into a new one. He'll take one with him. Rorsch with the kill, though. Still using the grapple to zoom around and take attention at the very least, right? Does he walk out with a trade? He does. Ride him down dead. Warriors still struggling, but they will get the ball.
And Tony gonna be able to soak up some more this time, but there's just a mountain to climb. Although they've finally been able to pry this position away from default, and now they're able to do some of the same work that default has been doing for so long. It's gonna come down to find these opening picks. Jake was able to find the one out long haul, but I mean, Sepstars finds one. This is an opportunity for default still, right? Even though they're down numbers, they're going to be able to get map position. They have to find these slays. The great sticky grenade comes out. Strikey's able to find one across the map. The push is coming through. And there you go. Default has broken the position open, but now they have to execute on the back half and find the remaining slays.
Make sure they kill Suspector while they do it. That's a big pickup out of him. Nade's going to come in. Shields do still come back, though. It's about to be a brawl here in back pipes. I like how Suspector knows exactly what to do here. Leaves the ball behind. Cleans up Prime Gill. Can he find another? Slides in to get it, but it won't quite bounce away with the kill. Another red bar to the point. What was that? A single bullet from a VR burst that I think just tapped him just to finish him off. He was that weak. But all while it happens, Warriors, they're starting to squeak away a little bit of time in these little exchanges. Slowly but surely, they're closing the gap here.
Yeah, the game that suddenly, the game that looked like a blowout is suddenly looking tighter and tighter, and you finally see this is, I think, the first real ball rotation that we've seen in this round, where the ball has just been living over in Pipe's room, finally making its way towards A. I think this is where Warriors wants to set this ball up, and this camouflage now into the hands of Strikey, as he's going to be the player that needs to find some spacing on the map.
The only saving grace in the situation, though, right, with Warriors and that commitment to A with the ball, it gave Strikey the opportunity to pick up camo here and start to even the odds. Ball gets played out center, 2 dead. He's got a grapple, doesn't he? He'll bring it right back to his hands. You got to love the play. He can get, no, please hit the jumps to get back to safety. Thankfully, he'll do it. Teammate around him. They could close out the game with one solid setup here. Warriors have one chance to push.
And this is a nice heads-up play from Strikey, right? He had camouflage. A lot of players have camo. They don't even think about ball. They're like, hey, I don't want to have the giant objective over my head. Instead, he's saying, hey, we're so close to winning this. I just need to do what I need to do for my team. Fortunately, not able to find those last couple picks. And although he gets them to 8 seconds to win, they are giving up some valuable ball time right here as this game gets closer and closer. 1 or 2 good pushes left for default before Warriors takes this game.
Just one good break at a default, and they could close it out with 8 seconds. Can they do it, though? Double with the nade from where is going on here? Looking for the triple here. Does clean it up. That might be all it is, or all is needed for the nail in the coffin. As I say, it's still scrappy. Nade's coming in. The spawns nearby was the bane, though, right? He got 3 dead, but the pipe spawn was open, so they're just filtering straight through to keep the pressure up. Gonna be throwing nades left and right here, too, just to survive. Tony will get the grapple as well, and you love to see these rotations. The damage to take out Heimgel here. Ball still down. 30 seconds on the clock, so everything pressuring both teams here. Can they just get to it for 8 seconds? That might be it.
Strikey, once again, get onto this ball right away. He knows there's one player looking around for him. The team comes through, and that should be round 2, barring a miracle. Oh, the grapple came through. Oh, he's putting into pressure. No, it's not going to be enough. I was about to say, get a little swervy over there, and hey, look at that. Default having a strong start to that game, and they do find the finish at the end of the day. But Strikey, really the player that I was looking at the end of that round. He got the clutch triple and then the clutch double to get those last few seconds for his team.
Strikey with the close and Rorsch with the mid game, though, for sure, right? That frenzy that he got with the sword, I think a big impact play for default. It gave them a large advantage to work with so that they had a cushion in the situations that they did make their mistakes. But here we go, final round, final game in the series, and look who's got everything. It's Strikey.
They're going to take some more damage on this map. Finds Suspector Eyes on the prize. Looks like Sepstars takes his food away from him, but still just that. Oh, dude, I love that play. Just, yeah, hey, I don't have the, I don't have to go out and slay anymore. I have to grapple. Let me go make the play for the team. Jake goes down. The push is coming. Oh, my God. He can't miss.
Triple.
The triple. Come on, push it out. The over. Fly by. Come through. Push. Nah, they're not looking for it. God, dude, Strikey's been insane. I think that's the third triple kill we've seen from him on stream today.
He's definitely doing it all. And part of me wonders, though, if he just hit that crouch jump instead of the clamber, like, would he have gotten an angle on the C spawner? Either way, it's too late now. Rhinoob with 2. They'll answer back immediately. 32 seconds off the early aggression thanks to default. Warriors will fight from the back foot, but not a situation they're afraid to be in. Let's see what they do with this hold.
This is where Rhinoob really loves to play this ball. He likes to get it towards A and then have open rotations towards C to have play spots, and you can finally see that objective that Rhinoob has patented over at EU United's coming through. Rhinoob, I mean, 39 kills. I don't think he wanted to get his life off the map, but hey. Yeah, it's a few seconds. Unfortunately, it's a quick play. Obviously, Warriors are going to spawn up and have position on this ball, but you just have to be more efficient with your ball time.
I don't know about this.
Ooh, he got away.
He did. He's okay. Look at all the trades in the feed. 2 die both sides. Comes away with camo. Teammate was there with the perfect help. Did get spotted, though. Rorsch can be the line of defense. There's the dive into bottom mid. Opens things up for Suspector to just clean up 2. You'd expect him to die in that situation, right? It was like a bait, but Suspector, he's just, the man's too accurate.
Yeah, Suspector is one of those players that just kind of, you have fear whenever you see his gamer tag pop up, whenever you're now one-on-one, because he hardly ever loses them, right? Whenever he dies, it's usually because he gets a little too aggressive. He finds himself in between 2 reticles, and there's team help.
Over!
Overkill. What was that? Sepstars overkill. This has just been the map of killing medals, man. It's just double, triple overs everywhere. This has been an insane tournament to watch.
So many plays being made, it's just hard to keep up with it all, right? We need like the 8-way POV so we can see it just snap onto the right one. Either way, what's clear is default off these plays. They're picking up some time. 56 and counting, and Rhymegale going to get the defense on this. Comes out with a melee trade, so some good damage on a follow-up player. Makes it very difficult to challenge. You can see why. Sepstars with 1. Sepstars with 2. A stick will leave behind, but the ball's still in the hands of default, and they're still going in. Don't tell me they win the series here, Garrett. Warriors, they're on the ropes.
I love this rotation from Roar. She's going to be able to get into the pipe rooms. And what this is going to do, it's going to buy at least another 10 seconds of ball time that they wouldn't have had before. One player leaked through into this pipe room, a huge one-on-one, and it's going to be won by Rhinoob. That might be saving grace for the Warriors roster. Rhinoob finds his 41st kill of the game, and it's a pure one-on-one that he just had to win, and he's able to get the job done.
Yeah, Rhinoob and Suspector definitely working hard to keep some slays up on this team. Jake with only 17 to his name, Tony with 22. At this point, when things are pivotal, those slays count dearly. And that's a perfect kill at a Rhinoob to at least come out with something there. Ball still in the hands of Warrior. Still got high ground, but the camo up. And look who's in position. Default, love the slide to pick up the kill onto Tony. Can he stay up, though? Oh, he will. Garrett, that cut is difficult to do. The way he positioned himself pre-slide to make sure that cut came out. Like, it's a very precise setup. And the result of it, I mean, look at what he's getting.
Oof. Great job by Strikey. And like you said, it was so smart play because he took the slide to go past the camouflage to take the fight and then go back and regain. And I love how this team hasn't been fearful to get that extra scrap time with the camouflage. If you can't go and find immediate kills with camo, you might as well get a couple seconds, bring it back towards your team. He's in a great spot to take this fight, but just unfortunate timing on that side. And they're all going down. A complete flip of the script for Warriors. They found one of the cleanest breaks that we've seen today yet.
Right, we didn't even quite get to see it happen, right? Like 1 second default had the ball at A. The next second, the ball's being pulled away, brought to C, and everyone's dying in its wake. Shock in the hands of Tony, all well we say it, looking for his 28th kill. We'll see if he finds it. Rhinoob going to squeak out some time in the meantime. Do they trade up roles here? He's got it he's got it all, right? He's got the grapple, he's got the shock. He needs a kill. That would help. He's going straight out the bottom mid. Man's in trouble. Do they dive in for him? They will. And we're not going to get to see his fate, but it looks like he died on the kill feed. Ball still in Warriors' hands, and that scoreline getting quite narrow.
Yeah, all of a sudden it looks like an even game, but finally Default has been able to push through. The Swords down low at the last second of Bull True as Jake wasn't able to get the kill, but he takes 2 off the map. Ryanoob making plays once again. The ball down in middle position and no player able to get right on top of it, but it's Rorsch who's trying to make the play for the team. He's able to get the trade, and you can see tripled up is Default. They're trying to take down Ryanoob, who's been an absolute menace. Oh, killing spree for him, but the ball's gotten away, and all of a sudden it's 85 to 86.
Right.
One last opportunity.
Every single kill is so freaking massive in this moment, Garrett. If you don't get at least a trade, you are screwing things up for your team. Massive kill at a strike. He's going to rotate the ball, drops it out center. He's now one shot. He didn't die, which is huge. He's got a teammate to work with back pipes. Warriors, they're in trouble down bottom map here. Ryanoob weak. Where is that ball going to go? It sits out center. Strikey with 2
got a double
on the feed. Ryanoob now not with any... Oh, he gets a kill on a Strikey, though. Jake with 1 as well. They'll even out the odds and the numbers here. Ryanoob going to take center map. And can he use this to get some defense on the ball? The stick comes in. Go long, says Rymegale. He'll clean it up. There he goes, though, in the trades. Man, they bring it down to a ball hold center map. 5 seconds. He tossed it. That's it. That's enough. The final 2 seconds comes out of an alley-oop with the ball to Tony, and Warriors will close out the 3rd round and 3rd game in that series.
What a fight between Ryanoob and Strikey, both of them dropping 49 kills apiece. Are you kidding me? That was insane.
49 kills each?
Yeah, both of them had 49 kills in that game. Oh my God. And what it really came down to, I think, was Ryanoob's little peak shot that he got the kill on Strikey, because Strikey made the huge play, right? He got through, got behind the guys at glass, got the ball, played it out of position, gets a double kill, gets ball back into his hands. Ryanoob finessing his life over in the pit at double stacks, jumps up, and with the thinnest reticle possible is able to get the pick on Strikey. Just insane to watch.
But then he gets straight up blue screened. Nice nade, right? Rymegale, but then cleaned up by Suspector. But that opening, like you said, it was the Jake plus Ryanoob combo right there to even the odds. Strikey, he made a massive play, but he committed out for the ball. And that's maybe the scary desperation kind of situation, right? Is it's like, okay, I got a double. We have a numbers advantage. That means I go for ball, right? That just seems logical. But if you don't secure those final 2 kills in that pivotal moment and guarantee that that ball goes up into pipes, and you might be throwing away a chance to win the game. Like, maybe that's what it was, right? Strikey, he dives out. He's in a committed spot. He's one shot with the ball. You know, maybe if he didn't dive out, maybe if he made sure they got the info on Ryanoob Jake, cleaned him up, maybe that ball could have gone into pipes instead. But, I mean, either way, what a crazy close. I can't complain about the way that one ended.
No, I think if you had to run it back, if you're Strikey, you do your best to stay alive and try to get the grapple in that position. Because if you can get the grapple, stay alive, get back into Pipes room, then you have the ability to grapple that ball back towards you, right? And that's where really the damage came in, is they found exposed players from that roster out in the open. But what all that led to is this moment right here now, Spartan versus Ryanoob. And our losers, I believe this is losers semis, right? And then we have losers final PK waiting in the wings.
And you know what? I think best case scenario, as much as I love that underdog story out of default, my God, right? The plays out of Strikey and team there, and Rorsch, I mean, in that second round too, they definitely were popping off. They had put themselves in position to deserve the win, but Warriors, they come out on top, they clutch up, and something we know they do well. Now we've got a bit of a storyline though, right? We've got Team Bohm, Team Warriors. This is Sparty v Ryanoob, a storied history between these boys, right? They've gone through bouts of not liking each other, very public about it, and then patching things up, teaming together, being on one of the best Infinite teams in the league, and then, you know, here comes just a little bit, maybe a little bit of drama. I don't know, and and a nice little head-to-head, a little ESA head-to-head. You gotta love to see it.
Yeah, you know, it's like I think both players have their stories, and you know, people make the decisions that they want to make about the drama that's unfolded. But it's sad to see that United roster kind of plummet.
That's a hell of a team.
Because we're talking about second, third, and fourth in their last 3 tournaments, and it's just like that's a team that everyone always was saying, hey, they're a top 8 team, like they're not really going to do much, and then they would always overperform. And I think it just shows you this. That shows you what the type of players that Ryanoob and Spartan are. They're players that consistently overperform for their team. So wherever Spartan ends up, he's going to overperform for them. And I'm sure Ryanoob will try to pick up the slack that's lost because they United lost a massive Slayer in Spartan, and they're going to have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I guess, I think you already pointed it out. The shame is the missed opportunity, though, considering, a team of that caliber to place second, place third, but to maintain that top 4 kind of position throughout such a long stint of Halo Infinite, despite the fact that it was starting to wane, and that was really just, the lack of chemistry. When the chemistry is on and they're all playing their best, this is a team that's capable of winning. So, it's a shame that the opportunity is no longer available. But hopefully, the result is we see Ryan Doob with a teammate that he's got better chemistry with, and we see Spartan on one of his own teams that he's happy with too. Either way, good Halo hopefully is what we get to see.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. So I want to see these teams just go to war for their teammates. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
You have these guys, their drama's there. You're like, okay, I'm Team Spartan for today. I'm Team Ryan for today. We're going to war. And hopefully see all the body disrespects come out too. This is the first time that we're going to see these two players team up against each other in Halo Infinite. This is going to be really fun to watch, and there's a little bit of money on the line because they're playing for top 3 as well. Loser not going to get any money to take home.
Right. And I know we're talking Team Sparty, Team, Ryan Do, but these teams are comprised of some other very talented players who I'm sure are going to pop off and really steal the show, too. You've got Bohm, Aperture, Piggy to round out that Bohm roster. We can see them on screen. A little bit of replay action for you guys as we, of course, get ready with the match. We just came off of, something that was so unexpectedly close, right? I can imagine Warriors, after that match, they need a second to just kind of breathe and make sure they can keep pace coming into this new one.
Oof. Dude, this is... You said it, you said there's other players there.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm just going to disagree. I think it's all going to be Spartan and Ryan.
Okay.
I think these two players are going to step up. They're going to be...
Suspector, dude, though? Come on.
Hey, Suspector didn't drop 49 in the last game. You know what I'm saying? I love Suspector. It was Ryan. Dude. I think these two players are going to be the ones that step up for their teams. They hate each other. I
don't know about hate. I hope not.
Hey, if you were back in the Halo 5 days, there was some true animosity between them, and I think this might have reinvigorated it.
Yeah, there's definitely, you go back in the VODs, there was some post-game words exchanged across the stage kind of moments for sure. But that's kind of the beauty of high-stakes competitive Halo, right? It's you like to see the passion, a little bit of drama, a little bit of energy. Give us a reason to pick a side. Give us a reason to fight for some of these players, a little bit more than just their good Halo gameplay,
I will say I think Spartans always had the edge on Ryan Noob when it's come to whenever they've been on separate teams. I think there was obviously that one moment where Ryan Noob had done the upset with Oxygen Supremacy back in the day, but since then I don't think Ryan Noob has beaten Spartan on separate teams in a long time. So I think Spartan, if you're gonna go history, Spartan usually comes out on top. We'll have to see if that continues. I think Spartan, when he's playing with a chip on his shoulder, Spartan's kind of different, man. He comes to life, and one hell of a map to start, because Bazaar, we know it's about stat padding. Who's going to be able to put up the ungodly number that we're going to see in our first game? Or it could be the opposite. Maybe both these players will come out, drop a goose egg. Who knows? We'll have to get into the game and see what happens then.
Not expecting any geese in this one, but I mean, there's a whole other storyline if we get it. But like you said, Bazaar CTF to start, best of 3 series. We got Recharge Slayer, we got Oddball Livefire to close it out, expecting it to be a battle regardless of where it goes. But I think we're just about ready to get in, Garrett. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this matchup. And if you had to give a quick prediction, Shyway, what do you put in the score as for these for this best of 3?
If we recount the history just in this tournament alone, Warriors got beat by PK. We didn't get to see it, but I think it was a 2-0. And so did Team Bohm get beat by PK. But based off of what I've seen, I want to give the edge to Bohm. I think this is going to be close. I'm going to say 2-1 Team Bohm, because that last series Warriors default, I mean, my God, they almost lost, right? That's kind of made me lean the other direction. But honestly, I got no freaking idea. Garrett, apparently we got to jump to a quick break. But real quick, what do you think? Where do you think it's going to go?
I'm going to go 2-0 Bohm. Spartan gets the job done, wants his revenge. In the meantime, let's go take a look at beautiful Yasuo's face.
Sure.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin. Game over for headaches.
All right, we're back with more Series E and right back into the gameplay with a bang, apparently, too. There's a nade kill to kick this off. This series, by the way, as you can see on screen, losers semifinal and quite a matchup at that. Team Ryan Noob, Team Spartan going head-to-head.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough one, and Spartan already came out strong. He got the shotgun and the overshield to start, and he's getting right into this base, trying to make some action happen. Jake, yeah, you're going against a mean Sparty right now. You're not going to win that fight any day.
And look what it does. After the perfect, he picks up the flag. No hesitation. He's already got the run straight through Treehouse. The fact that he lived, massive, because look at where he's put the flag. Down at the bottom mid. He can bait it now. Gonna try to stay alive. Shoddy in back pocket. Everything Sparty could ever need to do damage, he's got in his hands. Bottom mid, they already got Suspector there to get to the flag, but no dice on his life. Aperture will slide in, pick up the touch. He's got a chance to close this out.
This flag already out of the way, baby. This is a fast one going right down the line. It all started with Sparty's 5 opening kills. He was able to dominate the feed early on. On the other side, Ryan Noob struggling a little bit early on. 2 and 3 for him. Keep an eye on these two. They're going to be the catalyst for their teams if they're going to win.
But, I mean, just start to finish on that play. How flawless is that, though, right? And he's still going, by the way. Slides in. Teammate gets the kill with a backsmack. So Sparty survives that situation. But to pick up those 5 kills like he did, plus the flag run, plus the use of the shock nades here, just to add insult to injury. I mean, you've got Warriors scrambling in the early game, and now he's near the OS2.
I love this. Like, he could have gone way back for that overshield. Instead, he's just trying to stay forward and help his teammate take the space on the map and be a ever-present presence on this map. Oh my, he's just on a different level right now. 8 kills for Spartan as he eventually sees the respawn screen, but this flag is away, and at this pace, we could be seeing a 5 flag victory, a rare feat to see on Bizarre Flag.
Now, you could not have asked for a better start at a Sparty, but I love everything I'm seeing at Arrival. I'm not going to lie. He's got himself in advanced position. He had to get the stop on the flag, and he did everything he could, right? He shot the nades. There was a shock down there. He put damage into Bohm. Bohm is now dead. But despite his efforts, it might not be enough. You got Sparty flying, and once again, he comes out with the trade, does collect the flag, passes it off to Aperture. Aperture now in position to close it out. One final line to defense out of Warriors. They will get a stop on the flag, but is it enough?
Yeah, the respawns are going to happen on flag points, so you're going to have to get another clean white. Piggy is trying to stay forward for his team. He comes back for the reach out. They're on the return, but the player comes through. He gets the touch. Who else but Sparty? Oh, Bomb's coming back. Bomb gets the kill. So Spectre now has rockets on the return. The nades are coming through. The return's in, and it all started with Ryan Noob's play at top BR, shutting down that flag early on, and they get the eventual return.
You love to see it. The biggest plays in the game so far, no doubt, thanks to Rindub and Spartan on both sides here. Rindub going to get tagged up cross-map while it happens. This game definitely still not going to let up, right? Look at Spartan. I mean, 12-4, gets a nade straight up into the vents to get that kill. He will die with Shoddy. Big opportunity for Warriors, though, to take center map here.
Looking across. Putting in some great shots. The Spectre finds that kill. Overshield going to be pivotal right here, and you can see all of Warriors positioned for it. This is their chance to strike back into the fight, as it's going to be Spectre who gets behind too, and that's an easy double kill for him. And you can start to see the pressure is in. This flag going to be taken away. The question is, can they get it back to their base?
Warriors definitely staggered off the opening, but that has quickly changed, right? Jake in a wow, Jake got obliterated. Make it 2, thanks to Sparty, the defense. Wow, the movement too, right? Jumps to the platform, bank nade just in case of a challenger. He'll get his shields back. He's got Piggy to work with, and that was enough to fend them off, get them off the base.
It's coming through. Oh, that's just a tough one to deal with. Sparty's like, I reposition, and they still just put it right at my feet. As he's just been trying to stay alive, his team just not able to find the pressure on the map. And eventually, Spartan's going to be able to get out of these double doors, but he needs to find the critical kill, and Ryan Noob's going to be the first player up. He dices him down. And now, oh, dude, this is shocks. He's going to put him down a great amount of damage right here, but his team just needs to finish the fight.
What's rough is that shock tagged up his teammate as well, so you can see he's now quite weak. Aperture going to bounce out, trying to put some work into Suspector here. Suspector going to make himself a tough kill. He does get out to double doors. Tony's hiding, by the way, in that corner, and I think this might work out. Waiting for a chance to strike. He does not see it. There go the man's shields. He'll try to bounce out of the fight, but I think Tony's got a lock on him. He didn't quite get the kill, and now Tony's in trouble here. Defense out of Sparty. Aperture still milking his life. Out center. They didn't see him either. Suspector now going to lie a victim of that unfortunate situation, and they hold on Bohm. Oh my God, the plays.
Oh, dude, Sparty's on another level right now, man. He's just playing his game.
They're getting work.
Find Jake. Yeah, he's just absolutely dominating. He even takes himself out right there. he's just doing everything for his team, and I love to see. I love to see a fired up Sparty. He absolutely comes to life in these scenarios. Suspector, the one keeping up pace right now for his team. 15 kills for him, but this looks like it could be another quick flag grab for Team Bohm, as you already see the reposition. He's gonna get both of them.
He's gonna get
yeah, great job. Hey, you gotta take your life with you, but hey, you took 2 to go.
I mean, who else but Sparty to land on the rockets off of spawn too, right? Like, his timings have all just been like, some of it, you know, maybe fortunate, but you're only fortunate if you're good enough to put yourself in those positions, right? So So far, so good for Bohm as far as damage is concerned. You can see they're still in their base. Ryan Noob looking for an answer here, but he can't quite find it. Instead, he'll find the death screen that's too dead. Aperture going to try to stay up. He's got the shotty. Sorry, Piggy with the shotty in hand to do it. And can he just stay alive long enough to help his team out here? Puts the flag back in the line of sight. Sparty with the kill. Going to try to make a rotation on this. And Sparty with the grapple, too, to get it out center.
This allows Piggy to just play this top position. If they try to take him from behind, he can get that shotgun out and unload a pellet into them. And then you can see this flag gets away around the corner. Sparty finally hitting that 20 kill mark. And now this flag gonna have to be baited for a second. Last time we saw the flag get stopped halfway through, it was a return from Team Warriors, but since then, Warriors just has not been able to get on this map and get progress towards a flag cap of their own.
Aperture's just going to try to hold on and play his life. You can see that flag still out by double doors. So Warriors, they got work to do to get the touch on it. Piggy will collect it. In the meantime, doesn't get far just yet. Man's blinking. He'll get taken out thanks to Suspector. If Suspector can hold his ground, looks like he actually does dive in for the return here. Can he do it? Doing great progress on it. Thrust back into it. I like this play. It's just enough for the re. And Bohm now one shot does not go for the re-peak. Sparty finds him, though. And center map controlled by Bohm despite the return.
Overshield gonna be popping up soon. And it looks like it's going into the hands of Spartan, and he's going to be unleashed in this back base. And they got the return, but they're going to have to worry about another flag grab right away.
Yep.
Sheesh. Ryan, who tried his best to stay alive, but it was just too much. Spartan. Dude, he went for the ninja. Oh, now he knows he's there.
But like every decision that he makes looks like it could be so massive, right? Like it's like maybe he's slightly off with timing, but he's doing all the right stuff. Like even earlier when he hits that quick jump up to exactly where he is now to thrust, to hit that bank nade, right? Just to like, he's always steps ahead as far as predicting the next engagement and where it's going to be, when it's going to happen. All while I say it, though, looks like we got the first signs of life here out of Team Bohm as they, or sorry, Team Warriors as they get the flag through. It's Ryan with it. Aperture going to stop him in his tracks, though.
Return.
Oh, that didn't last long.
That was a quick return. I mean, Aperture just quick on finding that cutoff, getting into the right position, and getting the return for his team. And I mean, doing more. Gets the rockets now. Ryan Noob. Oh, Ryan Noob able to get around that corner. The pre-rocket not going to connect either. But hey, it gave him the knowledge to know that he can pull that flag right away as well.
Oh,
as he comes back out. And yeah, like you said, a gamble with those rockets. So just throwing them right into the wall.
The result of the gamble is Ryan Noob gets to stay alive a little longer. He is net dead now, thanks to Piggy. Piggy going to continue to bob and weave here. Flag sits out bottom mid. Not sure if they got a touch on it, though. Those dynamos will definitely do the trick, though. Not too much Piggy could do to stay up. I don't see the flag, so I can only assume that one went back to the pedestal. And the fight for center going to continue here. Ryan Noob with a pickup. Suspector with one. Jake with one. One left on the map here. Bohm will be, sorry, Piggy is the one to stay up. But, I mean, here's an opportunity for Warriors.
In the back pocket. This is their opportunity to get in. You can see all of Team Bohm just sitting in the back base waiting to take on these fights, and they found the first opening picks, and that's going to alleviate a ton of this pressure. Expect to see them start to fly forward as the did that not connect? It doesn't matter. Aperture still gets the kill.
I think it might have connected. Like, does it take the whole shield, though, right? Like, it would, I mean, I don't know. He just sat on him, right? Like, it didn't matter. He hit everything in that situation, completely obliterates the OS as if it was never on the map, but still, once again, rinse and repeat. We're back to center, and look at the clock here at 1 minute 30. We need to see something substantial out of Warriors here, and Ryan Noob needs to be the one to do it.
Bohm and Aperture working together against Ryan Noob in this position, but Ryan Noob was able to put down the shots necessary to build some more presence on the map, and they've been lucky to stop those flags that we've seen early on because it still gives them opportunity to get back in this game. Oh man, Ryan Noob might find himself behind all of these players. They didn't check those vents. Be weary of a rogue Ryan Noob. He comes up from behind. A smart play from him to now find advanced timing to get back into this flag and try to get it out for his team.
Keeping his presence low at Rocket, something he does so well, and look at him bounce in and out of these exchanges. Despite 45 seconds on the clock, he's playing this patient. Going to use every second they have as long as they get a touch at 0 or before 0. And they can keep this game going. Ryan Noob's still doing damage. Kind of running out of options, though. Jake is already on the flag. He did get a touch on it. He's going to have to get aggressive here. We'll We'll see if he can pick up Piggy. Jake with one. Suspector with another. Jake is still alive. He's made a massive play to stay up in this base and keep things going. Ryan Noob will take the position. He does get hit by a nade. That flag still at center, though. They got a numbers advantage. He takes it out to market. Isn't enough, though. Bohm with a kill. They got to fly for this flag, Garrett.
This is going to be a tough spot. You can already see Spartan and Bohm trying to work together to find those kills.
Oh,
Suspector of a well-placed grenade going to stop it, and that's going to be it. The last second they get the flag cap in, we're going to overtime.
Unreal out of Warriors to, in a battle of attrition like that, to stay patient and find those massive opportunities, right? Like Jake, I don't know how he stayed alive. We didn't get to see his play, but he was up in the back of the base living and winning fights long enough to get the flag into that position. But Warriors, the clutch factor, they've given us overtime.
Remember, it all came back to that play that Ryan Noob made by staying alive in that vent and getting behind everyone. Ryan Noob making the clutch play for his team. Sparty on the other side has just been an absolute monster, though, as he's found 31 kills, and he's already pulling out a flag. And it's going to be up to Suspector to stop them at the midpoint. The rockets come through from Tony. Tony somehow stayed alive on that rocket play as well. Kills the overshield player, eyeing that overshield. He says, come here. Puts it on the body. And that's exactly what you wanted to see. A massive play from Tony, already working on the overextents, gets that knowledge for his team. A huge play from Tony to prevent that flag from going any further. And a flag out for their own. Ryan Noob's running.
Oh, that's it? Right here. Unbelievable. Sparty, despite his early pull at his flank, the biggest, I guess, mistake that was made was they didn't get the kills. Warriors got the kills. They had no hesitation getting back to base, collecting flag, and before we know it, it's game over. And I mean, you mentioned it with Tony. You got to love the rotation to cut off the spawners, right? Out of all the positions he could have gone with that OS, he picked the best one, all while the flag is being rotated. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a more flawless answer in overtime.
And that's a tough one for a team Bohm to swallow. You had control of the game for so long, and you have to be kicking yourself about a couple of those flag grabs that looked incredibly on pace to get in, and they get stopped at the last second, right? And it's those couple flags that you go, and it's like they shouldn't have even had an opportunity at the end of the game to tie it up.
And this is kind of a worrisome reality for Team Bohm, though, right? It's like we come into this series and we say, you know, Sparty tends to have the edge when it comes to, you know, being a main slayer. And he showed that, right? 31 kills or plus the last time I saw him. Ryan Noob with only 18. But his plays arguably more impactful in the game, though, right? Like his survival on rockets opened up the opportunity for Jake and team to get the flag out. And then he was the one to run the final flag to win things, right? It's just really interesting to see the juxtaposition of Spartan, who is a one-man wrecking crew, killing everything, but Ryan Noob, who's like patiently waiting for his window of opportunity, going negative, but still winning. Like,
yeah, right. It's like Spartan was this force to be dealt with the entire game. Ryan Noob was waiting for his opportunity, and he found it at those last moments. And he knows, like, Ryan Noob knows how to manipulate the game around him. He said, hey, I know how they're going to play this situation with a minute left in the game. I'm going to wait here, listen, wait for my opportunity, gets behind a couple players, and gets himself all the way back in that base, and eventually got that pull for the team. And then in the meantime, while Spartan's pulling out their own flag, Ryan Noob said, hey, I know that they're gonna fly to mid to try to keep that flag alive. I'm gonna use that timing to get behind everyone, pull out a flag, and while those kills were going down, Ryan Noob influencing those back spawns forced them to overextend through the rocket side where the overshield player was ready to get those kills. So really, Ryan Noob having so much of an impact on the final moments of those games.
And ultimately, what does it all mean, Garrett? It means 1-0 in the series, 1-0 in a best-of-3 series, and series point for Team Warriors. But Slayer is a different ball game, and so far, Bohm with an advantage.
Slayer. Only objective is to get kills, and well, we know how good Spartan is at finding some kills. Aperture, though, coming out strong. 3 opening ones to find. He's going to get a 4th one on Jake right here. Oh, no, Spartan's at 8. That one's mine. And finally, we see the Aperture fall for the first time this game.
Yep, not a large lead by any means, 6-3 to start, but the biggest indicator, I think, Piggy bouncing out with that shock leaves a lot of potential for Bohm, especially with their setup to start to answer here. Suspector, you can see he's thinking twice about making that cross. If he starts to peek, they will find him. They might be able to take a headshot with it. So I got to love the patience out of Warriors. How do they play this, right? They need to be able to pick up off of each other's damage and find a push together. You can see it looks like it's all going to be coming into elevator side. Big pickup out of Suspector. Here come the numbers, but it doesn't quite work. 3 dead thanks to Sparty and Bohm.
Bohm's in a bottom position. He took this. He put the sword back for a second, and it just, that valuable time was wasted. Allowed them to line up the stick and get the kill. A mistake from Jake that he wishes he could take back, as it's just a trade that you just need not take.
One thing I will say with the sword, you know, despite how much I hate the fact that you can't trade when they've got it out, it does take a long time to pull the damn thing out. Like, that's that one drawback, right, where you can die in that process. But look at what's happened, though. Camo up. Team Bohm in a different position. The map flipped, but this is a position that favors that camo pickup, and you can see why. Aperture gonna bounce out with it, pick up a repulsor, and hopefully stay alive. No, he won't. Ryan noob, he'll find him.
Yeah, he got a little too greedy right there. Wanted
Should have
to
turned
take
around
the
and repulse.
Yeah, the problem was while he was sliding, he wasn't activating that camo at the same time, and he got to the repulse, then activated the camo. That timing, that small timing lapse cost him, as Jake is able to find a double kill on the map to tie us on up, and he'll go find that repulse surrounded at the death of the camo player.
I think he could have even maybe gone the extra step. It's just like slide, pick up camo, repulse 180, like 180 repulse out of the hallway, right? Just get out of there like ASAP without even thinking of the potential of somebody shooting. You just know you're in a very bad committed position to be in. So it's just, you know, it's unfortunate. And if that was matchmaking, he would have lived. But when it's Ryan noob, like these players, they don't miss, right? They don't miss those opportunities to melt you if you're just a little bit slow on the rotation. But as a result, look at this. We got a close game. We got Warriors with 18 on the board. They took the lead off of that. They got the shock as well.
I love how someone must have told Ryan noob that shock rifle was down bottom BR, because you saw him just absolutely sprint to bottom BR, pick up that shock rifle, and he's maybe getting a little too greedy right there. You got to remember, you have shock rifle in your back pocket. You die, you give up the shock rifle. But Jake quickly there.
Jake, though.
Yeah, great job. Hey, Jake is there to get it back, and hey, you know, Jake, I love you as a player, brother.
Oh, and that's why.
Ooh, yeah, that's why. I was gonna say maybe you should drop that off of Ryan noob, but
no,
it doesn't matter. No, Jake hits the shot. Love to see it.
A nice little peek shot. Good thing you didn't say anything or didn't get a chance to.
No roasted, bro. He's popping off. Hey, Jake, you know, a relatively unknown player. I believe he's pretty good friends with Ryan noob, and over there I see them playing it with each other a little bit, and well, he's stepping up to the occasion this time around. A 7-5 in a critical game too.
Maybe an opportunity for Sparty to shift things, though. We know what he can do to impact this game, and now he's got a camo. Tony, does he know where he is, though? His teammates starting to get aggressive back pipes. This might give Sparty an opportunity, but he will play it patient. Suspector already has one easy yeah, there you go. Tony now dead. Looking for a second here. Suspector, he's got to be aware of him behind him, but he can't do anything about it. Piggy will clean that one up. Ryan noob's still up. He's getting info, and I like that Sparty's tagging it out. Switches out for shock as well. He's doing everything he needs to here.
Didn't get to see that player rotate at red pipes. Ryan noob is that player that's on the hunt from behind. Spartan.
Nice rotation.
Yeah, great job just getting out of that fight. You got to get yourself in between your teammates and let this shock rifle get yourself back into the game.
Just looking for a peek in the meantime. Aperture Bohm under pressure here. Sparty going to get right up into it. Tony, he just repeat the moment he looked away. We see those situations a lot in this high level of play, getting just lightly tagged up by nades. But Sparty, you got to respect the confidence here. He'll hold an angle as long as he needs to if he knows he can.
Ryan noob being able to take himself forward. He has this sword, but no grapple to work with as well. And maybe prioritizing getting a grapple with that sword could be big, but
with two Sparty.
Sparty hit the shot of his life right there. Just a great reposition. 2 swords on the map. Aperture has one and Ryan noob has the other, and that shock rifle fell into Spartan's hands, and there was no player to go pick it back up. So I believe Team Bohm should be able to get it right back. You see Piggy immediately got that shock rifle back for the squad.
Sparty was forced to work hard for those kills, but he did just enough to bring it to such a narrow score line, and they still do have shock. Piggy with it. You can see Aperture he's just sound whoring, right? He's just waiting for Jake to get close, and honestly, this is the moment I would get. Yeah, there you go. Get aggressive. Perfect. There goes Ryan noob. There's the opening. There's 2. Camo about to pop up, or it is up. Everything they could have needed for that opening in the game given to them here. Can he get away with the camo, though? This is how you seal the deal. Aperture's got it. He's got the sword, too.
He still has plenty of sword to work with, too. That's what's so dangerous about this spot. Goes and gets his repulse back, and you're in a dangerous spot right here. Go back up. I would swing right back up and get right into the fight once again. I don't think anyone would have expected it, but he goes slow.
Oh, he's playing it safe. I like this.
Hey, there you go. Hey, he's got the warrior medal. That means 5 kills in a row with that sword.
31 all off of this. Map re-earned thanks to Bohm. They got coverage from A over to Attic. We'll see if they can lock it down. This sword is going to make it very difficult to get into elevator. And you'd imagine that Warriors would be aware, you know, the fact that he might be here with the sword. You can see they might be shifting their approach. They did pick up one to open things, but this is... Oh, okay, this is where you got to get very careful, repulsing. Okay. I can't even commentate it. Garrett, my God, what a play. Isn't enough, though. Piggy with a trade. Piggy looking for more. He'll try to... What a live.
God. He's going back to the challenge. What the Oh, we see Ryan Noob stay alive. Ryan Noob not going to be able to live for much longer, though. Bohm finds the eventual kill. There's two swings left in this sword to work with. So, how's this game not in the possession of Team Bohm at this point, right?
I mean, the ice, though, right? Like, if you are going to approach the door in top elevator knowing somebody might have a sword there, this is the best possible way to do it. They send 2, and they send the repulsor to just yeet the guy off of him. Here he goes with more. Jake with a pickup, make it 39-34 now off of Bohm and their map control.
Oof. Piggy, at least able to find one more. Ryan Noob is sitting over at top red. Piggy trying to do his best to stay alive.
He exploded him.
Yeah, it's a tough luck, man. Unfortunate over there. And now Camo coming up, and it's going to be a 50-50 play for Camo. I mean, both teams have at least an angle for it. And obviously it's going to be favoring Team Bohm's angle, but...
Oh, Bohm with a remote detonation. They got the shock. I think it must be... Wait. Is it... Sorry, no, it's Warriors with it. Bohm's team not in the position they want to be in right now, that's for sure. G1 Tony with the shock. He's already got one in the feed. They got the advantage to work with. You can see them starting to get aggressive off of it, too. Just looking for the answer here. Doesn't even need to find the Suspector with 2. 43 now. They'll just ice him out at this point. Warriors will play this patient.
Yeah, there's no reason to get a little overzealous here. You have a sword to work with. Like, just play your position, play your game. You have plenty of time to let this come through.
Sheesh.
Tony found another one on Piggy, and
yeah,
Sparty gets one. Sparty's in trouble.
Oh, big trade.
Yeah, that sword's just down now.
Oh, what do you do here? Oh, he doesn't get a kill. Can they live, though? They got an angle on Bowman after they're both one shot. Oh, my God, Ryan.
Oh, that's so cracked, dude.
That was insane. The coverage on both players as they split and dip opposite directions, but it doesn't matter. 7-kill advantage. This is Warriors' game to win.
Ooh, there we go. Critical kill from Aperture, and Ryan Noob has to do his best to stay alive. We've seen him make clutch play after clutch play. He found him out. He's one shot. You're getting hunted down, brother. Ryan Noob needs to stay alive. Spartan's underneath. Ryan Noob has somehow dissected his way through all of the players from Team Bohm trying to hunt him down. Able to stay alive. Suspector getting back to the team. You can see Ryan Noob meets up with everyone else. I can't believe Ryan Noob got alive. He went through the cross that was open from top A, had Spartan underneath him, had a player chasing behind him. Like, it somehow gets away with his life.
But somehow Bohm's team took the map back despite this, though, right? You've still got a 4-kill advantage. You still got Ryan Noob knocking in the doors. Oh, did he hit him with it? Drops a third nade. It's not enough. Aperture cleans him up. 44 now. 3-kill deficit. They still got the map. Where does Suspector go? You can tell he's a little bit afraid to get aggressive. They're in a good position to contest Camo, but they cannot afford any big losses at this moment. Look who's got shock. We need to see what Spark... Oh, he died! Suspector killed him. Still a 3-kill advantage. 48, 2 to close.
Jake got Camo.
Oh, shit.
Jake's coming underneath with the Camo. He's on the flank.
Sparty got his... Did he get his shock back? I think he might have got his shock back.
Bowman Avatar underneath.
Sparty with 1.
Camo's
gone. You can't get a kill. Oh, 47. What do they do now? Because they don't have the map anymore, right? What was once an advantage for Warriors is not looking so good.
They're just trapped at backseat. I mean, you have the
What's
lead.
Sparty doing? Does he have a shot?
Push.
We should see. Can we get the Sparty?
He has it on the back pocket. Yeah, he does have a shot on his back pocket. Oh, dude, that nade is so good.
Good nade. Dude, this is...
You can't be challenged. You can't be peeking there, bro. Especially with a shock rifle in play.
Cheeks clenched at this point, Garrett, is all I can say. This is a high-pressure situation. Look at the clock, by the way.
They should be tripling up on glass and trying to get the Spartan right here. Okay, no, Spartan had a commando in the back pocket.
50 seconds on the clock, by the way, to do something. So despite the fact that Bohm and team have position, at some point we need to see Bohm get aggressive. Because Warriors, they're going to hold their ground. But how do they do this, right? Piggy, he's starting to tiptoe forward. You got Bohm there as well. Sparty going to have to bounce out here. Aperture looking for something. Nobody got a kill somehow. They're tagging him out. 30 seconds left, though.
I like this from Spartan. Spartan has the
opportunity.
Got a kill. Just go. Go.
No, you can't just like Piggy's what? Oh, okay.
They all got back in time. They found Tony. It's tied up.
Wait, it might go overtime. It might go overtime if they don't get kills. 10 seconds. I don't think anybody's going to risk it.
Oh, no. Okay, you didn't get the instant spell.
This is actually crazy.
Yeah, you play overtime.
Camo comes up at 0. That's going to pull him out center. Okay, we are going overtime.
No,
so
I think
3 minutes.
both teams are going to be baiting Camo. I don't think anyone tries to get, unless someone has a grapple. Maybe Piggy has a grapple.
Oh, my God.
I think the only way you go for that Camo is if you have grapple. That's an ultimate bait spot. Ryan, who drops down. These teams are not going to be moving.
Piggy's still there, by the way. I don't know if they know he's there, but he does not want to move.
And like Piggy's actually the equation to this fight. If he can stay hidden and wait for this team to make a play.
No, he's
still there. He's just waiting. He's waiting. They're trying to goad them into going into A from the bottom position. It's just not working right now.
Aperture got one. There it is.
He got it. He stayed low and he got the final kill.
Oh my God, Garrett, that one's for the books. That was a sick game of Halo. Dude, I don't know. I'm glad I was here to watch that.
Oh my God, dude.
That was sick. That was such a good game. My God.
That was a war of a game too, by the way. Like the way everything happened there. Honestly, I don't like the way Team Warriors played that end game at all when they had that position. But
what did they do? What would be the best option?
You triple up and you go into glass and you make the play. You know, I say because you have a kill buffer to work with. You had to take Spartan out of that position because Spartan has that cross. You just need to commit all the way through and get to top right because no one has his help. Right? They have the help from the cross, but if you can get in all at once and try to isolate that fight, I think that's how you win the game. Ryan, who was keeping him distracted at tower. The problem is getting to that cross without getting found out. There was opportunity to do so, but they would have to play their timings right. That was a tough spot, but I think that was the weakness of Team Bohm's setup, and you had to try to exploit it, and the exploitation has to be Spartan over at top red.
But, you know, in the end, credit to Team Bohm for holding their ground.
Absolutely.
And holding their map control despite their deficit, because I think the start of that was 47-43, I believe, when they got their map control locked in, and they had to very slowly inch their way back and only lost 1 kill, I guess, in the process till we got, right down to the wire. But my God, to get down to the end of the clock, too, to tie it up. What, did they had 20 seconds when they tied it up? And then everybody decides, anyway, the game goes on. That's the beauty of the result in that Slayer, is as nail-bitingly close as that was, it gave us a game 3.
Tony's going to immediately get hunted down by Sparty right there as he finds that kill. Yeah, Spartan coming on at the last second for this roster, replacing Chrisley and the spot. And well, he's been absolutely a monster for this team, trying to keep them further in this tournament. Finally, we're going to see the ultimate conclusion of Spartan versus Ryan Noob in this game 3. Team Spartan coming out strong to start, though, able to get this ball away as Aperture finds the opening time.
Aperture finds his death down below, too. I think he just decided he's had enough. He'll jump off. Heat Wave going to bounce hands and send Piggy to the death screen as well. There goes 2 with it. So that's ball time for Warriors. And I mean, here we are, live fire Oddball to close this series. This is going to be a long one, Garrett. We'll see if we go the distance.
Shots coming through. Bohm's in trouble. He's able to stay alive. Ryan Noob reposition. They have plenty of ball time, so they don't have to freak out too much about getting these picks. They just need to keep them back. And well, Aperture's reposition is going to be unsuccessful. Spartan's going to push through, and it's a triple for Ryan Noob, and it shows the patient play. Piggy lasts alive. His job just to stay alive and be forward. But you can see what this has done. It's allowed Warriors to put a player into back B, and now they can funnel everyone towards dummies and mid, and it just makes this ball so much easier to play.
Right, so unfortunate loss for Warriors aside, you can tell they're not hurting too bad off the opening of this game. They are starting to get obliterated, though. There's the big opening for Bohm they took advantage of. They will take him out. I don't think, the ball was not played throughout the exchange, so it does end up rotating through. They'll send that to a B Holt temporarily. We'll see what we can do to cover it. Bohm going to sit back green. You got Sparty as a line of defense here, just looking for an angle of attack, but they're going to have to give up the OS here.
Someone said it in the chat, Shy, that this could be Suspector's tryout for that United spot. And,
oh, yeah.
You know, Suspector is one of the hottest players on the market. The problem is
but no, he doesn't leave Kratos, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is no one's been able to get him away from XSET because he's been teaming with one of his good friends, Kratos. But
yeah,
that United spot has to look enticing to him. Maybe we could see that as one of the potential spots, and you can see Suspector's been an absolute monster for this Warriors roster, one of the best individual talented players. Hey, Jake took him with him. You know, that's all that counts, right? You're going off, but at least you took Spartan down with you.
And a good point, though, and I don't think Suspector is a stranger to being, like, somewhat of a hot commodity, though, right? Like,
no,
I'm sure he's
not,
been,
for sure.
I'm sure he's already been approached by many high-level, you know, teams and rosters, whatnot. Despite it, he holds true, and we'll see if it stays that way. But I'm just looking forward to seeing if this man can pull off a big play in this game, right? Because now that we've made it to game 3, we got a snipe on the map. Pretty sure this is Suspector's best map to play on as well. So he's got some potential here. You'll see him pop off on the feed, but the man with the snipe is Aperture. Oh, and he's hitting shots, too.
Oh, come on, Jake. You're going to challenge, and you're going to get killed. No. It just takes it too. I think you just leave, right? Get out of top mid, get all the way back to A. No, it's gonna stay.
Oh, no! Predicted
the nerd jump to get up too. I think that's what my favorite part is about it. It's like, you know, he just knows he's gonna push back up from the jump up. I always like those little predictions.
Right, and sorry to interrupt you, but that is skill jumping 101, right? Like, that's the beauty of skill jumping in Halo is like to your layman who does. Oh my God! By the way, Sparta, you nutcase. To somebody who doesn't understand it, it's like, oh, well, who's going to predict that jump, right? Like, that's unfair. He can, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, like, over time, pros, they acclimate to this stuff, right? Like, it's not surprising if somebody goes for a skill jump. They just predict it. They just add it to their consideration set, right? So you put a spring jump in this game. You put more skill jumps in this game. It's just more variables for pros to start to predict and take advantage of.
If anything, I mean, if you learn these movement traits and you're like, okay, like the skill jump, yes, it's unexpected to most players, but you're coming up at a very specific spot on the map. Like, it's an easy reticle placement for that sniper.
And committing to a clamber, too. So, bam, like, there you go, done.
Yeah. You can see, I mean, this round almost over. I mean, 10 seconds to get it done. And Sparty has a clear rotation if he wants to take it towards that overshield spawn, but they're playing through. And Piggy way huge in the last game. He found the 50th kill. And he finds the final 2 to alleviate the pressure and get those final seconds in.
So what a turnaround at a Team Bohm, though, right? Because Warriors start out with a hot, I want to say, at least 40-second hold on tower side. But the moment they lost their footing, Sparty and team...
we had a lag out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think Ryan Noob's lagging out.
So Ryan Noob, controller down at the moment, might be having connection difficulties.
Maybe,
looks like he actually is back.
He just wanted to run into a wall off start. Okay, I respect it, man.
Not the typical opening strat, if I'm being honest, right? Like, because it didn't look like it worked out. Sparty will take advantage.
This cat jumped on his W key. He's like,
oh, no.
You can see this ball still just in the favor of Team Bohm, just positional-wise. And Sniper has just been the absolute difference maker on this map. The shots that Aperture and Spartan have hit with this snipe had truly changed this game.
And they might continue to do so. Ball going to be down next to OS in the meantime, just looking for an angle of attack here. Aperture, he's got all the artillery he could need, too. And I think he hears this guy nearby. That's Tony. Not quite hitting with snipe. This is the difficulty with this combo, though, right? Oh, okay. I mean, if you hit your shots, then the combo is beautiful. But sometimes, I guess, you know, if you're just a pleb like myself, then, you know, maybe this combo can be quite the responsibility. Aperture, he's not worried.
Hey, he should drop one of those. I mean, for sure. Like, your teammate's coming through. Yeah.
Lucid doesn't drop it, and it doesn't matter, right? I mean, maybe nowadays
hey, look,
he might.
He's got the heat wave. I mean, he finds one at the heat wave. He's getting in position again. Sparty finds Tony, and now Suspector hiding by his lonesome, and you can already see Piggy trying to find the finish, and, well, he will find the finish. Gets the kill. Bohm was on an easy rotation, and they'd have to find an answer for Piggy. I mean, not for Piggy, for Aperture. He's just been absolutely dominating with the combos. He eventually drops the snipe, but he still has that heat wave in the back pocket.
Warriors are kind of running out of time, running out of opportunities to give us something here in this final game, though, right, Garrett? Like, we've had nail-bitingly close games the whole way through. Warriors came out hot to open the series. They just narrowly lost the Slayer, but now things starting to crumble when it matters most. Ryan Noob does have a kill. They do have the ball. It's the first hold of the second round, but we need to see this go the distance.
Tony was able to find that opening pick, and that's going to allow them to at least get a clean setup. Did you not see that player? That dummies that pushed through?
He's okay.
They got the kill. But still, that was a dangerous spot right there. They had all 3 players on top of each other, and well, Spartan kind of had the pickings, unfortunately. He gets straight at the last second because of Suspector's heat wave, but we're seeing some lapses in the defenses or the setups of Warriors that is uncharacteristic to see from a team that Ryan Noob usually helps. He usually keeps everyone pretty much in check when it comes to getting those setups, and they just clearly have taken advantage of it.
I mean, even the fact that they didn't get time off that hold. Like, what happened to ball, right? Ryan Noob, for whatever reason, had to play ball it, but most of his team was still up when he did it. So I'm not sure if he just got compromised and it fell off the map, but that could have been a lot more time, you'd think, at a Warriors. Instead, the ball is now bounced back to A. They're collecting more scrappy time. Aperture's on top of the sniper. I want to say his 3rd or 4th snipe of the game, so everything looking good for Bohm, and if he starts hitting shots, it'll look better. Yeah, but he's not, thankfully, for them.
His party missed like 4 immediate ones. It's a tough spot to be in. But, you know, if we were in Halo 5 days, he probably would have hit like 2 of those no scopes and just absolutely blaned him off. Instead, the sniper, a bit harder to use in Halo Infinite. It can be tough to hit those no scopes, especially with the bloom. Like, having to YY out of your snipe every time can make it really difficult to make those micro adjustments.
But somehow these players still find a way. There's 2 dead in the feed, though. Going to make a quick rotation with the ball. Can't quite get out with it. Still 2 up. That's Suspector and Ryan going to have to work together to keep the numbers on the ball. You need to see Suspector stay up in this situation. Of course he does. That's Ryan Noob with the cleanup. Suspector going to try to bounce out the first snipe in his hands all game and an opportunity to make plays around that OS.
Yeah, only 1 shot left in that sniper, though, so not going to be playing too much of an impact for Suspector. He's just trying to get this ball time, and even though they've been playing a much better round this time around, they still have a mountain to climb. 30 seconds of time to make up for it.
Oh!
When he got it, you got it. Rest in peace, Kobe. So it takes Aperture out.
Definitely a nice throw. Let's see what else he could pick up off of it. Like you said, just 1 shot. Gonna look to make it count. And he does, but not enough to get the kill. Bohm will rightfully back down. Piggy with a pickup in the meantime, though. They're losing numbers. Suspector does clean him up. Snaps on the Bohm for the double. That's a big takeaway. That'll give Jake an opportunity to get out, and he's still looking for more, but Aperture with a clutch of his own.
Yeah, that's actually a huge kill from Ab. He's going to be able to get that ball, and he's going to quickly try to get the rotation through, and he gets around the corner. Now, no one in position to stop this rotation. Tony from underneath was able to get the shot through the doorway to stop that ball rotation. Ball gets played, but it's a clean wipe of Team Bohm. Warriors now in a spot to try to get this ball immediately away and to finally have a clean setup off grab.
Right. It was looking rough for Warriors early, but they've slowly closed the gap. Now anyone's game. 76 and counting here. Heat wave up close onto Sparty. There he goes. Jake with an opportunity to squeak away a couple more seconds here. And he's got some coverage with the heat wave to do it. So they can actually get pretty close to closing the game out. There goes Piggy. A spree, a mind the gap. The metal's stacking up, and he's looking to add more here. There's another kill. Is this for the round?
It is going to be for the round. I don't think anyone's in a position to stop the ball.
Oh, my God.
Rotates through.
Jake
goes down to the last second, but Suspector's there. No one's going to be able to stop it.
Wow.
We'll get him to the last second. Huge plays from Ryan Noob to end that game.
Wow. When it counts, right? What a close. Sorry, that was Ryan Noob with the repulsor combo?
Repulse heat wave, yeah. Repulse heat wave, just absolutely dominating at the end of the game.
Unexpected. You could see Piggy and team were not ready for that type of momentum, that type of pressure, and it's that late game energy that allows Warriors to stay in this. But this is it. I mean, final round, final game. Winner takes all.
This overshield going to be important to either team's success. And every time we've seen Team Bohm win the opening fight, they've been able to get the opening seconds. And now Suspector's trying to do his best to keep this overshield off, but Piggy's going to be able to get it in.
Oh, no! Oh, I got the snipe of it. As if you couldn't have asked for more in that situation.
He just knew. He's like, I'm just going to go right through the middle, and he's going to give me his back somehow. That's just devastating. Oh,
you know, and I think that's like the thing that separates some of these pro players from others is the confidence in those moments when anyone else would back down, right? It's like, oh, he's got an OS. The logical thing to do is give the man space, but like Suspector's like, nah. I got this, right? Just the combo of prediction and confidence. He'll pop away with a play. And here we go. Warriors with some time finally, though. Despite the playmaking, already 37 on the board here.
See, this is time for Bohm X, man, and he's just soaking it all up, checking all his angles, and he can just get a quick play if he needs to. Sparty, is he gonna find Tony underneath? So you can see that spot right underneath him. So if you go to that elbow, you can check your underneath flanks. You're there. He gets the time. Just throw that thing out there. But if you're on those staircase, like right on that corner, there's a little gap that you can look underneath.
And you can nade through it too.
And it gives you that knowledge of anyone's coming from your pillar location.
Now, Garrett, as we say this, look at the time on the board here. 57 that Bohm had picked up off of that tower setup, and they rotated it back to A. A couple players in Warriors will thankfully get the kills to close things off. That's a Spectre with 2 on the feed. Spectre now 1 shot, but he does come away with ball time. So Warriors, finally, they got an answer to the pressure early game out of Bohm here.
Spectre has been just an absolute monster this map. 26 kills from him. He's been getting that ball time. Ryan was able to get the overshield, and finally this looks like it could be an extended period of time for this team, but they're all on top of each other, and this is a dangerous spot to be in. You're starting to get collapsed on. There goes one trade. Ryan Noob's coming in for more. He had that overshield. It's all gone now, but he's able to find 2. And finally they get this ball back as Spartan's the last one alive, but he kills Tony, and they're going to be able to just consistently keep pushing forward. And it's going to be up to Ryan. Ryan made huge plays time and time again with that heat wave.
Still going, but Piggy will put him down. The ball rotates to B while it happens, so great play out of Warriors to make sure that there's no advances out of Bohm off of that, right? So ball now off the map, sniper up. Despite the deaths, we've got Tony in position to keep some sort of advantage for Warriors. He's just got to hit his shots. Not too much you can do. Is Sparty in that situation? Bohm with the pick up there. Thankfully, he remained confident. That's going to give him a snipe, but that was almost deadly.
Now, I think priority is give the snipe to Aperture or Spartan. They've been
killed.
Absolutely popping out with it. Not that Bohm can't hit the shots, but what we've seen from Aperture and Spartan this game has been incredible.
And I mean, moments like that, right, when he goes for the peak bottom mid, does not quite clean it up. Instead, he's got to commit for the rotation. Ends up dying because of it. Sniped now down bottom mid. Ryan, they're going to square off here with Aperture, who's having none of it. He'll take the ball. Oh, fumbles the collection just a little bit. There's the snipe on the floor, too, so he must be... There, he picks it up. We've seen Aperture pop off with the snipe, so he will drop the ball for a team, but he needs to...
Oh, he's still at the shot.
How does he still hit that? Ryan in that one shot. He's being a weasel. He'll snap on the Jake instead.
Do it again!
No. Oh, my God, dude. But they got the ball.
Aperture's a great sniper in this game, man. He truly just has such control over his reticle placement. And Ryan was going to be able to catch Spartan off the spawn, but even with that pick, you're still feeling the pressure of Team Bohm right off spawn, and this ball rotation needs to be successful. Aperture finds the first pick. He's going to be able to stop that ball for the time being. Aperture living is going to provide time for Spartan and the crew to come up from behind. Spartan needs to win this fight. He finds the first. Bohm gets the second. It's going to be up to Tony. He's looking, not going to be able to find that kill. Gets the ball time. Can he get around this corner? Oh, yes, no. Aperture at the last second finds the pick.
But he got the ball maybe just far enough for them to collect it quickly. Look at, I love that they're prioritizing kills here too. Ryan does get one. They'll cross it up, make sure they got time to get to the ball. Piggy somehow stuck behind the lines though. He's got a kill on a Jake. That's ball down. Piggy with two. What is he doing on the feed? He's making massive plays. Bohm slips away with ball. And now all of a sudden, Tony is out of options here. Warriors going to drop. They need to try to get back the ball here, but 17 and counting, and they're just getting picked off.
And it's so tough when you're that last player alive and they know exactly where you are, because it gives you so much knowledge, right? You know where the next spawn is most likely going to be at. You know where to isolate the fights at, and you know that you can hold the ball in a specific area and get a clean 10 to 15 seconds. That's exactly what happens for Team Bohm. Finally, Warriors find some kills, but they're still going to have to fight this ball away. Off the spawn, Team Bohm is trying to put immediate pressure down. And Bohm has an opportunity here. He needs to get to tower and just hide on out for a second. He's going to take the fight versus Ryan right away. Ryan going to be able to stay alive, but Bohm is a critical piece of the equation right here. He needs to stay alive in this back tower position. He finds one. Tony's down low as well. He's going to take some heavy shots. Jake, he needs to live. Jake goes down, and that's a complete collapse of Warriors. Piggy gets ball time right away, and now suddenly you're trying to think, is there enough time for them to even contest ball?
This is a worst-case scenario. Bohm's got the OS's coverage. Snipe in the hands of Sparty. Final 8 seconds. I don't think they're going to make it. This is not a good situation to be in for Warriors, and no amount of sliding will get you there in time. The final seconds are going to go to Team Bohm, and what a series we witnessed here, Garrett. But Bohm, they'll come out on top.
And you're seeing why that team is named after Team Bohm. Yes, it wasn't flashy, but the play that he made to get the pick on Ryan Noob and get to tower wins them the game. It doesn't look like this critical piece of the puzzle, but that positional play that he made to make that rotation opened the floodgates and allowed them to complete their collapse.
Right, and even better to have the reticle placement, right? Like kind of just, he finds with the needle in the haystack, or I don't know, just between the lines, he'll find that angle with the BR enough to just barely kill Ryan Noob, which is massive, because then they're at a numbers deficit with the OS popping up as they're scrambling with the ball and can't even get it to a play position too, right? So just worst case scenario at the end of the game, everything fell apart when you don't want it to, essentially. Yeah. But what a storyline that we got to witness, like the highs and lows of this series, Garrett. I mean, some of the most memorable moments in my history as a commentator, like that Slayer game. I've never seen a Slayer go to overtime like that and then continue at the pace that it did.
Yeah, and it was just, we go back to that Slayer. Like, if that Slayer doesn't happen, we don't have this game 3. And just an incredible series all around, and we saw the highs and lows for both of these teams. I mean, every game was so close. We go to round 3 in Oddball, essentially a 50-49 in game 2, and then remember game 1, it was Ryan who made a hero play at the end of the game to get a pull at the last second to force it to overtime.
Right, unreal, man. And then still clutching up in the second round of Oddball as well with the combo of the Heat Wave and the Repulsor. Sends a couple off the map, right? They saved that the second round of the game, but a lot of memorable moments. And if you are just happening to tune in right now, then maybe go back in that past broadcast and rewatch some, because honestly, I recommend it. It was a hell of a series, and we're not done. That was loser semis. I was correct with my prediction, by the way, Garrett. It was a 2-1 to close.
Yeah, I said 2-0. I got absolutely boomed. Not a 2-0.
For a second, I thought Warriors was going to 2-0 off of what we saw, right? Because that Slayer, close. I mean, it was looking like it was going to go the other way, but what a show regardless. Team Sparty or Bohm, they'll move on. They got to go up against another competitor in losers finals. Who are we missing in this equation here, lower bracket finals? It is Triton's team. CC, please.
Yeah, CC, please. Won last week.
And then they've got PK. Oh, they won last week. Okay, good to know. And then we got PK waiting in Winterside Grand Finals as the finale. But we'll see. Our series currently getting ready. I expect it to take a little bit of time to get the players in the lobby. Here's the series layout. We got Strongholds, Recharge, Slayer, Live Fire, and CTF Aqua.
Yeah, first time we could maybe see Aquarius on stream. I'd love to get an Aquarius, at least maybe for Grand Finals. ESA, if you want to start manipulating some things, I'd love to see an Aquarius flag at some point. But man, Recharge has just been a staple throughout this tournament. If you aren't winning on Recharge, you're not winning your series. Getting that shock rifle, making plays has been so critical. And Strongholds Recharge is honestly one of my favorite game mode combinations. So I'm excited for this one.
Can't complain. Recharge today has been hype. Whether it's Slayer, Ball, Strongholds, great opportunity for plays, and especially with all the weapons you've got at your disposal. I think the shock, obviously one of the most exciting, but even, as much as I love to hate the sword in some situations, it's also a lot of fun when somebody's going ham and just grapple swording the whole team. So we'll see. Either way, expecting some big plays here. What I'm curious to see is how CC Please are doing, having been sitting, I mean, obviously I assume they've been grinding, like, matchmaking at the very least, but they're about to go up against Team Bohm with Sparty kind of, I want to say, like at the helm here, and a lot of momentum off that win.
Yeah, at CC Please, if anyone's not familiar, the roster's Common, Triton, Alex Shock, and it's going to be its name as the fourth that rounds that one out. They did have Carmea scheduled to be in onto that roster, but its name comes into the last second to find the replacement. Now, CC Please did win last week, but instead of Shock and Name, it was Gilkey and Ramy who are filling in those final 2 spots. So, not the exact same roster, but we've really seen this combination of Triton and Common be really dominant throughout the games that they played last week, and they're trying to continue it this weekend, trying to get themselves back into that grand finals for a second week in a row.
Right, and I'm curious to see how they'll play against the hot Team Bohm, though, right? Because I think the storyline is now shifted. Team Bohm, they did lose to PK earlier, but I think if they continue to play like they are currently and kind of punch through with this momentum, then who knows? Maybe that, PK's lead will look a little bit shaky. And the way that ESA tends to work is grand finals is a best of 3. So even if you reset that bracket, things can happen very quickly with grand finals in ESA tournaments. So you better make sure if you're PK, you're bringing your A game early series because, Sparty, assuming they make it through losers finals, they're not slowing down at any rate here, Garrett. So I can't wait to see it once the lobby's set.
Yeah, once the lobby is set. Guys, if you have some channel points, if you've been watching, if you want some to bet, go ahead and follow the channel. I think you get a free 300 or something like that just from following the channel. But you can put in your predictions right now about who will win this series. And it seems like Team Bohm is running away with the prediction. So if you want to, give some support to your CC, please. There we go. Someone just dropped a fat 3K bet on CC, please. So if you have some channel points, you want to get some action, this is your opportunity. Go bet some. I think if you get 1.5 million channel points, which I'm sure will take some time, there's a mysterious prize that you can win on the channel points. So hey, you guys start earning them.
Very nice. Little reminder, by the way, 3 teams left in this tournament. All 3 of these teams are now in the money. There's a $1,000 prize pool. This is an every Monday type of gig. It's completely open to the public. $1,000 down thanks to Esports Arena every single Monday. And the top 3 get a split of that pool. First place, 600. Second place, 300. Third place, 100. So everybody with that opportunity. None of these teams with an opportunity to get sponsored, though, because they're already all accounted for. We've got some star-studded players in this tournament, Garrett, but as far as the sponsor goes, right, this is week 2 of Series E and season 2 of Series E. We already got one team sponsored on Series E, and that is a team full of H3 goats, I want to say. Some competitors who have been in the scene for a very long time.
You can just say Boomer. It's not...
Boomer? The Boomer team?
There's some Halo Boomers that won it. Mr. Two Nice breaking shot piles and... I'm trying to remember the 4th right now, but I can't remember the 4th. But some H3 old heads that have found their way back into Halo Infinite.
And as far as who we have as a potential sponsor this week, it looks like it's between Titan and IDK. We didn't get to see either of them, though. But what we will see, though, is losers finals, at the very least, on our screen here, Garrett. So it's finally underway. Strongholds, recharge, many slays going down on the board here. But it looks like CC Please walk away with an early advantage.
Yeah, great job getting the trip cap right away. Now your Camel player has an opportunity to make a play. Oh, wow, I love this reposition. Get right back into the fight, even while one shot. These are the difference makers between the best players. And although Spartan eventually shuts him down, I love the reach out while one shot. Keep the advantage in. Don't leave your teammates out to dry. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out that time around, but it was the correct play in that situation.
And how much more will they make off of it? Going to try to get some coverage on top map in the meantime here. Bohm with an angle. You can see they've moved over to AC to counter it. This Batledge could be pretty oppressive, especially if somebody walks out right in front of him.
An easy pick for Bomex. And, well, now this is a great job for him because he's going to be able to get to A right away. His teammates are working on C. If they can capture A and C, it'd be in a great spot. It looks like they've lost that fight towards C, though, and now they could be losing the fight at A as a sticky grenade takes down Aperture at the last second. And now the sword also switching hands. So what looks like it could be a promising swing has all of a sudden turned disastrous as they've lost their power weapon and map presence.
Yeah, we talked about the sword coming into this one. I think a big source of playmaking, assuming you dodge all the shocks out of Sparty, and he will. I mean, his name is Alex Shock, so maybe he's difficult to hit with that damn gun. I don't know. He comes out with a trade in the end of it, and we'll see what they make of it. 63 in counting. So we talked about CC Please and whether or not they'd be cold coming into this series. Looks like they're not.
No, they're having no problems right here. They're coming back full-fledged strength, trying to close this one out early on. As you already see, Triton has been just an absolute playmaker for a squad. He's going to be able to find Spartan. Piggy eventually does find the cleanup, though.
What will Piggy make of it? He's got A coverage thanks to this. Already got Bohm across the map as a line of sight here, so that's going to keep him Turtle down in control. Sparty with a pickup, too. Can they find an answer, though? Here's the damage onto Piggy. Does not chase just yet. He's going for it, though. That'll give him presence onto A, but they got to worry about the numbers here. About to be poked by it. Piggy with a big kill. And he slides in for 2. And that's the type of defense you like to see out of Team Bohm here. Look at the time they're getting from this.
Time ticking in. Trying to get themselves back into this game, make it even, and they're well on their way. Piggy just watching these crowds. You see how this game can completely slow down when you don't have control. You're looking for that opening pick, and well, Piggy, he has all the angles. Oh, that's a huge win from Piggy.
I mean, you said it. This is Recharge in a nutshell. You get that coverage on the map, and just so many sight lines to lock down. It's tough to break through, but you can see that CC have chosen to go through pipes as their angle of attack and to try to use their numbers to find a break, find an opening. You can see trying to find Alex Shock, his aperture here. He can't find anything. He's looking for some cheeky plays here, too. Going to have to give up on it. Sparty with a kill across the map. Well, it happens, though. Bone will pick up another. So thankfully for Aperture, he's got some coverage and a new camo about to spawn.
He's looking over that angle. Camo control should be going over to Team Bohm right here as they have all the angles. Alex Shock trying to get back up. He wants to pressure that camo player. Did they get the kill at the last second? Name was able to find a kill on Bohm. I wasn't sure if Bohm was that player with camo, though. I think he was. I think they did find the pick on the camo player at the last second.
Because of it, CC have managed to get a control back at the very least. But the rotation out to C is going to make things difficult for them. They already have time collection, so BC to counter out a Bohm, and Piggy with another pickup. He's got 8 kills, by the way, doing some serious damage along with Spartan, 9 on the board here. Well, CC live in pipes. You wonder how long that will last.
Yeah, the push is coming through Triton. He's going to be able to find one, and although they're going to lose A, B should rotate hands, and they have a clear rotation to C. Picky, though. I love the remote detonation. I love how that Halo Infinite tells you when someone did something to you, man. It's like, oh, you got ninja, but I'm going to tell the whole lobby that you got ninja.
Yeah, I mean, that's the walk of shame. Sometimes that's just how it is. And we'll see if CC can find any sort of advance off this, though, right? Because they had a strong start in this game. We said, you know, they don't look cold coming into it, but 160 and counting the moment they took their foot off the gas. The moment it was out of the running here. So now Triton's going to try to make his way, and that's the beauty of the cross here. Puts damage into Triton. Triton does get a kill. Nades go down. There's a stick, thanks to Piggy, who's been locking this sightline down all game.
He goes down as well. Finally, CC, please, just alleviating that pressure. Able to find 2, but Bohm is just quickly trying to find another pick, and well, they're going to be able to get C, but A is going to rotate hands right away as well. So you're not solving your problem. You have to find some map control, and killing Triton, I think, is the first priority. They're able to do that, and there you see they've been able to get that player off that glass area. That's going to allow them to start pushing through. You can see the entire team structure starts to crumble. They're going to lose A. C is switching hands, but I think this should be in favor of Team Bohm. I think they got the better spot here. Although they lose C, now they can fight out of A, try to get towards pipes, and this will eventually lead them to fighting some map control.
They'll have to win that battle through pipes, though, and Name's not making it easy. He's already got a kill on the feed. Piggy with 1 to answer with a trade. There's the pivotal kill on a Sparty, though, to put him at a numbers deficit, and that's going to make work difficult here for Name with the shock. You can see 2 teammates dead in front of him. Common's going to push up. He'll draw some attention. Does this give the man an angle, though? Sparty with a kill already on the Commons, and now he is a solo man up here. He'll back off to let his spawners help him out from long haul, but he's just getting tagged no matter where he looks. 3 peeks. The ego will not allow him to get the kill there, that's for sure. Aperture takes it.
Look at this. I love this from Aperture. He's trying to get right back into the fray. That player is going to be able to get A, but he's been able to bait them successfully down. Sparty should get the easy cleanup, and that's going to flip A spawns once again. Triton, important for him to stay alive. The damage is coming through. Oh, man. Bohm could have gotten a critical double there. Unfortunately, just a shot short, and that could... Oh, Piggy works of Aperture to get a huge kill. And now C is going to remain in Team Bohm's favor as they're going to be able to find these last couple kills. They'll get the hill, and that means AC control for them.
And that's the ultimate key that you kind of pointed out, is just the 2-man pushes that we're seeing. Like we saw it at B. The combination of those 2 players will lock, I can't remember who it was, will lock him in a knuckle sandwich, basically. And then you've got a 2-man push kind of coming back to C to take back this AC hold. And now we've got Piggy going a little bit rogue here. He's on a leash, though, right? Like, you know he doesn't need to go too far, because why risk it? Instead, just hold the angle. Aperture with a nice kill to lower their numbers, but here we go. A plan of attack coming out of CC. They're going to back Piggy off to the death screen. Common with 1, Triton with 1. Sword about to spawn here, too, and now they'll make advances to C.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that was applied towards C. Like everything was building towards there. They find that opening pick on Piggy, and well, that blows it all open. But oh, Aperture just made a critical play. You'd think, hey, I lost C, we probably won't get this next camo. Aperture said, screw that, I'm going right down the middle. I'm going for camo anyway, and he was able to get it and get away. Aperture crawling around with a camo somewhere behind C.
Boy, its name, he's not crawling though. Look at this man, he's freaking Batman. Gonna take a rotation cross map. Sparty picks up one. No, there goes Aperture with a cleanup on him. So they'll take back BC here. It looks like a camo's in the body of Aperture here too. So the reason he's been able to make some of these big plays, he's got a sword to work with, and that time is ticking. 2:30, just about. We need to see something out of CC, but I don't think we will at this rate. They got to unify and make a play here.
Oh, Aperture is going to fall. That sword now going to be available for CC, please. So maybe pick up.
Bleeding.
Who is this? This is Bohm's on it. This is a huge play. Oh, they knew he was underneath.
Look
and who else? Yeah, that's a big pick from Alex Shock, but it's all looking too little too late, as it's going to be game for Team Bohm.
So we saw early potential out of CC. They had coverage on the map, and I think 60 points to start the game. But boom, they took advantage and took control, and that was something they maintained throughout the majority of that, right? And I think Piggy, he had his role, his spot on the map most of the game, right? He was either in the high door or the low door of the A stronghold, just crossing the whole time. And then he got Sparty on the other side over in Attic. And I think the combination of the cross and then, whoever fills in the gap in the center and the kind of, swapping of roles of these players, though, they did such a good job filling in the gaps and maintaining that hold long enough to make the, the deficit too large to bounce back from, basically, right? Like any small mistake that you saw out of, CC was, too little too late. Like they couldn't afford mistakes. Either way, game one done and dusted. It's a best of 3. CC have a chance, but that chance looking more slim. It's going to be Slayer live fire.
Yeah, we're moving on to Slayer, and well, CC, please. They started off really strong, right, Shy? They had the position on the map. They looked really strong, and then things started to crumble away, and Team Bohm started to figure out how they were playing the map. They started figuring out the weaknesses, found themselves in a great position towards the end of the game, and just executed throughout that game. And now you're going to live fire Slayer, and you look at Team Bohm, and that's a team that's just filled with Slayers, especially Aperture and Sparty. You gotta be careful with them. That sniper, what we've seen Aperture do with it in particular, has been absolutely filthy. Sparty gonna be the one that prioritizes the snipe this time around, but this sniper can make be an absolute difference maker on this map.
I expect to see it be exactly that, but Sparty's got a couple things to worry about, though, right? He's sitting right underneath the OS. Looks like he can combine the two if he doesn't get killed in the process. Somebody right beside him. He'll melt them. That's common with a massive play as he comes right through center. Teammate's going to pick up off the damage, but is it enough? Bohm gets a kill on a Triton. They're going to get away.
On.
Exactly, so they still do get OS, and while they delete Spartan, the rest of the team came to play.
Yeah, that was a big play from Common, right? He got through the cuts without anyone noticing him, which is really just a mistake on Team Bohm's side. So they're able to at least take down Spartan, but they didn't get much after that. And this game could be in a much worse spot. If Spartan was able to get away with that sniper and overshield, expect this game to be quickly getting out of hand. Instead, Common was able to neutralize that possibility, but you're still finding yourself on your back foot early in this game. And I love that. Giving up the sniper for Sparty, that's the stuff I love to see.
I mean, the man has been going ham all day, and you expect him to continue to do so. Almost lining it up there. Playing with fire.
One more. There you go. You got the shot.
Oh, and he doesn't get the kill. You know what? Respect to Triton for holding his ground that entire time and just challenging the man, like saying, go ahead, burn your ammo on me. I'm going to hit every shot.
Yeah, after someone wastes 2, it's like, okay, like, it's okay if I die here. I've made them waste a ton of sniper ammo. And well, Common's learning that the back heel of your teammate does reflect the nades back into you, and it's going to give Piggy an easy double, potential triple for him as he's looking for more damage. The command is so good, dude. It's insane, and it somehow got better in Season 2. I don't think they put anything in the patch notes, but it is definitely easier to aim in Season 2 than it was in Season 1.
Right. You don't see Spartan hesitate to get right back in the fight with it either. He did die, though. Only 2 and 4 to start, so he's been shut down just a little bit early on. In this one, we'll see if CC can hold on to... Well, they don't have an advantage just yet. They are down by 1. But just keep it close at the very least here. Here comes the aggressive play at Sparty, though. He continues to barrel on through. He'll dive for it. It's a heat wave that's going to change hands, but Bohm are getting aggressive off this. Oh.
Sliding on through. Nade's coming in, and there we go. Common's going to be able to find one. And I think Common, he has 5 kills, but all 5 of those kills, they seem to be such vital kills to their success.
Yeah.
He comes in and he finds the one that stops the game from getting out of hand.
So far, it just feels like they're just putting a blocker, like a Band-Aid over what could be like a snowball, imminent, basically. What you'd like to see is for one of them to start to pop off. So here we go. Triton's got the combo that he would need to pull away with this. He just needs to hit shots. Name's right below his red. Oh, that's his teammate. What am I saying? But he'll take Bohm. There we go. Looking for 2. Piggy will back down. Pressure going to come in. He's looking for feet onto Aperture. He'll take it. Teammate cleans it up. And things are starting to roll. Oh, why does he peek that, though, right? Name is right there. And I think maybe he thought that Name had the attention earlier.
He might have been trying to maybe dodge a grenade, like he knew a grenade was coming in anyway, so he's going to take the challenge because he's going to die either way. But yeah, the teammate's on the flank. Like, you gotta have faith in your teammate to get the job done. And you can already see that was Spartan or Piggy that's found the back of 2, and that's going to mean Sniper's down. And are they not going for it? Did they not go and collect the Sniper that was down over at Pillars?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like regardless of what CC do, Sparty and Team Bohm continue to find huge freaking kills. He stuck him across the map. He's looking for 3. Piggy will take it. Common last one up, but he's now dead. Triton with a trade off his spawn, but Sparty not worried about OS. Notice how he leaves it for the team. He is going for a flank on the spawners. I love this.
I like how he prefers getting those spikes as well. Like, if a player tries to hide in tower, like, he has an easy out to that. And look at this. It's just great positioning from him. He's going to be able to capture the split spawners right away. Triton's in trouble. You can already tell Spartan wants everything, and he just knows that they're hiding in a certain spot, and that spike grenade makes all the difference. Aperture gets an easy double, but you saw how much damage those spikes did in that close room.
Wait. The brain on this man, though, right? Because, like, Triton did everything right in that. Oh, my God, dude. Triton in that situation is like, they know I'm spawning here, so I'm going to hide behind this block and play it slow. But Sparty's like, I know you're going to hide, right? So I'm going to throw a perfect nade. I can't believe the layers to this sometimes. This is done, Garrett.
Yeah, this game is quickly getting out of hand. At one point, we were... this game was like 27 to 24. It might have been even closer to that. It was 23-22 at one point. Now 43-28. You're seeing how this game has just been absolutely blown away, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory for Team Bohm to advance into our grand finals.
And this is the reality that we hinted at before the series. Bohm comes off of that hot win against Ryan Dube's team, against Warriors. And then you wonder if they're going to keep that energy up and start to just plow through everyone in the bracket. So here goes CC. Next competitor is going to be PK. And PK, they got a winner's side, finals cushion to work with. But will it be enough? Because Bohm, they are coming with a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really quick game as well. I mean, we just saw them find the rotation on the map. And as soon as they did, they just absolutely ran away with it. A dominating victory from Team Bohm as they get the job done. 2-0, move themselves back into the grand finals where the Pittsburgh Knights await them. 2 best-of-3s on the plate. Team Bohm trying to force us to go all the way.
Right. So the result of that, though, great effort at a CC to get as far as they did. Well, the loss was an unfortunate one. I mean, the wins that they had to get to that point, definitely exceptional. Just at this point, Team Bohm, they're kind of red hot, right? They're just plowing through. Great Halo played in that final game, though, right? Like watching Spartan's POV and his attention to detail, the timing of his rotation, and the selflessness, too, like understanding his position as a perimeter player and not bouncing back for OS, saying, I've got teammates, either spawning or in better position to pick that up, and I have a timing advantage to collapse on the spawners on B. Like you saw, the timing of his flank was flawless. He takes the extra attention to detail, like you said, to pick up the spikes, and while he doesn't use them right away, he crosses up those players. Those spikes, man, did they come in handy off the next set of spawns in A, and then Aperture's there to collapse to clean it up too. So it's just everything linking, like the timings that with his team and off the spawn, like you can tell they're locked in with that game. Like it was just, you get obliterated sometimes in Halo.
And I love the confidence that we saw from Spartan with those with those spike grenades, because
where he threw them,
yeah, like because he didn't actually know if they're at A. You know, like there was no actual sign that they were there. He throws the prediction nades and they hit immediately. It just shows that he's on top of the spawns, that he just is aware of what's happening on the map. In the meantime, though, I think Yasuo's waiting to break down everything that's happened in this tournament thus far.
Bohm's squad making the run through the losers bracket there. They take out CC, please, and now they move on and get a rematch with PK, which, of course, if you remember, they did fall to in the winners semifinals in 2-0 fashion, so they'll have a shot at revenge here, but of course, they'll have to get the reset. 2 set wins here. It'll be a tough test here for Bohm and the squad, but we'll have to see if they can stand up to it. Also, a very interesting run there through the losers bracket, especially because in the losers semifinal, we got, you know, the grudge match there, Ryan Hoop versus Spartan. Not going to go into the details, but of course, if you've been following everything that's been going on, you know exactly what was at stake there. And Spartan coming out on top and his team carrying that momentum into this matchup with CC, please, and they take them down. So that means last week's winners not making it even into the grand finals this time around, as we'll have PK and Bohm's squad matching up here. So I'm curious who y'all's favorites are going into this set. Of course, PK coming in, having won the last set they played against each other in pretty convincing fashion. So they'll certainly have that edge. But of course, you know, we talk about it every week here, a squad that can get that momentum going in the loser's side of the bracket and carry that into grands, while that, you know, winner's side team has been sitting for a little while, can certainly kind of catch them off guard. And especially with Bohm's team having to play 3 sets, losers, quarters, semis, and finals, means that they have a ton of momentum going into this set. So we'll have to see how much that is at play here in the first set. We'll see if they can maybe catch PK on the back foot here. It promises, though, to be a very entertaining series, as it seems like, you know, the Bohm team has been meshing and getting better and better as the tournament has gone on. And we'll see if maybe those changes can give them the advantage here against PK. But they have a very tough test ahead of them regardless, but I'm very much looking forward to this set. Should be a very, very fun one, and we should be into it pretty darn soon here. Of course, production will give me the thumbs up when we're ready to go, but I'm excited about it. If I had to put my prediction on there, I think we do get the reset from Bohm's team, but I actually think PK wins that second set. So I think Bohm takes the first set, PK takes the second one, and the tournaments. We'll have to see. But the casters are ready to go. The players are ready to go. So let's hand it back over to Shyway and Tools to get you into grand finals.
Thanks, Yeso, and thank you for the predictions as well. Interesting prediction there, right? He said that PK are going to lose the first series for the bracket reset, but they'll still ice up and win the second time around to take the tournament. Garrett, what do you think off of what we've seen as far as where this will go?
I think either PK wins in the first series or Bohm wins for him. I think is my I think it's either a 2-0 or a 4-0. I don't think we're going to be seeing much back and forth from these guys. Someone's just going to dominate.
Yeah, not to shut down Yeso on the prediction, but that's the only way I don't see it going, to be honest. Like, I think if PK lose, I don't see them regaining, right? Like, that's it. I mean, maybe they do, but it just seems like a rough spot to be in, and all the confidence and momentum is in the court of Team Spartan to just obliterate them. Whereas the other way around, PK, they shut him out, then, I mean, there you go, tournament over. Just one best of 3, right? You start the series with a game 1 win, and PK are in the best possible position they could ever want to be in. And that win needs to happen in Aqua CTF. And to be honest, I think it's a map that favors them in a number of ways. Like, they're a very well-coordinated team with great chemistry. They already beat Team Bohm today, by the way, so they got that in their court. But, I mean, on top of it, I think it's a map that might benefit their play style. And then you got Slayer Streets, Strongholds, Live Fire as well.
Yeah, obviously, there was pivotal plays that were made in the first series, especially in game 1, where we saw Drift like make a huge play to finish out that game, because the objective was close to Slayer. You know, not as close. We saw, you know, the Bohm team make a push back at the end, but it was still a 10 kill differential at the end of the day. That being said, first time we're going to see Aquarius CTF on stream today. I'm excited for it because it's my favorite flag map.
Well, yeah, because we didn't make it. We didn't make it to game 3 in that last series, did we?
Yeah, so first time that we're going to see CTF Aquarius, and I'm excited for that because I love CTF Aquarius. I feel like it's the most like raw, unfiltered Halo that you can get on Halo Infinite. It's just the only like utility you're gonna see is that thrust. Very much about team coordination, blocking off the spawns. Feels like very much like a classic Halo.
Yeah, I think it's the closest we've got to like a Kali CTF Halo 5, or maybe you could say like a Heretic CTF or something, H3 or whatever. Like, it's just, you know, straight up symmetrical. It plays well. Plays a lot better than Bazaar. Bazaar's not terrible CTF though. I think it still works.
It's fine. It would be so much better if it was first to 3 though. It's just unbearable.
Right, it plays too long. Yeah,
it just plays way too long, and it's okay.
But Aqua doesn't though, right? Aqua is like, you got 5 flags, but a fast-paced map, and it goes quick, right? Like, you get that one little opening, that flag's going through, and it's very hard to stop it, especially when you got your curb slides and your routes down. So curious to see it. And I think this is a map that's continued to evolve over time too, right? Like the prevalence of the overextension through pink side and kind of the risk reward behind it. You know, I expect some exciting plays.
Yeah, it's like I'm excited for it. I think 5 is perfect for Aquarius. Like, you see 5-4s so often on this map, and you see 5-4s that end before overtime too. It's like an insanely good map. On Bazaar, I think sometimes you get to like, I think the first team that gets to 3, I would be surprised if there isn't a 100% win rate for that team. Like, that's why I'm like, if you get to 3, you're probably gonna win the game. I've never seen a 5-4 on Bazaar. I've seen 4 3s, but if you're at 4-3, like, you probably got the 3 before they got the 4. Needless, like Bazaar flag should be 3, and I think that change will eventually come. It's just a matter of how fast it comes. CTF Aquarius though, I love it. The thrust is so fun to like. I love the one-on-ones that you see with the thrust. I think it changes the game so much. The heat wave can absolutely melt people. The shock nades are so powerful, so you have like a lot to balance on the map. We're starting to see some evolution in how the meta is played, like a lot of bottom middle runs now, instead of that classic utility style run that we saw United patent in the beginning of the game. So I think this map will continue to evolve, and I'm really excited for it. I was thinking, you know, if we're gonna go big brain and see if little changes that we can make, I would like to see them get rid of the shock nades out of the hallway, because I think
you replace them with
just like stickies or something, and maybe put shock nades over at P side and try to give P some more prevalence into the fight.
Right. I do think shock nades, the way they, I mean, I don't know how far we want to go with this conversation, but the way they are, they're definitely too powerful the way they are, but sandbox diversity is a huge thing. Like, you want to see as many weapons in the mix as possible. So I'm thinking, is it like, what if it's 1 shock nade instead of 2, right? Maybe it's not quite as devastating. Or you take the ticks off the shock nade, which I think that's something that they're considering.
I think they were supposed to do that. I think it just like, patched it, or because I feel like I was playing Ring today and I heard shock ticks and I was like,
oh, did they already? I honestly,
I thought it was supposed to be patched this season. I'm sure someone in chat in a minute from now, when chat catches up to us, someone can correct us. But I just feel like the shock nades in that hallway are so powerful, right? Because it's like you get them and they're immediately useful to you. I just feel like it makes the car side really strong. And it's like, I think the P side just needs some balancing. Like, there needs to be a reason to go P side more often. And I think shock nades would probably do that, or, you know, or just like getting rid of shock nades from from the car side might balance it out. That being said, I think on flag it's just so much easier to run car side that it just makes car side more powerful in general. And Slayer, we see a lot more diversity on the pushes. But that being said, I love CTF Aquarius, and I think it's one of the most balanced Halo maps that we have yet.
I definitely agree, and I can't wait to see it as soon as it's ready. The lobby's still getting prepped. In the meantime, we got some replays on screen to enjoy. You know, you can't complain about some good Halo. We witnessed a lot of great Halo today, Garrett. I mean, here you go, read him and weep, right? This is a big triple here out of Strikey. Strikey made some massive plays earlier on.
I'm so sad he's not in still, dude. Strikey was just unreal today. Dude, I really hope. I think we saw it in Kansas City, where we saw a lot of international players making a name, like just absolutely dominating. And it's like, I want to see some of these guys get picked up by some of the top teams in North America. Like Strikey, Strikey's making plays here, but like players like Barcode should be in America when he has to move about it. Yeah,
like that's his only option, right? Is it's like, yes, there's some great talent in these regions that have a ton of potential, and you know, people aren't sleeping on them. It's just like, why pick that person up when there's somebody who, you know, could be equally as good, let's say, right, as your neighbor in NA. I don't know. But I do hope a player like Barcode does, and maybe he's already considering or in talks or whatever, like hopefully he is, because there's a ton of talent, across the globe that hopefully has access to these tournaments, to the high-level experience, right, the reps, which I think is the biggest thing, is it's like the best continue to get better because they're playing against the best, right? It's just that's the unfortunate reality here is, anyway, you get it.
I mean, I was even looking at some of the EU players, like SLG and Chick were making
100%
plays,
100%.
right?
And from France, you got Legend and Sika and Shady, right? Like, get these boys over. Anyway.
Yeah, I think there's more opportunity for some of these international teams to maybe start finding themselves in the North American ecosystem. That being said, PK starts off strong, 2 kills right away for Atso. So we're in our grand finals.
Finally, we're here. Once again, this is a best-of-3 series, so this could go by extremely quick if PK came to play, and I don't doubt them in this one, Garrett. I think we hinted at it a little bit. This is a map that definitely benefits their play style, but what the Bohm have, they've got energy and momentum coming into this.
Right. And also on the other side, I mean, like, you can never count Spartan out of a match. Like, he is consistently always punching above his weight class, and he is going to make this tough. That being said, PK, they've been a team for what feels like forever now. The communication's going to be solid with them. You know that they're just playing another series for themselves. On the other side, it's a pickup squad, right? You have talent, but you don't have that coordination that you'd expect with a full roster.
And that's what it really might come down to in the end of the day, is despite the individual talent of somebody like Spartan and his team, the chemistry is what will equal success in this game. And we're seeing a little bit of chemistry here, though. Piggy is actually the one who shut down with that flagpole, so I like the attempt, but it leaves Bohm alone in the base. Teammates will spawn up nearby, but an opportunity here for PK, and tapping will be the one to knock on the doors. Thankfully, he's got Atso there to pick up the damage, but here comes the trickle effect, right? Trades coming in left and right, and that's going to make it tough for PK to do anything here.
Oh, Sparty's coming in for the challenge right now. No, he didn't get the kill! I think he's blicky jammed.
No, either a jam. Well, it might have been a combo of two, though, because
I think
he
it
looked
jammed
away,
and he thought
though.
he got the kill. I think he thought he got the kill and it jammed. It looked like a jam.
All right, well, add it to the list of reasons why he didn't come out with the dub there.
Hey, that's a tough one, man.
Plus desync, okay?
Just add it all on top of each other.
Oh, man. It's rough, but look what happens as a result, though, right? You don't get your kills. That's one more player left on the map to grab a flag.
This should be a quick return if I had to guess. Let's see, Drift. Ooh, Drift not able to find that kill. Spartan just popping off. He's on a killing spree, and he's trying to keep this flag alive for the squad. Pelu's putting in shots. Pelu comes out on top. Great job by Pelu. Pelu from Colombia had to make the change. Had to move down to Mexico to join this this Pittsburgh Knights roster, if I recall correctly, Shy.
Oh, wait! The flag got touched. Despite all the effort there, sitting on top of it, a sliver away from a return. We got another standing on top. It's tapping buttons with the defense teammate there to do it. And the bob and weave, right? They'll trade out. Somehow, look at Tappings. He barely got touched in that exchange, too, right? Like, he was in the center of the gunfight, had enough shields to keep doing damage. That'll give PK not just a return, it gives them map position.
Great shots into the back, and Sparty's gonna be able to find that kill, keep his teammate alive, and what's more important about that is it keeps their pressure forward. As now tapping buttons is this last line of defense, and you can tell Spartan's feeling himself, man. He just wants to get right into this back base and cause some havoc.
And Garrett, I see you interacting with chat, and I do agree with Fresh Veggies, by the way. Like, if we continue the conversation, that's the road I would have taken, is it's like, yes, I want to see these players play NA talent, but that means that you're taking them away from a scene that already needs the talent to begin with to grow, right? So it's like, anyway, that's a conundrum in itself.
I'm on the other side, man. I think some of these North Americans, some of these top 12 players, like, go over and find yourself on an EU team. And,
well,
like,
if you're being selfish
EU.
and you want to hit your limits as a player, then yes, that is probably the answer. But if you want to bring the EU scene up with you, then you need to stay in the EU scene so they can continue to grind with each other.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
You can stay in the EU scene, but start poaching North American talent. Like, if the prize money's there.
Well, why would they do that, though? You need the prize money, though.
If you want to
need better connection, money, and you need, like... We need, you know, they said it's a 10-year game, all right? We need about 5 years or more, right?
Hey, you know, we can start seeing some players shift over. We saw the first flag cap in for PK.
We did, I know.
Yeah, but I'm with it, man. I want to see some of the North American players be like, I think if I add myself to this EU roster, like, they could take the next level. And Like, we're still talking about majors at the end of the day. There's a lot of talent in EU.
Did you say add myself to this? Oh my god.
No. I said add like as the North American player. Like if you're like a top 12 player, you add yourself to a roster and they become a good team. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's some players, some superstars who are just on the outside, like just need that last push, and maybe adding yourself to the EU roster is the way to do it. That being said, I mean, a quick answer back from Bo. Yes. It looks like we're going blow for blow in this early game.
Good discussion for another time, Garrett. In the meantime, it's clear that what's pertinent is the tie in this series, because man, like you said, blow for blow, and we'll find out who makes the next blow. I guess here in this situation, things have slowed to a bit of a wait. Is it connection? Tapping, sitting in the wall. Okay, no, he's okay. They're just going to lock down defense here.
He's pushing through now. Well, Drift needs to win this fight. Those shock hits keeping him out, but he repositions on Aperture. That's a big pick, right? It's going to open up the car side for his team. And, Piggy's going to take the fight right away. And did Piggy spawn there, or was he just really quick? I felt like there was no one in that util. Then all of a sudden, Piggy showed up and shuts Drift down in his tracks.
It's going to be a little scrappy here until somebody can break away. You can see the camos up top mid as well. So if they can, Team Bohm can hold their positioning, you'll see Bohm get very aggressive. Here he comes away with a kill. I think the shocks might be up behind him. Bit of a double dilemma there to worry about with the resources. But Sparty not worried about anything but that flag run. He takes it out. Already got presence onto spawners here too, so Piggy will take another. Those new spawners in center map, look at where they're caught, right? In a pinch. Pella with no choice but to try to stop the flag. But he'll die immediately thanks to this sidekick. And not the, either way, he's done damage. Let's see him clean up the kill. Hopefully he doesn't walk away with it, but it's enough to get the flag.
There we go. The push happening, Drift trying to get in, and then Team Bohm, they've taken the advantage, and now PK playing on their back foot for the first time in this series, and we're going to have to see how resilient they are. And Drift prioritize getting to that thrust, and I love to see it. That thrust can be the difference maker in a fight that could get you towards this flag.
It's been a hell of a scrappy fight so far, but Bohm do lead just by one flag. You can see the confidence out of PK, though, as Drift goes all for it. He'll die with a trade. Sparty going to try his hand over in util, but he's being locked down thanks to Atso. Nice couple bank nades. Going to delete him. He'll come out center. You can see his teammate Drift dead out front of him, but he's got one to tag team with. Looks like he's worried about the potential of a flank, though. And maybe a good thing that he doubled back. His teammate actually cleaning up shop in the meantime, though. But he's now weak. I'm not sure he can get too much.
I'm sure he's going to get absolutely shredded as he comes up on that spot. And they finally get that player out of their fridge, but there's still some worries. I mean, look how pushed up this PK roster is. And if they can find these back picks in this base, this is their opportunity to get a flag out. But, I mean, just strong defense from Team Bohm at the moment.
I will say what's a little uncharacteristic, though, is, as important as assists are, but to see tapping negative with 13 assists is just not quite the position he finds himself on in the team usually, right? Like, he tends to be a main slayer. And we'll see if he can find those slays. In the meantime, they found a flag, that's for sure. Atso going to continue with his run. Aperture does get a kill, but I don't think it's enough. He's just about in the end zone here. Another one going to go down on the board. They will collect the flag, but they've lost the map control in the process, so they need to be ready to defend here. They're going to lose the camo. They're going to lose the perimeter.
Got the tie up, though. But Team Bohm, this is their opportunity just to strike back into what was he getting? Like, I felt like he was getting killed by like a shock rifle or something. I don't know. I lost my mind. We'll move past it. Atso, he's been able to get one kill, but this flag is away. Bohm trying to get around the corner. He'll fall as well, and this could be a dead flag soon enough, as you see PK starting to collapse in on all these remaining stragglers. And this is actually an opportunity. If Atso can get right into this back base, they spotted him. That's going to stop probably whatever this play is going to be, because you can see Bohm already trying to get back. Nades are coming through. That's a tough look, but what that did do is it pulled players back, so it's going to stop that flag from getting back all the way.
Maybe. It is still in play. Sparty did die in the defensive play over it, though. Piggy's still looking after it. Flag did get collected. You got Drift on top of it to try to get the return, but now it's right beside the end zone. He's going to have to commit himself to do it. Picked up, though, by Bohm. Looking to plant this one in, and it's going all the way. So Bohm, it was a battle of attrition, but they finally found it, and now they got an advantage.
Yeah, I think it all comes down from spotting that player at Fridge that was trying to make the flank all the way through. And Bohm found that critical kill, and it was just, it allowed them to regain position on the map. If If that flag would have been pulled out and they had a little bit more time to work with, PK, I think, finds the answer and gets that return. Now they're going to have to try to find Slays in the base once again. Ooh, I love this.
Boom's hiding.
Oh, wow. The player just hid. Boom once again.
Yep. But he needs a kill, though.
You're going to on the drift. What are you doing?
I don't know. But, oh, I love that play to Atso, though. He runs the flag, leaves it behind, picks up the shocks, tosses it behind him, and now he can keep going with it.
This is insane.
The awareness, though, that was huge. That saved him on the run. It's got just far enough to maybe punch this in. But as I say that, I think Camo's about to pop up in just about 5 seconds here, too. So they're going to fly in for the cap if they can get it.
Where's their spawn?
For a goal line stand.
Tapping?
Tapping. I think they can do it. But what they have
player
to...
at Util needs to go
Drift.
For it. Oh, Drift. What a play.
Drift got 2.
Oh, what a play. That gets the 3rd one in. We're tied up once again. Oh, man. Drift has been so big for this team. He's at 26 kills. Drift has really come into his own, and he's becoming this main slayer in Mexico. That's just an absolute gem to watch. Tapping Buttons is the player we usually talk about when it comes to Latin American players, but Drift has quickly been making a name for himself as one of the best players in the Mexico region.
Right, and on top of that, I pointed out Tapping in like the lower slays than usual earlier, but I mean 20 assists now is kind of a big deal though too, right? Like you got to give credit to the fact that this man is putting damage on everything. Palu with a double. All well we say it. A minute left on the board here, and Palu looking for more blood. Aperture, he's not having it. He'll take the kill. That'll give him back center map. Piggy with a kill as well, so Bohm's starting to take the edge on map control. But you can see Atso's trying to snuff out a trade in this situation. Drift still gets one. And you gotta love him for that. Can Atso stay alive?
He's trying his best.
Nice.
Oh, I mean, that's a huge pick. To be honest, it allows him to stay forward, and now he's getting damage in his party as well. Sparty's trying desperately to keep him back, and they did the damage, but I mean, he's gonna lose his position as well. And this looks like a great opportunity for PK to probably push out and get one last push as we see Atso and Drift work together to get towards Util.
You said it. This might be the final chance before we hit OT territory. Too many nades going to come through that hallway. They're going to make it tough. And Sparty, look how fast he gets that rotation. You know he is aware. He knows exactly where to position himself. But he's got to move quicker than that. They got 15 seconds to get presence onto a flag. Sidekick. Oh, my God. What a thrust forward. He'll come away with the kill. Isn't enough, though. We're counting down to the final 5 seconds before we hit overtime. And it looks like it's happening. Oh, wait, no, it's not. He got picked up by Piggy. Piggy will keep this game alive. But can he stay up?
Yeah, he made the timing choice to go from behind. A flag's gonna get forward. I mean, you got the shock nades. You got to use them to just zone out Util, right?
Why isn't he throwing them? Okay.
He's waiting. He wants the timing. It's the correct play at the last second. Yeah, I would have just ripped him right away, or at least one. But I like the patience, you know, being able to say, I'm going to wait when I know that they're going to come around this corner and zone them out at the correct time. And, well, we're in overtime now. 5 minutes to get another flag cap in.
This OT, this game one, so massive in this series, Garrett, right? A best-of-3 for grand finals. PK, they need this. They go up 1-0. They are 1 game away from securing this tournament. So this OT is everything. Just looking at the slays on the board, too. 33 at a Drift. I mean, my God, leading the board. I think he just got the camo, too. That's exactly what they need. Sorry, that's not his teammate. Either way, I'm tapping. Here he goes. Drift is the one on screen, might be.
Dude, look at the slaying from Drift this game. 33 kills from him. He's just been absolutely dominating this lobby. And Atso working with this camouflage. This flag is still very much in a position to be running. Spartan's going to get caught out by that shock nade. He can't push forward. This flag is so close to getting back. Bohm's trying to make a hero play at the back. He goes down. Bohm is still back there. Bohm's still back there. He can get on the return. He can at least pull a flag out. He got the pull.
Pulled it. Is it enough? Sparty's there as a line of defense. He needs the kill. He'll get it. But there's somebody else in the base still.
Counter. No,
isn't there?
No, there's no one else. This is a counter cap. Sparty just needs to stay alive. Let his team get there. Drift gets on the flag. That flag is still alive. Sparty can't get there. A critical kill. That's going to stop the counter potential. Sparty made the play to go down and try to keep the flag alive. And he got punished for it. But oh my, a dangerous game being played on both sides. Eventually equalized, and now both teams looking for another opportunity.
I cannot believe Bohm lived in the base long enough to get the pole, though, right? Like, my God, he was between two, but he found it, and here we are, like you said, just a whole new scenario. 3 minutes on the clock. They got to rinse and repeat. He's going to fly into 2 in this situation. Drift in a rough spot. Tries to isolate the fight. I like the attempt, but not enough to kill Aperture. They'll get the defense. Camo now up. Tapping in position. Atso beside it. Maybe they can get it.
This camo is going to be very important for whatever team grabs it to keep it alive and in your team's hands. And the Slays come in for Team Bohm. Tapping. He needs to make a critical play. A perfect kill on Spartan. But that camo got away. Oh, no. I don't think there's anyone to stop this. This flag. I don't think there's anyone to contest. This flag's going to get at least to the halfway point. Getting shot from behind. Oh, is he going to throw it out in the mid? Oh.
Not a bad idea.
It's a 50-50 play whether you want to go to the left or to the right, and it looks like it's the right one because Spartan's right there.
Oh.
He throws it up to Aperture. He punches it in.
What a massive play out of Sparty in the end there to dive bottom mid, send it right up to Abby, holding position to plant that final flag in. And, I mean, we talked about it. PK needed that first win for the momentum. They didn't get it. I don't know where this one's going to go. I mean, I would like to also say that PK had the advantage when it comes to Slayer Streets, but I would have said that about Aqua CTF. So this is, you know, dicey territory here for PK, even though there's still winter side grand finals. I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
That was as close as you can get it, though. I mean, Yasuo's prediction is looking mighty good at the moment because that's the back and forth that you'd expect from these calibers of teams. Obviously, we gave the edge to PK, but hey, boom, they figured it out. They've been running hot, and all it takes is one lapse in judgment or one critical play, and at the end of the day, PK just couldn't get to that flag in time. It was a culmination of 3 players making critical plays, throwing that flag out to the middle. Spartan immediately grabbing that flag, running it as fast as he could, and then throwing it up to that window to Aperture, who was waiting to punch that flag in. Really a team effort from Team Bohm to get that last flag in.
Because of it, the series goes on, and in a best of 3, just one more win, they reset the bracket. Things could barrel out of control very quickly. PK, they got to stabilize this somehow. They got to do this in Slayer Streets. Still a map that I think they should be comfy on. You got a thrust on this map as well. Plays very similar to H5, kind of like Aqua CTF. And, I mean, PK are an H5 team when it comes down to it. So there's comfort here, but they're staggered. That's for sure, right? They've taken a blow off that tough loss, especially considering they should have won. They should have won that if we go back, right? Like, they had the flag a meter away from the pedestal in the end of that, but Bohm and Sparty, they clutched up at the base. So massive, massive plays. Here we are. You got Rocket Center. What do we got on this map as far as key to success, Garrett?
I mean, shotgun, really. I think the game is going to run through that shotgun time and time again. Obviously, I think the secondary one is rockets, right? You get 2 shots with them. It's a great way to start to find your spawn collapses. And then lastly, the red gun, the stalker rifle, the 3-shot kill. If you find a player who's accurate and deadly with that weapon, it can make all the difference. Expect players like Spartan to pick that gun up, and tapping buttons on the other side. Those players have some of the best shots in the game, and when you give them a stalker rifle, they can make all the difference.
They definitely can. And I mean, look at the difference being made. PK with a full team wipe to start that out. Now they're looking for Piggy just to add more to the stat total. 3 players, by the way, going to cross up Piggy, clean him up quick. He does come away with a trade, but 5-1 to start the game. And presence onto the spawns here, too. Somehow, I think they bounced out with rockets. I think that's Aperture with it, but a lot of presence, a lot of confidence out of PK off the opening here.
Able to give themselves a bit of a lead. Piggy eventually finds that clean out, but this is PK's opportunity. They need to find a couple picks back to back. Atso gets a big one on Piggy. Atso needs to live. The nades won't ring true, and now suddenly his teammates there to try to keep him alive. And finding picks like that, getting away and just getting a solid pick does wonders for you in Slayer. Finding unanswered kills is the key to victory, and they just need to do it time and time again. But you can see the triple stack from Team Bohm towards this shotgun. It's going to be a tough one to break, but just great coordination from the Pittsburgh Knights to get in, find that pick once again, and get away.
Trust in Palu to do it, that's for sure. They're going to try to rotate away from him. You can see Aperture, Bohm, and team, they went back to B side. They got a little high ground off of it. They've kept the scoreline close, too, despite the, you know, what could have been a much larger deficit off that opening. Trying to slow down the pace of play here. Rocket spawning in about 10 seconds. He spots Aperture up in C. Aperture, by the way, alone. This is a 3-1 push. And I think he might have noticed it, but he went all out. Got crossed up by Bohm, I think, up on the B rail. So now a numbers advantage on the side of blue here. And can they hold it? Sparty, my God, getting startled. Doesn't matter. They'll fly in for rockets. Bohm going to pick him up. Can he get out? He will. And this is a chance for Team Bohm to pull away if they hold on.
2 rockets to work with a thrust, and he's got the entire sandbox in his back pocket. Now it's just time to execute, and it looks like 2 players just gone from PK at the same time. I'd say a full reset, right? You were down in the game, and you had rockets.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, what's unfortunate. So PK, they started out, what, like a 6-1 to start the game, but then Bohm and team, they brought it back. It is going to be a full reset, by the way. We just got the update. And like you said, I think it makes sense considering the way that it went, but it's unfortunate that, you know, with the moment of momentum that we saw with Bohm and that Rockets, he couldn't really put them to good use. But I wonder what this means, you know, kind of coming back with a reset, if there's going to be a completely altered opening strat at a Team Bohm as well. And just the way the map is set up, right, it does tend to kind of favor the PD side, the higher ground. But just based off of how that went, maybe there's an opportunity for Team Bohm to, like, kind of reconfigure how they play this.
Yeah, it's always a question that it's like, do you do the same thing? And it's like, I remember.
Oh, right, and that's kind of the mind game too, right? Just do it again.
Just do it again. We won last time.
They won't do it again.
Or it's like, or you're like, oh, they didn't send that many people this way this time, so let's take advantage of it. I think that all comes into play on the 3rd reset, right? Sometimes you get through the 3rd reset.
Right.
If someone did the same thing twice in a row, it's like, okay, I know how to counter you this time. We are for sure winning the start. That being said, it's usually a flip of the coin. I usually just keep the same start, and I'm just aware that they know that I'm probably going to be there, and then I just zone in, and you know, I ice it up because I'm just sick nasty at the game. You know what I'm saying? Shy, you know?
Okay. You know, why are you here is what I've said it
benched
earlier.
Me a while back.
Sandals benched.
I was in talks, you know. There was a moment there where I was teaming, and they just they sent me back down to the minors. I said, I'll try this casting thing out for a little bit. Whenever you need me, when Lethal feels sick at all, I'll come back in. I'll pick up them sticks. Don't worry about it. You know, it's just it's tough to be that. You know, it's like Formula One. They have the driver that's just waiting there to get put in the car in case someone gets sick. You know, I'm just waiting. You know, I'm that reserve player. If anyone needs me, I'll come in.
I'll check with Frosty to confirm real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, you asked Frosty. I guarantee he's like, yeah, we were working out
for sure.
Yeah, he would never lie about that.
The secret 5th. Yeah, just in case. Just in case somebody gets sick, you're on the sidelines.
We're gonna go way into the weeds, but you know, act myself as a weeaboo or whatever. But the Kuroko.
You're talking about Kuroko? Yeah,
Kuroko's basketball. The secret 6-man, the secret 5th man, bro. The secret 6-man. I'm gonna be there, bro. I'm the secret 6-man. I am the Kuroko of whatever team needs me.
Garrett just went on a massive tangent for anybody who's not aware, but we're both anime fans, and Kuroko no Basket is basketball. And if you haven't seen it, you should watch this basketball anime. By the way,
basketball anime.
Kuroko no Basket.
Kuroko? I think it's Kuroko. No.
Kuroko. I can't.
I'm not Japanese, so. Whatever.
Let's get back to the game though. That's why we're here, right, baby? We got a reset unlock 0-0.
Oh man, dude, that's no.
Hey man, I'm ready for the podcast.
New Slam Dunk anime coming out. Fun little fact at the end of the year, so I'm excited for that. That being said,
let's go.
Looks like Team Bohm found the solution this time around. 3-1 start.
Wow.
Great job.
Yeah, you're right. Right. So we talked about that coming in. How will they kind of adapt to the reset? And like you said, they adapted. I mean, they must have held their line. Gotten a great cross to start things off, and the result of it is Sparty's actually hanging back in back C. It's a 3-1 once again. They sent 3 up through B side to draw attention, but Sparty going to look for an angle. Looks like he's going to get close to them, though. Get back to driveway for safety. Bohm going to try to peek. Getting aggressive at a PK, though. I think it's Drift who's going to try to get in the fight, but Pelu picks up one cross map, and that's an opening they need.
Oh, just running out of that BR ammo. That's a tough spot right there. He had 2 of them in his lane, and look at this. Spartan has collected all the goodies. Look at his stat line. 0-0-0 is about to change. Let's take a look at what it ends on his spree, because this is the ultimate package that you'd expect. And already put it to work. A perfect kill out of the Stalker rifle.
Sparty locking it down. Look at what he's got to work with here too. He's also got a spike nade back pocket. Anybody gets close, he's got a shotty to deal with him, but right now just locking down sight lines, tapping over on the left. The rest of the team coordinating around Heaven, going to try to make it through B side. And I love how the split is even. Both sides. You're Sparty, though. He'll be the one to find the opening. Do they get aggressive off the numbers? Drift with 1. Cleans up a second for a double. Looking for more blood here, but Aperture's got that under control. Oh, and he flipped the spawns.
Oh, dude,
and he's
so sick.
Oh, the awareness.
Oh, dude, that's just so, just being so
nice.
aware of what's happening on the map right there.
And that's not the first. I mean, obviously, it's not the first time we've seen Spartan do it, but he's been doing it all tournament with the live fire pre-nades, too. I mean, look at what they did to lock the spawns down. That's a rocket launcher for them. 17-6, by the way, off these plays.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, take a look at what Spartan's stat line's going to be by the time he dies with this weapon combination, because this is how you take over a game. Stalker shotgun is so strong. If I see, look, he's down for a shot. Oh, just missed the shot on Pelu. If he would have gotten that 3, it would have been a great spot. But look at that. He used in 6 engagements before he died right there. 4, 2, and 1 combination. It just builds that lead for his team, and they're already chitting back and collapsing. And this has been a disastrous reset for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, you said it. What's unfortunate is, Pelu goes huge to finally kill Spartan, but the entire team comes back and cleans up their kills, so nothing really gained in the end of that situation. 23 now on board. Massive deficit to overcome here for PK, and there's no signs of them doing that. You're going to leave a nade behind, snaps onto Pelu for the cleanup. He's still got some positioning to work with here, but he's got multiple targets. It doesn't matter. Drop weapon for one, Sparty with the other.
Get back to the Stalker rifle, and you have to. Let's see if he's aware of how many shots he has in that Stalker rifle, huh? That's the thing I've always said with pro players. They never remember to look at how much ammo there actually is. He's going to shoot this thing twice. He's not going to have a third shot, and he's going to be like, oh,
my gun's
going to die.
Oh, okay. Well, he died anyway. We won't get to confirm it. He died as he shot the final bullet, pretty sure. 28-16, plenty of cushion to work with, and I love the positioning at a bomb. He waits for the opening fire before he makes his move, gets in the fray. Now he's got great timing because of it. PK getting aggressive. Sparty going to square off. They're going to try to cut tapping buttons off and make sure he doesn't get in the fight, and he won't. He'll get picked up, but I mean, all these trades, they're money. Oh, wait!
My gosh.
Oh, and he gets the trade. Dude, Sparty is he's honestly insane, right? Like every single play he makes is somehow perfectly timed here.
Yeah, if only there was like an organization that wanted to keep that player on the roster and like try to win a championship with him. And if only, because this man is just absolutely gross. I'm sure someone's gonna be paying a hefty penny to buy out that contract at some point, because Spartan is too good to be riding the bench.
Well, it's definitely given his team some space to work with, that's for sure. Piggy gets away with a free rocket. 33-19, once again, a massive deficit for PK, despite themselves finding high ground and positioning. What do you do when your opponent snuffs you out with a rocket? So there goes Pelu. He's going to get aggressive off of it, just listening for info. Atso with 1. There goes a second. Make it 3.
Tapping. Torched, yeah.
He's jumping in mid-map.
Yeah, it's just jumping in the mid-air between 3 players. Yeah, that's a tough look. As you see, this game is just quickly getting out of hand. They're starting to make the push towards shotgun, but if you're PK, the answer is finding a clean wipe and then getting this team on rotation. If you can't do it, you're not going to win the one-on-one engagements, and Piggy just finds the easiest double of his career as he puts 2 shots into 2 different players for the double kill.
Here's the thing, Garrett. He makes it look easy. But I wonder if it would have been the same on somebody else's POV, right? Just the clean snap from one head to another with no hesitation can take some skill. Yeah. Put that one together. And Pelu, I mean, he's still going. They got a pinch with Aperture and Sparty on the opposite side. Everything barreling out of control. This is Series 1 done and dusted. This bracket is being reset.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it's, going back to the Piggy play, I'd say Piggy, easiest double for him. Piggy Sand would have somehow made it a triple, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the Piggy X rebrand is, I think, holding him back. I want to see the Piggy Sand make a return for an event or two. Put it back on the line as Spartan can end this game.
Now,
oh no, go ahead.
Right? No, sorry, I got to interrupt. Saiyan is no longer Saiyan, so I mean, the
lucid.
Opportunity. He's lucid now, so I mean, the opportunity to be Piggy Saiyan is bigger. Anyway, you get it.
Yeah,
2 kills.
I think Piggy Saiyan was a sick name. Piggy X. I don't know what the X is supposed to stand for. As we see, boom, X take on the last 2. A lot of X's.
Right there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Either way, a lot of X's on that feed on the side of PK. That's the unfortunate reality for them. They go down in an 0-2 in dominant fashion, so that's a hell of a lot of momentum to take into the reset for the series, and you start to wonder if PK got anything left in the tank to kind of regain. My question on this, Garrett, and hopefully this is not a contributing factor. In the end of the day, you want the ultimate form of competition, the whole way through, but this is a series with 2 regions and a host that probably switches sides. Maybe.
Well, the host doesn't matter because it's dedicated servers, right? So it's like,
okay. So it's just where are you connecting to?
That being said, I don't know. Like, my always question mark for it is like, does the observer impact where the server goes? So, like, if they let's say, like you had like 3 players East Coast, like 4 players East Coast, 4 players West Coast, and then like the observer is like in Atlanta. Does it like force an East Coast server because there's like 5v4? I don't know.
So I think the answer is you need to hire an Esports Arena employee to live in LATAM EU.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The observer should be LATAM. Like there should be 2 observers. There should be 1 in each region. So for every tournament, you have to have. Like,
there's an investment for you, ESA.
Or
the ultimate competitive
even
integrity.
A better answer, Shyway, is just have server selects. Like we should just be able to choose our server.
I mean, if you want to add it to the list, man, there's a long list of a long wish list. Anyway, regardless, I hope the PK can regain because they, despite where the server might be or whatever, they still had to win against every single opponent to get to winner side grand finals, and they beat Bohm already in the process, right? So it's just a matter of doing it again. It's just grand finals, different beast, different pressure, different level of momentum, especially with the plays Sparty has been making.
Yeah, I want to see if we can get our second best of 3 rotation. So it's going to be Recharge Strongholds, Aquarius Slayer, and Oddball Streets. Going back to Strongholds Recharge, we've seen what these teams have done on this map before, and it was a hell of a match the first time we saw it.
And I expect it to be
this is the same best of 3 rotation, by the way.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. We just witnessed Strongholds Recharge in losers finals, I think.
Well, no, like last time PK and Bohm played each other, this was the best of 3, right? Like
it was
Strongholds Recharge and then Aquarius Slayer, and then we never saw game 3, but I think history repeats itself. PK wins us 2-0, right?
If that is the series I'm thinking about, then what happened was Team Bohm came out hot in Strongholds Recharge and were dominating the game till PK turned it around slowly but surely and then clutched up in the very end, right? So it didn't look good for PK. Then it was a blowout Aqua Slayer. PK, I think it was like 50 to like 30, like almost a stake.
Well, it was 50-40 at the end of it. Okay. But it was like, there was like a 20 kill lead like early on in the game.
We'll have to see it either way. Regardless of what's happened, what matters is what's present in front of us. A new series. Anyone can take this. Best of 3, clean slate. Here we go.
Well, camo on. Time to get away. Dude, camo's going to be so impactful on this match. And already seeing Team Bohm get out to an early start. All of PK just trapped at back A. 1 player splits towards C. The problem is Atso. Yeah, Atso's going to get killed on the cross. And you just can't afford to die over there. You're so important. You're the 1 player that's out of that spawn. And yeah, Spartan just living in the middle of the map. And all of PK starting to fall. And this could be an early trip cap in order for Team Bohm.
Give Sparty just a little bit of space to make a play and get. Oh, you know what? I might be eating my own words.
You're getting too cute.
You know what? I almost want to make a video just dedicated. I do need to make one about nades in general, but the left-handed nade throw. You know how many players I've seen get screwed over by that, right? Because Halo 5 wasn't like that. Like Halo 5 throws a perfectly center-lined nade. But the interesting thing about a left-hand nade is it means that you have an advantage side when you throw, and you have a disadvantage side, right? And like Sparty's throw there is an example of the disadvantage. But if you find yourself in this position, like we see Pete Driftin with the shock landing headshots, in that position with the wall, he can throw a nade while being fully covered, right? Like you have an advantage side for the toss too. So it's just, anyway, it's an interesting dynamic in Infinite.
Yeah, what do you call that? It's like, you know how like if you're right hand and left hand, I don't know what to call it, but it's...
Gears has that. The whole game of Gears of War is like that, like right hand, left hand advantage, because of the way the game works, you can peek around the wall. Anyway, Alex,
I'm gonna say it discriminates. It discriminates against like left handed. Like,
oh my god!
You know
it's a skill gap though, kind of in the end.
We need the nation to get up together and advocate for our lefties out there. How sick would it be if you could change like whether you hold your rifle if you're left or right hand? That you can change which way your nade throws out from.
You should be able to change that. That's actually a good point. And I mean, you see it in CS:GO. And
CS:GO you can do that.
Yeah, why not one day Halo? That would be pretty cool. But I mean, regardless, we got what we got here to work with, and it's always a beauty to see how these players adapt to the resources at hand. As we say, it pretty damn close game to start out here. Bohm and Piggy, they managed to push through to take A side. In the meantime, PK, they're going to collect C.
this. Oh, dude, Sparty strafe is another one. He takes a victim after victim with that strafe. That micro strafe that he has where he's popping his shoulder up and crouching the opposite way is just so hard to deal with. And you see it, pro players get absolutely put in the blender time and time again trying to kill Spartan, and those are close engagements when he's hitting that strafe.
Definitely seen some of the best players in the world windmill against Spartan strafe, which is like one of the most uncharacteristic things to expect. But hey, just goes to show you how powerful it is. Let's see what else he can put together, though. In the meantime, AB accounted for 91 and counting. PK looking for an answer, but you can see that is proving to be difficult. What a challenge, by the way. Tapping full confidence, knows he needs to commit. He's getting tagged up left and right, but now he is screwed thanks to Sparty. Look at Sparty bob out of that fight immediately, get back to safety.
Great shots down range, but Bohm was able to stay alive. You can already see this rotation from Bohm. I love this from Bohm. Just go get that sword for your team. Ooh, is he gonna... I feel like you get all the way over there, you might as well go get the sword, especially of how hesitant he's played this position. He gets back. I feel like that was a lot of wasted time, unless you could just have a sword in your back pocket now. Especially, he has stickies too. Like, am I crazy? Is sword not up? I must be crazy, bro.
If it wasn't, then it might be now, right? Because Cambo's now spawned. We'll see.
Maybe.
And it's gone too.
Grapple that away from Blue Box. Oh, tapping buttons. Oh my! Just unreal, dude. Oh my God, Smarty took him down. Oh, I love plays like that. That's what makes me just love the Halo Infinite sandbox, man.
I wish we saw. Oh, okay, my God. Nice little peekaboo stick at Atso. He'll die, but I wish we saw that at a tapping's POV, though, right? Like the combo with the grapple, then clutches up with a headshot. Unfortunately, he does die. But plays like that will earn you back the map, and they've got it because of it. 90 and counting. Going to try to lock down a perimeter, but another stick on the map here thanks to Aperture. He's going to turn that into 3 and a marksman medal.
All right, this is very reminiscent of how the game started the first time around with Team Bohm getting an early lead.
Sure.
And it was at the end where PK started to pull it all together. But trip cap in effect for Team Bowman. We'll have to see how much this earns him. It was 120 to 94 when this trip cap started.
Oh!
We'll see how it finishes. I mean, what a play from Aperture. This time he goes for the sword, uses the grapple as his choice to get that thing back into his hands.
What's a better trade? Grapple or the sticky, though, right?
I think you take the sticky so you have a grapple with the sword, right? Yeah.
But does it matter? The man still gets a spree either way.
Quicker to use your grapple, though, so maybe once you get that rotation faster. Dude, this is such a tough spot. I mean, PK it's going to be so hard to get out of this position. They might be able to get C. No, they're not. They're not. It gets reset right away. You can just see how suffocating this position is as Aperture hits another shot. It can feel desperate, impossible to get out of this spot. And you can see the lead just continues to grow as the sword comes through and he misses his slice. It's so easy. It turns red for you. Just, that's a tough spot.
Oh, that was definitely a bit of a choke. You know,
yeah.
And I'm sure he would have said it too. Was it Piggy? I think you died. Either way, that was rough.
We'll ask him later. Like, how'd you feel about the choke and your dominating victory in game 1 of the reset?
Exactly. I don't care because it didn't matter. Look at this scoreline, 240 and counting, despite the whiff sword slash. Where is PK on the map? They're not quick enough. And there goes game 1 of the new series, and it goes in dominant fashion. We witnessed this exact series with these two teams earlier today, Garrett, and it did not go this way. PK, they found their footing, and this time they found nothing.
I'm doing the math in my head. So they got the trip cap at 120. So 250 minus 120, that's 130. Divide that by 2. I'm actually gonna have to pull out a calculator. This is embarrassing. Don't make fun of me. I'm looking. I didn't even make fun of me for doing this. I'm gonna get really angry. So don't do this.
I didn't
divide by 2. 65 seconds of it. So that was 1 minute and 5 seconds of a trip cap. They never lost a trip cap, and it was a little bit longer because when you get into the hill, like we'll say probably like 1 minute and 15 seconds of like a trip cap, which is insane to think about. It's so hard to hold a trip cap for longer than like 30 seconds. Just how dominant they were on Strongholds Recharge. Sorry, I had to do the math, but that it's just an insane trip cap.
Especially if at one point it looked like PK had a numbers advantage, and for whatever reason they couldn't get a single cap back in the process, right? Like after the whiff sword, you're thinking, okay, that guy lives, he's got sword. But I mean, the rest of the map must have been just pure obliteration, right? And maybe we're focused on the nitty gritty. I mean, either way, that game's done. You can't look back at it. This is a best of 3 series, tournament point for Team Bohm at this point. And PK, they have shown no signs that they are a competitor against it, right? Like, it's been a rough go. They dominated Aquarius Slayer, if that's anything, right? The last time these two teams played earlier today, they blew them out in Aquarius Slayer. So, maybe this is their one chance to regain. We'll see.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a different series, right? And I think, I made my prediction for a reason. It's either going to be a 2-0 or a 4-0 is what I said, and you're seeing why. It's like PK needed that momentum from game 1. It's like them pulling out that game on Strongholds Recharge is what pushed them into having such a hot game 2. The same thing would have happened on Aquarius. If they would have been able to clutch up that Aquarius flag, I think we would have saw a 2-0 for PK. Instead, there's just no momentum, no life behind PK, and I think that's PK's biggest weakness so far when it comes to them as a team is when they go down in series, they have a tendency to stay down, and I want to see them just be able to be kicked around. Like, if they've lost 3 maps in a row, if they come out and have a strong performance in map 4, then I think they win Oddball Streets. If not, this is going to be an easy cleanup for Team Bohm, in my opinion.
Right, and when it comes down to it, what allows you to win games in these situations? Like, what allowed PK to do it in the last series was Drift making a massive play, right? Drift gets like a huge double to open things up, and his team, they all react accordingly. Aquarius Slayer was a similar story. Drift, I mean, the man went huge in Aqua Slayer, right? He was like, every single play he made it was all perfectly linking together, right? So, like, not to put more pressure on the man's shoulders, I'm sure he already feels it, but I think he needs to pop off again. Like, I think we need to see, or tapping, right? Somebody's got to go huge and get a confident start to this Aqua Slayer if there's any chance. Maybe we get to see that game 3, but if I don't see it early game, then I don't think we're going to see it late game.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to take up all the stats of the people playing today, I think Drift would have the highest KD in the tournament so far. I mean, he's just been absolutely killing it thus far, and he could be in consideration of the best Slayer in this match so far as well. I know Spartan's been doing Spartan things, but Drift has been on another level this tournament, and his team just needs to catch up to his level.
All right, well, here we go, Garrett. What could be the final game of the tournament today, unless PK got something to say about it. And as I say this, look at the cross early on out of Bohm. They'll clean up 1. That's 4-2 to start our game here in coverage on the map. But we need PK to regain.
That's going to be a tough ask when Team Bohm already starting off with a lead. You can see it. Bohm just somehow gets that trade with him. He had 2 players on him. He's able to find 1, but Drift answered right away, though. That's the player that we said to look out for. He dropped down and instantly shredded a player in the 1v2 scenario and gets right back up.
Sure. And there's Pella with another. Tapping with 3 on the board already, so a strong start out of him. Even game to open things up. The entirety of Team Bohm over on yellow side here. Actually, as I say that, that's a massive flank. I thought for a second that he was on Team Bohm. He took so long with the flank, and he comes out with 2 after it. To snap on the... Oh, God! And that's... Wait, did Spartan get tagged by another member of PK? Because I'm pretty sure he had the flawlessly...
tap.
Dude, he hit every single piece of that vertical shot. Like, my God, what a monster.
I gotta say, Drift has just ascended to Halo godhood. You know what I'm saying? He's just playing on another level, and his team just hasn't been able to keep up with him. He has 6 kills already in this map alone. He's just been absolutely frying in this game, tapping, trying his best just to get engagements on the map. Atso's been getting those assists down lane, but other than that, it's just Drift. It's just been the Drift show time and time again, and I love to see this man jumping up to the occasion, but you had no numbers. This is the thing. It's like they have no numbers, and they go for that camouflage anyway, and like they're going to get away with camo, but it costs 3 lives, and I just don't think that's the trade that you're looking for.
Well, hopefully they can make a play with that camo. As we say it, though, here's a quick collapse into util, and everyone's dead. My God. Oh, Aperture can't quite get the 3rd. But the damage done. They're going to look to clean up the final player here at Sparty, McFly, and he is... man's flying. What a beautiful slide that he hit. Does not connect with the melee right away, but does enough to get the trade. And despite everything we witnessed here, PK, they got a 1-kill advantage still.
Yeah, PK's lucky that they have this 1 kill advantage right now. That play in utility could have been much worse if that third player would have fallen to the punch alone. We're looking at an overkill potential right there and just having a clean wipe. Instead, they're able to get a couple trades out of the situation. But you already see Team Bohm starting to feel themselves. And that's the thing. The game's close, but all the momentum is with Team Bohm at the moment. And now you're looking for another miracle play out of Drift to prevent that from spiraling out of control. Drift doing the first part. He gets that heat wave in his hands, but he goes down right away. 26-23. And I have a feeling that this lead is just going to continue to grow.
What a scrappy game it's been, though, right? Trading blows left and right. Piggy with another massive one. That's 27. That's going to set PK back to blue base spawns, and they're going to look to get out of it. Got multiple over in utility. There goes the shock fades in. And it's the combo of the slow on your movement plus the BR that makes that so difficult for Pelu. He can't get anything off of it. Tapping does get a trade, but the reposition out of Bohm is perfectly timed. They got pressure on these boys.
Great trade from Bohm right there. You have the lead. All you have to do is go 1 for 1. Don't let yourself get averaged out. Don't die without finding a trade. Ooh, this is going to be a big camouflage. And you start to see both the teams starting to position. 1 on P, 1 at Car. The trades are coming through. Drift's going to be that first one to fall for PK. And now the rest start to follow. Adso's going to get caught out on the clamber. Sparty with a great position on the map. And all the kills go to Bohms. And that's a 5-kill lead that could continue to grow as you see Drift get hunted down.
Sparty is beaming right now. You can tell this man can taste the victory, right? He's just less than, what, 20 kills? He's about 20 kills away. No, sorry, he's 13. I can't do math, Garrett. I shouldn't even have tried. 13 kills away from closing out this tournament. And Sparty can feel it. Bohm with 1, Aperture with another. Make it 39. We'll spin for a second, but Drift has him.
Oh, dude, I feel like myself. I get anxiety whenever I have the heat wave and camouflage going up to someone. I always think it's going to go so wrong, but no, Bohm. He finds the way to execute, and all of a sudden the lead is 10, and this game looks to be out of hand.
And yeah, you predicted it perfectly, Garrett, right? It goes one of 2 ways. It's like PK dominates Bohm, or Bohm just completely obliterate PK, and we look at a 4-0 through 2 best-of-3 series. I mean, it just seems inevitable. Spartan will drop another. That's a spree as he dies, make it 45 on the board with a 9-kill advantage, 46 now thanks to Aperture. Looking to close this out. It's just a matter of when at this point.
He's looking for his position. And they've just been able to expand on the map, and really their control of the map has been flawless. One thing I've noticed particularly is it's been like a Car versus P divide. It's like, imagine these top towers as the home bases. Like, we're so often seeing 4 spread on P and 4 spread on Car. An unusual position, but you're seeing, like, in a straight up Slayer match, like P side is way more advantageous to take the Slayers. Very counterintuitive to what we see in the Slayers.
Well, Garrett, all I see is a close to this one. 49. 1 kill left to do it. Let's find out who it is. On board with Aperture. I think they got the heat wave as well. A couple nades into Car. PK going to do everything they can to stay up, and they do pick up Bohm. But Sparty, who else but him to close out that game with a 50-42 and close out our tournament with a hell of a lower bracket run. Garrett, we witnessed Bohm from what? The Ryan Noob series, the Losers Finals series, and then the Grand Finals. Did they drop the game with the Warriors matchup, but since then they've just barreled on through, dropped nothing.
Yeah, it's been an incredible tournament to watch. Spartan looks unreal. Before we get too off track, I want to say shout out to Drift. I think he was by far and away the best player in today's tournament. He looked incredible. PK just could not keep up with him in particular. I mean, he got 16 kills in that last game as well. He's just consistently been slaying for that roster. They just need to give him the help that he needs. And any given day, that help comes and he plays. They're able to take this tournament. That being said, it was a team effort that was led by Spartan, I think, this time around. Spartan was been able to get those slays for the team, but everyone stepped up when it was needed. Just about everyone got double-digit kills in that final game to win.
And a bit of an unfortunate reality for PK as well, considering they beat this team already to get to that point. But that is kind of just the trials and tribulations of good Halo, right? You get to grand finals, but you're not safe, especially when you got a competitor who's hungry like Spartan waiting on the other side of the bracket. But what a tournament in the end of that. Of course, those top 3 still going to end up in the money, but the most of it going to go over to Team Spartan, $600. for first place. We also, of course, are looking for our sponsor of Season 2, and not sure if we got the final confirmation on that, but there's a lot of talented teams in the running that, definitely deserve a spot. But can't wait to see where that one goes. Either way, Garrett, pleasure working with you. Any final words before we throw off?
The Golden Knights are better than the Ducks, I think will be the last thing I say. And I hope Spartan finds himself on a roster. He's too good not to be playing this game. I hope all that situation gets solved out by the end of the year.
He joins the list of many very high-level competitors who I'd like to see there, right? Like, where's Ola? Want to see Ola make a couple. Maybe we got Miquin waiting in the sidelines. A lot of great talent across our regions as well. Great to see Latham showing up today as well. But let's send it back to Yeso. Thanks, guys, once again. We'll be back on Friday, I think, maybe, with an exhibition.
It's either this Friday or next Friday. It's coming.
That's how it's
guys.
going to be when it's fit.
Yeah.
You're right. It's a Monday-Friday gig now, but either way, next Monday for sure. So stay tuned. Till then, have a good night.
Show. I love. Oh, we're gonna double check. I'm good. I wasn't muted. That was not on me. Shout outs to Shyway. I'm not gonna say whose fault that was. Those two gentlemen, or throwing some clutch or some why not in the mix. So great to hear their voices to start the week, and it was a lot of fun. Congratulations to Bohm and the boys. Huge run from them. They get the back-to-back 2-0s to get the win. So I was half right on my prediction, but I talked about the momentum that they could carry in from that losers bracket run, and they did it and absolutely dominated there against PK. So hats off to those gentlemen. Well played on the day. And of course, PK and the rest of the team. So thanks to everybody who came out for the qualifiers here. Of course, we will have announcements very soon about who we will be signing for the season. We will let you know about that as soon as we know. But thank you so much for everybody coming out. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.